will open the general public comment period, which is an opportunity for the public to comment on any land use item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the commission and is not posted on the consent or regular agenda. California law prohibits the commission from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency. 5 minutes per person, please. Is there anyone who would like to speak to a topic not on the agenda today? Might be kind of hard for people to hear me. Has there anybody registered to speak?
They're on the agenda. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the consent agenda, which consists only of the minutes from November 10th. Does any member of the commission or the public have any comments or corrections?
I do.
Okay.
On page 2, the numbered paragraph 2 that starts 2020-074, text reads, the applicant is requesting approval of a conditional use permit, or the or should be a for. The construction and operation should be operation of a community scale, etc., and that's all I found.
You guys get that? Okay. There. Turn the volume up. Is there any way we can turn the volume up to the public?
We're trying to work on getting the interference fixed first.
Feedback from the microphone. Thank you.
All right. Would someone like to make a motion on the consent agenda?
I move we accept the minutes of November 10th as amended.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Passes 5-0. And we will get started on our regular agenda. Beginning with item 1, 2021-006, conditional use permit for the Crossroads Church. And Madeline, I believe you're going to give us a little presentation on that.
Good morning. Madeline Flandreau, Planner 2. Today I am presenting conditional use permit 2021-006.
single thing she's saying.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
Is my mic working?
Your mic's on. Yeah, try taking it.
Yeah, we hear feedback in a mumbled voice.
How about that?
No.
Is there a way to turn up the...
Okay, so we got a couple things going on here. One, at least we have some sound that's so loud it's echoing here, and I'm not sure why.
Every time I try to turn
It's a new problem every meeting.
Is this microphone any better?
Yes,
Okay,
We're still hearing the
the feedback. But can the audience hear me now?
yes.
Okay, then it was my microphone. What do you think? You want me to proceed, or you want to wait for the feedback to...
I would go ahead and proceed.
Okay.
Because I'm not sure why we're getting it.
Should we turn everybody else's mic off for a minute?
Probably not.
Okay.
All right, so here's what's gonna happen. I'm keeping the lectern mic off until people start to speak, and then I'll be turning it back on. So you're gonna have to wait for me to run from there to here.
Okay.
But in the meantime.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's try that again. Madeline Flandreau, Planner 2. This is conditional use permit 2021-006 for the Crossroads Church. The applicant is requesting approval of a conditional use permit for the construction and operation of a church in the rural residential zone. The subject parcel, assesses parcel number 061-025-040, is located on the corner of Copper Cove Drive and Black Creek Drive in Copperopolis, which is shown here at the bottom at the star. This is the county's 2020 aerial image, which shows the undeveloped 10-acre parcel, and surrounding is a mix of residential subdivisions to the north and the east, a park to the west, and large agricultural parcels to the south. I wanted to give a bit of background on this project just to explain the lead up to the current proposal. On May 20th, 2004, the Planning Commission approved Plan Development Permit number 2003-144 for the Crossroads Church to develop a multi-phased, multi-structure church campus, which totaled 18,250 square feet in size with 162 parking spaces on the subject parcel. The parcel was, at the time, zoned C1 PD, which is local commercial with a plan development overlay, requiring approval of a plan development permit for any new construction. However, the construction of the church was delayed, and the PD permit expired on December 31st, 2005. The Crossroads Church has since been renting a space on Main Street in Copperopolis to hold services. Fast forward to November 4th, 2020, when revised building plans were submitted to the county for the construction of a significantly scaled-back version of the Crossroads Church, showing a single structure that's 7,434 square feet in size with 95 parking spaces. Since the PD permit had long since expired, the applicant was informed that a new PD permit was required prior to issuance of the new building permit. So an application was received on January 28th, 2021, requesting approval of a plan development permit. Subsequently, on March 9th, 2021, Calaveras County Board of Supervisors adopted the comprehensive zoning map amendment, which rezoned many parcels within the county in order to be in conformance with the adopted 2019 general plan. As a result of that update, the subject parcel was rezoned to rural residential in order to be consistent with the rural residential land use designation. Per County Code Section 1722020, a church is permitted in the rural residential zone on a parcel of 5 acres or larger with an approval and validation of a conditional use permit. As the subject parcel is 10 acres in size, the request was changed by the planning director from a plan development permit to a conditional use permit, which provides the general public with an opportunity to review a proposed land use that's generally consistent with the purpose of a base zone district, but has the potential to cause conflicts with the neighboring land use and zoning. So this is the site plan for the current proposal, which shows access to the site via the encroachment off of Black Creek Drive, which is on the left. Access to the parking area and structure, which are located in the southern portion of the parcel. The church is proposed to have 95 parking spaces with 4 ADA spaces, and will include a chapel, classrooms, kitchen, dining hall, bathrooms, offices, and an infant nursery. This is a simulation of the proposed structure and surrounding parking, but does not include any proposed landscaping. The exterior of the building will be composite wood siding, which will be painted a light color with a composition shingle roof. So this is the landscaping plan, which is oriented with north up, so you can see Copper Cove Drive at the bottom of the screen. Hopefully you can see that. And Black Creek Drive to the left. So the driveway is at the top of this plan. If you can see, there's 4 trees. That's the top of the driveway. This plan proposes trees and shrubs to be planted all along the perimeter of the parking lot, which will screen much of the structure and the lot from the roadway and the neighboring parcels. Landscaping will also be planted within the blocks which separate the parking areas. This figure depicts the zoning classifications within the area. To the north are rural residential parcels within the Copper Cove Unit 4 subdivision and developed with single-family residences. Adjacent parcels to the east are also zoned RR, which are part of the Bridlewood subdivision and developed with single-family residences. To the south is Copper Cove Drive, beyond which lies large undeveloped agricultural parcels and a public service parcel. And to the west is Black Creek Drive, beyond which lies Black Creek Park, which is zoned recreational. The rural residential zone is a consistent zone in the rural residential land use designation, which identifies rural residential uses in areas appropriate for or that were previously subdivided into lots of 1 acre or larger, where public sewer is not available. Typical uses include detached single-family residences, secondary dwelling units, accessory structures, public and quasi-public uses like a school, park, or library, and other similar and compatible uses. The project application was circulated to county departments and local public agencies and state agencies. Comments were received from the Copperopolis Fire Protection District with standard requirements for existing driveway access and fire suppression systems for the structure. Comments were also received from the Public Works Department, including conditions requiring that the project meet all applicable requirements of the county road ordinance, the encroachment ordinance, the grading and drainage ordinance, and the road impact mitigation ordinance. And also requiring that the encroachment meet commercial standards. In addition, a traffic analysis was required to determine the need for a left turn pocket at the entrance on Black Creek Drive, which was completed on June 4th, 2021, which determined that based on traffic conditions of Black Creek Drive and that church services only occur 1 day a week, that a left turn pocket is not required. The study did, however, recommend that the applicant work with Black Creek Park to regularly trim back the oleanders that are along Black Creek Drive to increase the sight distance and to cut the bank on Black Creek Drive on the side of the parcel to provide better sight distance. In addition, a comment letter was received from Calaveras County Water District with requirements for a new water service line and a fire line. And Environmental Health also submitted a comment stating that all land use requirements had already been met, as there is an existing on-site wastewater system, which has been installed and permitted. So there were 5 comment letters which were received from the neighboring landowners within the Bridlewood subdivision, which is to the east, all of which were in opposition to the project. Comments included concerns regarding a non-residential use in a rural residential area, future development or expansion of the church campus, increased traffic and noise, an equestrian trail which is directly adjacent to the eastern boundary of the subject parcel, and concerns regarding grading which had occurred and removal of trees on site as a result of the grading activities. There are no future phases stated in the application. Therefore, any expansion of the permitted church facility will require a modification to this conditional use permit, which would be subject to the approval by the Planning Commission. Noise will also be temporary during construction and intermittent during operations, with approximately 2 to 25 vehicles using the site during the weekdays and up to 95 vehicles on Sunday mornings. In addition, Public Works did not have any concerns regarding increased traffic on Black Creek Drive or Copper Cove Drive. Also, with regards to the equestrian easement, so there's a 15-foot wide equestrian and public utility easement which is located along the western boundary of the Bridlewood subdivision adjacent to the parcel. However, this easement is entirely within the bounds of the Bridlewood subdivision. According to the development plans which have been submitted, the parking and access road will be more than 100 feet to the west of the dedicated equestrian easement, leaving a wide buffer. And landscaping will be installed around the parking area to screen much of the church and the parking area from the adjacent land uses. Prior to receiving this application, the Planning Department inadvertently approved a grading permit on December 15th, 2020. Grading commenced on May 12th, 2021, and a stop work order was issued by the landowner, by Public Works, as this project is subject to discretionary.
Just 1 moment, Madeline.
So sorry.
Sir?
Excuse me, that is incorrect. The grading.
No, I'm sorry. Please hold your comments until the opportunity for public comments. Thank you. Go ahead.
My apologies, that's what I have in the
Thank you.
record. So a stop work order was issued to the landowner by Public Works, as this project is subject to discretionary approval, and ground disturbance should not have occurred prior to the approval of this conditional use permit. And although it's unfortunate that the grading permit was approved, the issuance of an engineered grading permit requires that all grading and earthwork activities employ best management practices to minimize erosion and to control sediment discharges to the maximum extent practical, as required by the State Water Board's general permit, as well as meeting the requirements for drainage control. And although there were trees which were removed during grading, these trees were shown to be within the grading footprint on the grading plans and therefore slated for removal, which was approved by the county. So the proposed project is consistent with the goals and policies of the general plan, including policy LU 3.6, which is for the that development shall adhere to the density, land use intensity, and water and sewage disposal standards as set forth in table LU1. And policy LU 4.3 to ensure that new development is designed in a manner that is compatible with surrounding land uses through design and buffering, addressing potential impacts from noise, lighting, and traffic. The parcel is within the Copperopolis community area. However, there is no current community plan. And there are no general plan implementation measures applicable to the review of discretionary projects that further restrict this project. So an initial study was completed analyzing project-related impacts to the environment, and a negative declaration has been prepared in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, finding a less than significant project-related impacts. The environmental document was available for public review from August 10th, 2021 to September 10th, 2021, during which 2 comment letters were received from adjacent landowners. The first comment letter was from Ms. Roberta Kelly, an adjacent landowner, who reiterated the concerns in her first comment letter to the application routing regarding a non-residential use in a rural residential area, future development or expansion of the church campus, the adjacent equestrian easement, grading, and tree removal, all of which I've already discussed. Ms. Kelly did not have any specific comments to the secret document. The second letter was from Mr. and Mrs. Baxter, who are also adjacent landowners, which included many comments to multiple sections within the secret document. The letter stated concerns regarding impacts to scenic vistas, as the proposed construction is for a 27-foot tall structure on the top of a hill adjacent to residential parcels. Although the construction of a church on the subject parcel will change the current view that the adjacent neighbors have of an undeveloped parcel, there are no designated scenic vistas within the project area. The Baxter's letter also had concerns regarding air quality and stated that the plans show a gravel driveway and parking area. However, the project has been conditioned to meet the requirements of Chapter 1770, which requires paving of the driveway and the parking area, which will eliminate dust that would otherwise result from graveled surfaces. The Baxters also stated concerns regarding biological resources with respect to the equestrian easement. However, the equestrian easement is entirely within the bounds of the adjacent subdivision, and personal equestrian facilities are not considered to be a biological resource. I also had concerns regarding site drainage and whether the on-site septic system was installed with permits. And as I stated previously, the issuance of an engineered grading permit requires that all grading and earthwork activities employ best management practices to minimize erosion and control sediment discharges to the maximum extent practicable. In addition, the on-site wastewater permit was issued, and that received a final inspection on March 3rd, 2021. The Baxters also had concerns with regards to hazards and transportation in the event that an emergency evacuation occurs. The subject parcel currently receives services from Copper Fire, CAL FIRE, and the Sheriff, and none of these agencies had any concerns. The letter stated concerns with regards to noise, stating that the construction and operation of the church would greatly increase acceptable noise levels. However, Copper Cove Drive is a heavily traveled collector roadway extending from Little John Road to Auburn's Ferry, and provides access to a large portion of the residential areas within Copperopolis with a posted speed limit of 40 miles per hour. This indicates that the current transportation-related noise sources on Copper Cove Drive will not be greatly impacted by the addition of the church. In addition, all noise from the proposed use shall conform to the standards of the noise ordinance, which restricts daytime and nighttime noise levels. And finally, the Baxters expressed concerns that the project has impacts that will be cumulatively considerable. Now, per SEQA, cumulatively considerable means that the incremental effects of a project are considerable when viewed in connection with the effects of past projects, the effects of current projects, and the effects of probable future projects. Although traffic has increased along Copper Cove Drive due to the construction of new residences in some of the adjacent subdivisions, traffic to and from the church will be limited due to the nature of the use, and the occupancy is not considered to be cumulatively considerable. I also wanted to add that a comment was received on Tuesday, which you've all received a copy of from myvalleysprings.com, which discussed an error in the SEQA document with regards to standards for all new lighting. The document incorrectly stated that all lighting will adhere to the development standards for the commercial zone, which is incorrect. Although this structure must meet commercial building standards, it's not required to meet the commercial zone development standards. Conditions of approval for CUPs are found in Chapter 1782, which do not specifically discuss lighting. However, after a thorough review of the submitted building plans, the only plans for exterior lighting include recessed LEDs under the covered front entrance to the structure, as well as floodlights along the perimeter of the structure, which are for safety. There are no planned lights for the parking area. So in conclusion, the project as proposed conforms to the applicable goals and policies of the county general plan, and the subject parcel is not within a community plan area. The project is found to be compatible with the surrounding land uses and zoning in the vicinity. The subject parcel is 10 acres in size and is adequate in land area to accommodate the proposed use, and the project has been conditioned the project has been conditioned to have safe and adequate access. This permit is conditioned for the protection of public health, safety, and welfare. Letters of objection to the approval of the CUP were received from adjacent landowners within 300 feet of the subject parcel. However, all relevant concerns have been addressed, and the project has been conditioned to reduce impacts to the neighboring parcels. The potential impacts of the project were evaluated in an initial study and negative declaration, which revealed that this project will have a less than significant effect on the environment. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any member of the commission who has any questions for Madeline before we give the applicant an opportunity to speak?
Yes, I do. I wonder if you could pull up Exhibit H to the Baxter's letter of comment to the, it's this, in your packet, it came right before your response to comments. You have it.
Is that the comment to the CEQA document?
Yeah.
Okay.
Has all the photos attached to it.
Now can you eliminate the black, select a microphone?
That's not,
It's not showing on my screen.
that box is not on.
Okay. Okay, well, that box is going to stay there. This is, I understand, what the parcel looks like now after the aborted grading operations. There, great, thank you. Which shows a hill that has had, apparently had its top lopped off, and then fill has been put around the edges, is the way it appears to me. My first question really is about the septic systems. It seems strange that we have septic systems already installed and approved, and if it's for a church that's going to be up on the top of this flattened hill, they must be up there somewhere, which would indicate to me that the grading is either completed or almost totally completed. And this is what's going to be the layout of where the church is going to be constructed. It seems strange that the septic system has been approved and installed and is all up to date before the grading has been finally approved. Do you have any comment on that?
At the moment, there's no interdepartmental review of on-site wastewater system permits. So that's purely under the purview and approval of the Environmental Health Department. From what I understand, that was applied for back in June of 2020. And from the last conversation I had with Public Works, the grading is complete. However, there's still a detention basin that needs to be installed. That's pretty much the update that I've received.
Okay. So this is probably the way the hill's going to look.
From what I
basically.
understand, yes.
Now, the EIR states that the parcel consists of gently rolling hills. It also states that the general plan includes rolling hills in its list of scenic vistas. The response to the EIR comments on the second page says there are no scenic vistas within this project area. I'm getting a quirky logic syllogism here. If rolling hills are scenic vistas, and this project had rolling hills, at least before the tops was lopped off, why wasn't this a scenic vista?
It's not a designated scenic vista. Scenic vistas can be a little bit tricky. They're not defined under CEQA. So when the view of a few adjacent landowners is being impacted because there's an adjacent parcel that's being developed, that's not considered to be significant. It's more when there's a public view that is being altered that's considered to be significant.
So these people on their property looked out over rolling hills, but they're not, who designates what's a scenic vista and what isn't?
Well, the general plan does. Do you want
Well, I thought you just said the general plan says that rolling hills are scenic vistas.
How do you want to address this?
Well, it's determined that when the scenic vista, however you want to define that, is being altered to the effect that the public is now going to be impacted, then we can consider it to be a scenic vista. But in this particular case, it is a few landowners. Therefore, since it's not impacting the general public, we didn't see it as a scenic vista.
But people...
Certainly, you know, it is your discretion to say otherwise. If you want to further condition the permit as such, that's going to be up to your discretion.
Well, I mean, wasn't this property viewable from the adjoining roads? So the people were seeing these rolling hills?
Yes, and again, that's kind of subject to, a determination by you as to whether or not you're going to classify this scenic vista as an impact to the general public.
Okay, well, you have no indication that the public itself was not seeing these rolling hills.
Well, I suppose they could, but, the objection letters that we received were from a few individuals.
Well, I understand that.
And the process of review was extensive. So we sent out letters acknowledging the application and the CEQA document to, a vast number of individuals for
And
which we did not
Do
receive
you have
comments.
any photographs of the property from a public vantage point?
Available to show? Likely
Yes.
not. I mean, you could, from Copper Cove Drive?
Copper Cove Drive or the other drive?
Something that we can share. I don't know that we've got those necessarily. I mean, most people have probably searched it through Google Maps and other various,
Yep.
It just, as you can tell, I have a real problem when we say that rolling hills are scenic vistas, and this place has rolling hills, and there are no scenic vistas. So right now, without all the further discussions we're going to have today, my tendency is to say that the EIR should have said there's not less than significant.
yeah. Okay, so for correction, it's
sorry.
not an environmental impact report?
I'm sorry,
So,
yeah.
I don't really want to refer to the
Yeah.
CEQA document as an environmental
I
impact
take
report.
that. I'm thinking that that...
Certainly, and if you think of, if you think of Calaveras County as, as a whole, that could be defined as the entire county, because that's our terrain.
But it's in the
So-
general plan, so...
Well, and again, that is up to your discretion to determine whether or not this classifies itself as a scenic vista that could be detrimental to the public if altered.
I will, we have a lot going on today, so
We do.
I'll stop this right now.
So
Okay.
I'm going to say one thing, is I think that one possible interpretation in how I saw it is that scenic vistas are eligible for designation. And so if you drive from Highway 4, from Stockton to the mountains, there is the rolling hills, and I think most people would see that that is something that we wouldn't want to wholesale change, because that's the iconic California rolling golden hills look, but not that every individual hill or slope
Right.
is necessarily protected by the general plan description of rolling hills.
Because we also have to consider the right to develop your property, understanding
Oh, I
this is a
understand.
discretionary application, but if you take that in the literal fashion, then we can pretty much,
Well, I understand, but
Can-
also you can take it, and you can say that there would be a significant, that
Right.
can be mitigated.
and
then
there
we
is
can mitigate
possible mitigation. If you find that that is indeed an impact, we can discuss further,
But-
conditions that we could possibly apply if you are willing to, consider approval of the application, then we can further discuss possible conditions that might offset
Yes, such as landscaping.
such an
and
impact.
that- that
Absolutely.
mature
So I don't think it can go necessarily without mitigation, but if the commission so chooses, we can certainly have that discussion.
Okay, if instead of being used for a church, this parcel, 10-acre parcel were to be subdivided and developed with houses,
Yes.
how many, under the RR designation, how many houses could be built on it?
So this is just above a 10-acre parcel, correct? With public water and on-site wastewater disposal systems, that would be a minimum 1-acre parcel size. So in theory, the parcel could potentially be divided into 10 single-family residential lots. On a single-family residential parcel zoned rural residential, you can, in fact, by not only county ordinance, but state law, have an ADU, which is an accessory dwelling unit. So potentially, this parcel could be developed with 20 single-family residences.
And each of those residences would have a maximum height of 35 feet?
Correct.
And this has...
And that would not be, the only discretion would be through the subdivision map process, the tentative map process. The development of those, each individual lots is not a discretionary action, those are ministerial, only needing grading permits, septic permits, and building permits that are not at the discretion of you or any other board.
Okay. And so we could, getting back to the project at hand, we could impose conditions, or mitigations, by specifically requiring certain landscaping and more specified than the current landscaping plan.
I would say that if you think that requiring additional specific landscaping is going to offset what you are determining is an impact to the environment, then I would think that that would be very acceptable for you to suggest some specific plantings of species in certain locations.
I need to make a comment here to clarify. I think that we need to distinguish between conditions on the use permit, which can be just general things that you think are necessary for the public health, welfare, and safety, versus if you actually feel mitigation is required under the CEQA document. Since this was circulated as a negative declaration, not a mitigated negative declaration, I think that would need to go back for recirculation. If you're feeling that it rises to the level of a significant impact within the meaning of CEQA, okay?
If the commission was to
Right.
determine that.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions at this point.
Madeline, is there any way you could bring up attachment to the elevations? Do you have that in your packet? No, it's attachment 2. I'm looking for this guy with the profile on the side. Yeah, can you blow that up? Because I'm having a hard time seeing it. Specifically the profile. Yes. So the dotted line's the existing, or was the existing finished grade, correct?
Yes.
And then the line below that, approximately, what, 4 to 5.5 feet, 5.5 feet or so, is finished grade of building pad? Yeah. So approximately took off roughly 5.5 feet.
I believe that Robin Peters has joined us. Is he on Zoom? Annette? Robin, are you available
He
to
is
answer any
here.
questions for grading?
Oh, he's here.
Oh, you're here. Yeah, he's,
Robin is the engineer with Delta Engineering who can answer any and all questions about the grading of this parcel.
Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission, I'm Robin Peters with Delta.
I need to turn that mic on. Sorry.
Should I remove this?
I would say it might be easier if you removed your mask while you're talking. Thanks.
Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission, I'm Robin Peters with Delta Engineering in Jackson.
Oh,
The applicant has asked me,
Okay, that's as far as I can put it up without.
just give me a thumbs up and I'll go.
speak up.
The applicant has asked me to help them navigate the use permit process, so I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
So off the finished grade to building pad grade, what's the amount, roughly, what did you remove, or going to remove, the cut?
Did remove.
So just to clarify what has been done, we designed a grading plan and improvement plans for this property. The rough grading is complete, so what you see today represents finished rough grade. Now clearly, additional infrastructure and structural section has to be brought in to finish the parking lot, but no more mass grading will be done. This is it. And to your specific question about how much was removed, I don't have the grading plan handy, but if you were to zoom in on that profile, I could pick out the answer.
Yeah, I was
for you.
looking at it, it's kind of hard to see the numbers, but it looks like about 5.5 feet.
That's
Yeah.
about
roughly.
right. We did balance earthwork, cut and fill on site so that there was no import or export.
And then it looks like you have
required.
a fill on the right, well, I'm looking at the right-hand side, correct?
Looks like.
If you could zoom out so I can see the section line, look at the plan view.
There.
So the section line runs horizontally across your screen. That's section A. So this section would be viewed as if you were standing south looking north toward the building. So we have cut on the left side, the west side, Black Creek Drive side, and then fill on the east side. And in profile, that's what you see. Is cut on the west side and fill on the east side. So we balance the cut and fill on the property. I hope that answered your question.
Okay, thank you. And then, Exhibit E, comment from, I believe the Baxters. Oh, I'm sorry. And is there any, do you have Exhibit E from a comment letter from the Baxters?
One of the photos.
Under the photos? That shows the equestrian trail or easement all the way around that property. Now, does that property continue, anybody know if the equestrian trail parallels Copper Cove, or does it terminate there? What's the easement on that? Does it surround that property, or the?
It's along the entire boundary of that subdivision.
Okay,
Yes.
so it does parallel Copper Cove and continue all the way around?
Well, this is the assessor's map, this is not the subdivision map.
That's the best thing we have.
So this is, I would assume, based on the notes that are here, that the dashed line that's along the entire boundary of this subdivision, that yes, that is correct.
So it doesn't, it's hard to tell, but it encapsulates this whole map right here. My question, correct? Okay. So there's supposed to be a 15-foot, is there, it was stated that there was going to be a 100-foot setback from the church. Is that on all sides or just the back side?
Do you mean the approximation that I made of the 100 feet?
Yeah.
That is just what I measured based on the two-scale grading plans that showed where the parking area begins with regards to the property line.
Okay. So not on Copper Cove?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anybody else have any questions for Madeline before we hear from the representative of the applicant? Nope. Okay. Robin, are you speaking?
Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission, thanks for your time today. I'm representing the applicant, helping them navigate.
You might have to really speak up in order for the folks behind you to hear you.
I am helping the applicant navigate the use permit process. I appreciate your time today. The applicant has been pursuing a church on this property for several decades, as the staff report indicated, and of course, a church was permitted by right in the 03-04 era. The plan development permit was issued in 03-04 and then expired. But a church has been slated for this site for a very long time. At the time, and prior to early this year, January of 2021, this property was zoned C1, and a church is a permitted use in the C1 zoning district. It was only after January of this year that rezoned to rural residential, which made a church a conditional use and not permitted by right, it's permitted by condition. And that's why we're pursuing a conditional use permit today. And that's really the only reason. Had it not been for the rezone, of course, we would have pursued the second PD permit application that was submitted actually prior to the rezone, and we'd probably have sticks in the air by now. In any case, the applicant, the congregation has been attempting to relocate this church for quite some time. The goals, of course, are to provide better facilities, more adequate facilities for the congregation, but also to relocate the place of worship closer to the heart of the center of mass, if you will, of the congregation, which really is in the Copper Cove subdivision and adjacent subdivisions. The largest majority of the congregation resides in the Copper Cove subdivision and the adjacent subdivisions nearby that feed off of Copper Cove Drive. So the goal for a long time has been to bring their place of worship closer to the community, which, as a matter of fact, reduces impacts such as traffic, right? We're serving the same population that now travels 4.5 miles to town to their current place of worship, and now by bringing this facility closer to the congregation, we actually significantly reduce vehicle miles traveled and reduce impacts associated with traffic. And that's a good reason to, it's a common reason for church facilities to try to relocate closer to their congregation, and that's what we're doing here. It's a good project. It's a good fit for the community. It serves the local community and provides them a local place of worship. We've reviewed the conditions. We take no exception to the conditions. In fact, we take no exception to the addition of landscaping if that's appropriate. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think the staff report fleshes this out very well, and we look for your support.
I don't know how well you can answer this, but how large is the average congregation on any given Sunday?
I can't answer that.
Oh, okay.
"86 households, 212 individuals."
That's the average, or is that just the membership?
When I asked the applicant for these numbers, that's what I received.
Okay.
So I
thank
would
you.
assume that's average. I'm sure it varies from one Sunday to the next, but those are the numbers that I have.
Okay, thank you.
Just to put it in perspective, since I do have them in my hand, roughly 70% of the individuals reside in the Copper Cove subdivision and Bridlewood and the adjacent subdivisions right there around this subject property. So about 70% of the congregation is right there. So you see the advantage of locating a place of worship closer to the congregation. It reduces that back and forth travel, back and forth between here and town. So.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question, Robin. So did you do the engineering on the septic system for this?
Yes.
Was it engineered for the 18,000-foot structure or the smaller structure?
No, it was designed for this structure.
Okay, how long ago did they install that?
Early this year, as I understand it. It is in the ground and final.
Can you tell us where it's located?
I'm sorry, and it's not uncommon to touch on an earlier question. It's not uncommon for a project like this, a church in particular, to eat the apple in bites, as it were, as money allows, generate revenue sufficient to install the septic system, and then it gets installed. And then they generate additional revenue, and then the grading is done. And sometimes these church projects take years to play out because it's a pay-as-you-go system. You find the money, and then you build the next component. So that's a very common approach for churches, and that's what we see here. That's why the septic system was installed earlier, then the grading came later.
assuming the septic system is not on the pad, but below?
Correct. It is not on the pad. It's adjacent to the pad to the northwest.
That's what you were asking about.
Yeah, thank you. Now, the application says that no trees greater than 12-inch in diameter will be knocked down for this project, and yet there's an Exhibit C to the Baxter letter shows a tree that knocked down, that I assume was knocked down during the grading process, that is a very substantial oak tree. Were you there when the grading was happening, and did you see these trees?
I was not there at the time of grading, but I did design the grading plan.
And would you say that none of those trees that were knocked down were more than 12 inches in diameter?
I can't comment.
Okay.
I didn't see those trees removed, and I just don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But I want to clarify that they didn't say that none of them would be knocked down during the grading permit application.
No.
It was during this application. Yes.
This application, does it predate the grading?
Yes, it does.
So, part of the process, these trees were knocked down, and substantial trees, certainly. Yes, in the application, it's the question, will all proposed uses be confined within a building? And the answer is yes. Can you speak for the applicant? Do they really mean that there's not going to be any barbecues outside, or Easter egg hunts, or outside services on Easter morning and this sort of thing?
I cannot speak for the applicant in that regard. I think the big picture answer is it's a church and services are held indoors. Will there be a barbecue once in a while outdoors? I simply don't know, and I'm not sure the applicant knows at this point. I would suggest that the primary use is an indoor use.
Sure.
And that's, and I think in that regard, it meets the intent of the statement in the application.
Yeah. And the applicant now understands that the driveway will be paved because of the application
Yes.
indicated.
Oh, absolutely, yes. The encroachment, the driveway, and the parking lot will all be paved.
Yeah. I have no further questions.
I actually want to add on to that because he covered some of mine. Also, weddings, funerals, summer daycare, are those activities that this church hosts? I would assume most churches do.
Every church does weddings, funerals, most do daycare.
Okay, so there could be activities happening every day, or
in
multiple
theory-
days a week, not just Sunday services.
In theory, I suppose,
Yeah.
yes.
And
that's
there
not uncommon,
could
but
be outdoor activities related to those items seasonally.
I would think there may be the odd outdoor activity, a kickball match on a Wednesday during daycare.
Right.
I would assume that's possible.
Thank you. Any further questions for Robin before we let him sit down? Mr. Worcester?
No, none from Robin?
All right.
Thank you. I
Thank
just
you.
asked for an opportunity to provide additional comments before the public hearing closes. Thank
We
you.
may have more questions. Then we will open this up for public comment, and I think it's 3 minutes per, 5 minutes per person. And who would like to get started? Come on up.
Good morning, Marty Crane. It's nice to see you all. I want to talk about trees, lighting, and the word cumulative. I think it's important that we all of us, regardless of how you feel about any development, understand what happens today and what will happen tomorrow and what happens during the process. I live in Valley Springs. We've seen it all. I was standing across the street of Highway 26, and I heard this noise, and I looked over, and here's this tractor of some sort, I didn't know what it was, and it rolled up to, there were mature oaks here, a lot of them, rolled up to a mature oak, wrapped its little steel arms around it, yanked it out within seconds, and then moved on to the next one, and the next one, and the next one. Then they applied for their permit and said, there's no trees, we're not going to knock any trees down, it's because they were already done. We had experienced 800 trees up a little higher across the street. So we know about this sort of thing, and I'm not saying that's what happened here, but when you mentioned that one tree, I'm thinking we just need to be aware of this. Also, when it comes to lighting, you said that there are no plans for lighting in the parking lot. I can't imagine, people of authority or responsibility in any organization come and go. I can't imagine at some point they might say, oh my goodness, we need lighting in this parking lot. People are going to run into each other or whatever. Landscape lighting can more than accommodate that without lights up on a pole. And, but it's common practice for developments to come in and put lights up on a pole. And while you may shield them down from the sky, thank you very much if you do that, it doesn't shield it from the people around it and driving along. So, and I think that you would save you would have significant financial savings if you did that. Plus, you mentioned floodlights on the front of the building for security. Floodlights create shadows for people to hide in. And if you talk to a security lighting expert, they'll tell you that. And you'd save an awful lot more money. And one last thing before I go. 30 years ago, sounds like a lot, but it was yesterday. My nephews came up to visit, and this is why I remember it so specifically. My nephews were 4 and 5 years old, and they came up and they arrived at night. And so we all ran out, picked them up. They were twins, picked them up, and one of them went. They lived in Orange County. Where are the stars? And one of them looked up and went, whoa, like this. He was just so amazed. And I said, yeah, lots of stars, huh? I said, wonder how many there are. And he goes, 1, 2, 3. They were so close, you couldn't count them. Now you look up, people might think, oh, wow, look at the stars. It's nothing compared to what it was because we have so many lights in Valley Springs. I mentioned one time, we're on our way to becoming the next small Las Vegas in Valley Springs, and I was brushed off and they laughed about it. That's exactly what we're looking at. The fitness center used to blind you, but it doesn't anymore. Not because they've toned down the lights or even covered them, which they haven't, because there are so many other lights. That's cumulative. Every time we've got the Dollar General or Dollar Store, whatever it is, with lights blasting all around. Everybody's got a big light. They got to outdo the next person. And so when we think about these things, I just want us to remember the word cumulative is a big word. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Good morning. Is this good far? My name is Kathy Luzzi. My husband and I bought in Copperopolis on Bridlewood Lane 4 years ago, thinking this would be a retirement coming from the Bay Area. I can drive. I can find a place to park my own car. I can go outside. I can look at the rolling hills. I like that. I would hate to have my property lose in value for years to come when my children inherit this, that it's not what it is that we bought. I have 4 things. The road. It says here for your thing to do on the road that they are going to pave the road and the parking. Paving of the roads and parking lot will be temporary in nature. What does temporary in nature mean? Is it permanent, where the roads will be paved all the time, or what does temporary mean? When
No, I-
they used to use this lot for their church services, it was all dirt. The cars would drive in from Black Creek all the way to the fence, not 15 feet from the fence for the horses to be walking. They would drive all the way up to the fence line. My house, if you look on the description, is the closest property building to that fence line. When I sit out on my deck, these cars drive all the way straight up. The 15 feet equestrian, I'm responsible for. If anything happens on that, I'm responsible. The 15 feet needs to be stopped as the fence for my house. They can't come into my yard. The 15 feet needs to be having a fence or something put up so the cars stop from coming up there, because they still will be able to drive around the whole lot, because that's not being stopped. And if the horses are out there, anybody walking down could scare a horse. My next thing is the noise. The noise, they say, is 45 decibels or 60 decibels, depending upon if it's a community or if it's a church. The noise level isn't so much how loud it is, but the time that it is. If the noise doesn't start at after 7 or end before 10, that noise accumulates up into the air. And it's not just the noise of people, it's the noise of the cars going in and out of the parking lots. And my last thing is they said they did a traffic report on June 4th. I don't know what day of the week that was, but if June 4th is not a Sunday when cars will be going in and out of Black Creek and Copper Cove Drive, the left-hand turn lane needs to be taken care of, because all those people that live up in Saddle Creek or in Copper Cove on the top, that's their main thoroughfare down to O'Byrne's Ferry in order to get to Highway 108 or in order to get to the grocery store, which could impact fire and ambulance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm not very good at this, but I'll give it a try. My name's Roberta Kelly, and I own the house at 404 Bridlewood Lane. It is the one that is facing the fence the most, and as far as where the church is going. Now, my house, all of my windows that I can look out are on that side of the house. I have in my living room a large sliding glass door that is at least 8 feet high. It's the largest one you get. I have vaulted ceilings. I have a big window on each side of that. My dining room table, the same thing. Big window facing that. They might not consider me a vista, but that's my vista. My bedroom window, large window, faces that church. Now, I bought my house because of a retirement. The area that I live in Bridlewood, we have 2 houses that have children out of 22 houses that are there. Most of the people around us are retired. I'm sorry if you don't feel that that's my vista, but it was. And this vista that I had, they have excavated it twice since I've been there. And I don't know if they got a permit for the first one or not, because it was about a year before the second one was done that they took it down to where it is now. So I don't know how far they were supposed to take it each time or what. Your dates on when they did the excavation are completely wrong. They did the excavation on May 3rd, started at 6:30 in the morning. They were taking that tree out, that huge tree. That isn't the only one they took out, and it's not the only time they took out. They took trees out, big oak trees, for the other times when they were doing excavation. The excavation started on June 3rd, 7 o'clock in the morning on May 3rd. 7 o'clock in the morning on May 4th, the building department posted, "Do not do any more excavation." Excuse me, they did, and they never stopped. They did it the 4th and the 5th, all day. They started like at 6:30 in the morning. My contractor wouldn't start work until after 7 because of noise problems for the neighbors when I had my garage built. But these people started before 6:30 because they were taking down the tree at 6:30 and woke me up, which that's a minor part because I get up by 7 anyway. But on June 4th, they gave them the notice early in the morning to stop, and they just kept working all day, no breaks, nothing. June 5th, they finished working at 5 o'clock at night. Now, that's a whole day, 2 days of working excavation when they've been told not to do it, to stop. And when I talked to the contractor, me and Kathy, he says, "I'm paying $25,000 a day for my equipment and my men to be out there doing it. I'm not stopping." This is what we're going to deal with a church? These people that are supposed to be, Christians and following the rules? I listened every weekend almost during the COVID thing. I have a cute little area that I made a little sitting area in my backyard. And I sat there and listened to their preaching every Sunday morning. And getting close to the time that they were going to stop this, and they're talking about the plans being drawn up, and that they're getting approvals for this, and they're getting approvals for that, and we're going to be starting building soon, and we're going to be doing excavation, all this stuff. He also started talking about the school they want to put in on that property. Now, this is an area that is mostly retirement people. The 2 houses that have children are members of this church, and God bless them. But they are not telling you what they're doing in the future. When I approached Terry, the guy that turned in the paperwork to you about, his name's on top, he tried to pass it off that, no, there wasn't going to be, I don't know what you're talking about. I said, well, excuse me, but you've seen me sitting here every week, and you know I heard this. Then he says, oh, well, that's going to be in the future. You'll probably be dead and gone by that time. Excuse me? This is my future.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
They aren't being, there's a lot more things going wrong with that place.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this item?
My name is Deborah Costa, and I also live on Bridlewood. I've also been a planning commissioner for a little over 7 years. I was chair for over 4.5 down in the Bay Area before coming up here to retire. I see that the staff has already given you a recommendation for approval without actually taking into account the neighbors' concerns. Yes, they address them by dismissal. You are open to all sorts of lawsuits, just in the way this application has been handled. Issuing permits before approvals, any approvals, lack of timely notifications to residences, stop notices not enforced, lack of concern for animal and personal injury, loss of property values. Now, loss of property values for all of the people surrounding this project means also loss of revenue for the county. There's noise disturbances to the neighborhood. Knowing there needs to be a Copperopolis community plan done and still not having even started it when all the other cities in the county have already been completed, the fact that zoning for this parcel had already been changed to RR shows that the residents don't want their rural environment and feel to be lost. There will be a significant loss of rural community. The views, the rolling hills, which is what we all look at now, will be lost. traffic, noise, light from the commercial project, and this is a commercial project. The community plan should be done prior to a CUP approval. I have about 6 other items that I think should be done prior to a CUP approval. The occupancy has still not been stated. What is the maximum occupancy for this facility? The traffic study, and I'll go into more detail on each of these. The, let's see, a fence along the border of their property, along the equestrian trail. All surface parking, that should be part of their use permit, to have all surface parking and roads to be asphalt or concrete. We also think that there should be at least, if this is to be approved, there should be turn lanes onto and off of Copper Cove Drive to be a part of the CUP. And time restrictions, no noise after 10 p.m. Now I'm going to go a little bit more into detail again. For a church, you could have an occupancy of 1,062 people at 7 feet per person, or 14 feet per person, which would be about 531. At 531 with 95 spaces, that's 5.5 per vehicle, which is acceptable according to the code. However, more likely you're going to have 4 people in a vehicle, which would mean you'd need about 133 spaces, or 5 people would be 107. Occupancy dictates parking requirements, yet no maximum occupancy numbers are in this report or have been given. The traffic study should have been an outlet to craft traffic. Traffic studies should be completed prior to any approval of the CUP. There is already significant increase in traffic on Copper Cove Drive, which is a connector road between Little John and O'Byrne's Ferry. The traffic and noise have already increased from current rural residential developments as well as single-family residences, such as Saddle Creek. Your statement, traffic to and from the church will be limited due to the nature of the use and will not be cumulatively considerable, is not accurate. You continually emphasize it is already located in Copper. Yes, it is, on Main Street, right off of Highway 4. People come from not only Copper Cove Development or Bridlewood, they also come from other rural communities, and they come in through Highway 4. Highway 4 is a major thoroughfare, and so is Main Street and O'Byrne's Ferry. And it is a commercial area, and that's where that church does belong. This church is really a commercial multi-use building. Its approval, it needs to be stated that no other future developments on the subject property. I'm running out of time, so I will go back to time restrictions and state that we currently have no noise issues and are able to sit out and enjoy our peaceful and scenic landscape that God has provided us without light interference or building interference. Again, please vote no and not undo God's glorious work. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak?
Good morning, and thank you for taking me in today. I'm Gerald Baxter. I'm the one that probably wrote that primary rebuttal. And we bought this property back in 2010. And again, as a primary purpose of buying this house was because we love the country, we love the rolling hills, we love the views, and we bought this property because of that. When we didn't know that the church had purchased that property and such, I was under the impression that they didn't purchase it until around 2010, but it sounds like they must have purchased it before that time. Anyway, when we talked to our real estate agent when we were buying, we asked about that property and inquired about it, and I was told that it was a residential area, that it was eventually going to be homes instead of being a church. One of the big problems I think that Copperopolis is seeing is that we don't have a community plan for this area. Most of Calaveras County does have a community plan for those residents in those areas. And by having that community plan, we would be able to eliminate a lot of these issues that are coming up about these type of situations. I would like to see that this county take that as a high priority to make sure that we don't have any other fiascos, such as the developments around Poker Flat, the Calypso Bay development, and all of these other areas that have been a total disaster. I'm not against the church. It's just the location where they're deciding to put it. It's right in my backyard, and I'm sure many of you have heard the term, not in my backyard. Well, you're going to hear it again. It's in my backyard. I have to look at it. Would you want this in your backyard? Would you like to look out every day and see this structure in your area every single day? And if you notice on that Exhibit H, may I take this down? This is just a problem. If you notice on Exhibit H, that's a fairly high mountain that was graded down. And again, it's been graded before this actual grading that was done recently. So the church came in and cut it down flat so that they could have some surfaces. So it was actually higher. And that hill acted as a buffer of the noise coming down on Copper Cove Drive. If you listen to the diesel trucks and the trucks running up and down that hill, they echo through that area. Now that they've graded that down, that has now knocked that noise or increased that noise in that area because of that grading. The other thing that was brought up too was they did do the grading on May 3rd. It was reported in the document that I received as May 12th. It's May 3rd. Again, I was the one that called the planning department on May 3rd when I saw them doing that work. And I asked, I've never received any notice about this development going on. I have received nothing. And the church has never approached me and said, hey, we're going to build a church right next to your property. Do you have any input? Do you have any things that you would suggest that we do so it doesn't mitigate you as far as a neighbor? Never was I ever approached. And so I called the planning department, and immediately they told me, oh, a CUP hasn't been issued. They're not supposed to be doing anything. No permits have been issued. Well, then later I found that a permit was issued prior to the CUP, which is not correct. No permit should have been done until that CUP was done. And then the other thing is only people within 300 feet of that property were notified about that CUP. And note that that CUP came out on May 3rd, the date I called. It would have never come out, probably, if I hadn't called the planning department that day and told I want a cease and desist order until a CUP is done. And then the notice was posted at 7 a.m. in the morning, and they continued for 2 days after that because of money. And you want us to trust the church now? What's going to happen in the future? They're going against their own preachings about not following laws and procedures. And so I'm adamantly opposed to it just because of their process and procedures of what they've been doing. I'm concerned about the noise and everything that will be generated from this process. So.
Your time's up, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Morning, Bill and Commission. First of all, let me thank you for what you do. It's not an easy job, and you're never going to satisfy everybody. Really not. I'd like to say hello to my neighbors and the church members also. My name is Bruce Hudkins. I live at 300 Bridlewood Lane. Can you hear me? I live at 300 Bridlewood Lane, and we've occupied the home for 7 years. This is new to me to find out that this permit was actually tentatively approved in 2005. I mean, that's actually the kind of thing that I would have liked to address during escrow when we bought our property. I'm surprised that that wasn't part of our disclosures, seeing that. What I'd like to address this morning is, one is the final occupancy permit for this building, because it is an assembly building. And you kind of have to take the church aspect out of it and take a look at the assembly part of it. One of the comments was something about there has not been occupancy, a maximum occupancy number established yet for this building. Is that true?
That was the comment, that's not necessarily so. I'm sure that
Yeah,
the
that's what-
occupancy
to me,
numbers
you
are
couldn't even
available on the
tentatively approve this
building
product.
permit. We're not reviewing the building permit here today. But I'm sure that those numbers are available.
Okay, so there has, as far as the approval so far, there has been a number set as far as the occupancy for the building. Is that true?
I haven't seen the building plans, so I can't tell you, but but that's required as part of the building permit process, so I'm sure that there is a number set.
Okay, well, that is actually pretty important to know what the occupancy is as far as parking and people that are in the pews. I mean, that's actually pretty important. As far as a key point was brought up about as far as churches they have a great vision what they want. It's a little different from the developer, and the comment was brought up about pay as you go. And a lot of churches get into this circular position of paying as you go. And so unfortunately, it leaves a lot of projects prolonged or unfinished or continuously apply for re-permits and as they go along, and things have a tendency to change. So the biggest concern I have right now as far as the actual end goal of this building. And one has to do with the parking and the actual parking service around the building. Now, as far as the occupancy permit, especially since it's going to be an A1 or an A2 occupancy building because of the number of people in this building, it's going to require a lot of parking spots. And parking spots, the draining, the asphalt, the infrastructure around it is extremely expensive. And a lot of people underestimate what that's going to cost. They're taking a look at the structure itself, and they don't look at the infrastructure around it. So I can't look at a crystal ball right now to take a look at your future, but I can just pretty much guess that the occupancy permit process for this structure will be piecemealed along. The structure will be constructed, then occupancy permit will be requested to actually have church meetings and assemblies there prior to the parking lot being finished. So you're going to end up with a dirt lot, gravel lot with cars going in and out. We already addressed dust and conditions to the road. That's runoff on the road, mud, dirt, gravel. That's something this planning commission should address. And it's actually something that you could do right now as far as conditions, as far as this project going on, is to prevent occupancy until the parking lot has been done, that's asphalted, and egress and access has been completed. And you take a look at the actual project of this, if you take a look at the structure, you take a look at the drainage, you take a look at the parking, you take a look at the landscape, I have a feeling this church has grossly underestimated the cost of this project. And the community is going to see this go on for a long, long time. In the polar opposite, you can take a look at what's going on right now down at Copper Cove and Burns Ferry Road, the storage facility that's being built down there. That is an example of the most professional construction project I've ever seen. That project, you can see how that's being built. They've addressed drainage, they've addressed egress, they've addressed the surface, they've addressed landscaping all at one time. That is an example of what you want to see. And I'm afraid
Your time is up.
I'm afraid the church has underestimated this project, and I'm afraid the planning commission has underestimated this project too. So today, if you can address the conditions of this permit, and particularly address the levels of occupancy regarding the parking and the actual completion of this project. You know, I'd love to hear a representative of the church.
Thank you,
To actually
sir.
address this too. That'd be great.
Thank you. One last chance, folks.
I just want to say thank you for allowing people to finish their thought. At the Board of Supervisors, you're done, you're gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crane. Anybody else before we, thank you, come on up.
Hi, my name is John. I'm a member of Crossroads Church now on Main Street. I am the general contractor. I've been a member of this church for about 6 years, and I've been the one in the process for the last year and a half of getting this project in the works. I met with the director of the planning department, the development at the time, Scott, and the plan check, Zach, and I met with these guys just so I can get a good idea on how, you know, what under the codes, you know, the best way to go about it. So the occupancy is 300, okay? That gives you 3 people per car. That gives you the 97 parking spaces with the handicap. That's the occupancy. In regards to the finances, I'm a contractor. I built Bridalwood in 03, 05. I built all their homes. I was part of Lippy Construction. I was a superintendent. And when they were developing that property and moving all the rolling hills, people in Copperopolis were just as adamant of that not going on as they are. But at that time, you know, I'm a builder. And so I'm going to be building this church for Crossroads, and we have every intent to move quickly. That's how I build. And I just wanted to let everybody here know that we want to go by the rules. And the reason why we kept grading was because of what Madeline said. Because of the storm water drain, you know, we were already a mess, and we had to finish what we had to finish so that we complied. Okay? Thank you. Any questions?
Not for me, thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Terry Barrett. I am one of the pastors at the church. Been involved in the planning, doing our best to mitigate any problems regarding our neighbors. I have felt that I have treated them, especially Roberta Kelly, who has the only house that actually faces, and it's the backyard that actually faces the property. She's the only house that can see clearly the parking lot and the church building. The rest of the homes, one next to it, I believe, Mr. Baxter? No. Or next to it, they built a rather large garage, very high, has no windows. It pretty much blocks them from seeing the church unless they go out in front of their home. The other homes are further back. I don't know whether we have a picture of the layout of the homes or not, but you can see that there is not a lot of sight from their homes looking at the church. And there is another home in relationship, I understand, the scenic aspect that is quite in the distance. I have pictures on my cell phone of all the homes, their proximity, the height, etc. I would also say concerning the concern for noise, we cut down that hill approximately 4 feet, and there was another cut, as has been stated, from before. However, the building itself, at 120 feet long, 27 high, which includes the peak of the roof, is going to take away more noise from the road than the hill took away. Now, as to trees, I personally did my best. about 3 years ago to trim the dead branches on all those oaks facing the various homes and trying to get rid of the mistletoe because they were being diseased. And one of the biggest trees I personally cut down about 2.5 years ago. It was rotting in the middle and a danger, and the mistletoe literally took over the trees. And if you let that tree continue, the birds and whatever just move it to the other trees. So I just want to say to you folks, we're not bad neighbors. We want the best, and we're not trying to go around people. We're just trying to do things right, be a good neighbor, and we're doing what is requested of us, and we'll continue to do so. I also want to speak to one other thing, and that is that this is the first church building being built since 1865. That's 151 years. No buildings have been built in Copperopolis for a church. Churches, at least this kind of church, spends a lot of volunteer time among the congregation, as well as the pastors themselves, counseling people, helping people in the community, taking the time to build up the welfare of the community. And it will help in the long run to such a great degree. People won't realize until they look back, possibly. We're not wanting to build a church to have a rock band out in front of the church playing loud music. We meet inside the building. And even the church is built such, in the back, where the dining area is and the eating area is and outdoor, it will be on the back side of the church, mitigating any problems in relationship to noise going the other way. So I just want to encourage people to understand we want to do what is right. And of course, not everybody will agree on what is right all the time, but we have the welfare of the community.
Sir, yeah, your time looks like.
Thank you.
Just what, are there any questions? For him before he sits down? Hey, we'll have an opportunity during the next.
I just wanted to say he's the applicant, so he got
I know.
longer. That's
Yes,
why
exactly.
I shut it off.
That's fine. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Gone. Okay, we're going to close the public comment portion of,
We have Zoom people, so.
oh, I'm
Okay,
so
just-
sorry.
it's okay.
Yes, do we have a couple people on Zoom that
Yes,
we can bring on?
If Erwin would like to speak. Go ahead, Erwin.
Mr. Hedervik, can you hear us?
Erwin is my neighbor, worked in it, I was bored, I don't think he's...
Okay. Victoria, would you like to speak? Go ahead, Victoria.
Ms. Howell? So, Ms. Haggerty, are you prepared to speak?
She's speaking on a different project.
It's possible that you don't have your microphone or your speakers to the computer turned on. When it highlights their name, they are speaking.
Ms. Haggerty's is muted, only Ms. Howell's is on, so.
Check your speakers, though. The connection between the computer and the sound system. If her rectangle is green, she's talking. Right. Right.
Keep bringing something up in the chat, but it goes way too quick.
Yeah, there it is. Let's see.
Wanting to speak on different projects.
Oh, okay. Can we? Okay, so we can't hear Victoria, but they can.
They can hear each other.
Can we get a phone connection?
Yeah. Let's. We apologize. Let's see if we can figure this out so we can hear her.
Let me put it back. Victoria, can you try speaking? No. We had it on mic, and then she said to put it on here, but it's not working. What did you just put it on? Yeah, that's where she said to put it, because they changed it over, but we're still not hearing. No, try that.
We don't hear either one of them.
Okay, they're all wanting to speak on a different project.
Can we take a break?
Except Victoria.
I can't hear any of us. Gina's on here, Victoria's on here, I'm on here, I tried twice. I don't want to speak on this one, but they can't hear me.
I think we can hear
And I
something.
take it
Yeah.
off mute,
So
and
which
I've
one did you
done
put?
everything I can think.
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
This is Erwin, I can hear you.
Hi, Erwin. It's Victoria. I'm just going to write them in the text box, just a quick something, and then they don't have to worry about getting to me, I guess.
Yeah, it's very confusing and frustrating. I've been trying to get word to them. I told them that I could hear you. but-
Yeah, thank you.
So we
I
can
don't know
hear
what to
both of
say.
you now.
We can hear you. You can speak. We will hear you.
Ms. Howell, we can hear you now. Would you like to go ahead and speak?
If she can hear us.
I don't know. Ms. Howell, can you hear us?
Are they still trying to get us to hear us?
We can hear you. Victoria, we can hear you
Victoria?
now.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, no, she can't hear us.
Right.
See, that's the problem. I do apologize. IT changed something and we weren't notified, and I
Okay,
don't
can
know.
you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I can't hear you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. I am going to quickly speak because it's really difficult since I can't hear you guys responding. I don't really know what's going on. But I am just calling in, or I just wanted to comment. I am a member of the Bridal Woods neighborhood. A lot of my neighbors have spoken, and I respect all of them, and I respect their opinion. My home does not border the church project. However, I am a member of the Bridalwood Church. I personally and my family are looking forward to this, to the church edition. For us, not only is it convenient, but we look forward to congregating with them. We feel like it's a safe space for us and a good space for our family and our kids. I just wanted to be sure to be on record to being a person in the Bridalwood community that is in favor of this project. However, I understand that I do not have direct sight view of the church. I am not as concerned about the noise either because my house is set back a little farther. However, there is a park on the other side, directly on the other side of the Black Creek Drive, that all the way down to my house I can hear noise from the park also. So I don't see, personally in my opinion, I don't see that the addition of noise from the church, which would basically be on Sunday mornings and indoors, I don't see that to be any additional noise issue in the neighborhood for us. But again, my house is set down and back farther away from everyone else's. But yes, I just wanted to go on record as myself and my family are in favor of this project.
Thank you.
It was on the right one. Why was it changed? Okay, it needs to go.
I'm not sure they can hear me, but is there anyone else online who would like to speak to this item?
No.
Great. Now we will close the public comment portion of this hearing. And Madeline, would you like to recap and respond?
Let's see. I had it here where they said it wasn't working. She said yesterday.
We have such a list. Yeah, we'll see if we can, took lots of notes, we'll see if we can address some concerns and then carry on. One of the overwhelming concerns that I kind of started to hear from multiple people was concerns about lighting, specifically, obviously lighting trespass into the impacting neighbors, residential neighbors. Certainly, even though there's no exterior lighting plan at this time, you know, they could in fact at some point in the future propose parking lot lighting, for which they would have to come in and get a building permit for. We do have the ability to put notes in the permitting process that would alert everyone to, you know, the fact that there might be further conditions or further restrictions upon lighting. So, you know, in order to assure that there won't be any lighting trespass or other impacts associated with the lighting to light night skies and so forth, you can condition the permit that any future, existing and future lighting comply with the lighting, commercial standards for lighting, which requires
down shielding of lighting and so forth. So we are prepared to roll that into a condition of the permit if you see that that's necessary. Addressing some of the other issues, there was a concern about a reference to temporary paving. I'm not exactly sure where that comes from, but paving is not temporary. That is a condition of the permit if approved, and that is a section of the county parking ordinance that requires paving. So there is nothing temporary about the paving situation. The encroachment, the driveway, the parking lot will all be required to be paved according to code, and that will be required prior to occupancy. Usually the parking lot is one of the last things that goes in, but they will not get a certificate of occupancy from the building department until the planning department has reviewed, done a site inspection, which indicates that all the parking and landscaping has been done according to plan. So no paving is temporary. Parking next to the fence line, it appears that by Madeline's determination based on the site plan that their parking lot is well over 100 feet away from the property line in question, so I don't see that to be an issue. Let's see, there was a comment about a traffic analysis needing to be done. There was a traffic analysis that was completed at the request of the Public Works Department, which determined that a left-hand turn lane was not necessary. Noise impacts, all of us, every residential, commercial project in this county has to comply with the noise ordinance. So the church is not exempt. They will have to comply with the noise ordinance. That is a provision of county code and enforced by the county sheriff's office. And certainly if they need to be reminded of what that code section is, we can certainly direct them to that so they ensure that there are no violations of that noise ordinance. Let's see, moving down.
Excuse
the
me,
public
just
hearing.
one moment. Was there a question?
Can I ask one question? If you have 100 cars leaving one place at the same time, you don't think you're going to have a parking or driving problem with getting out?
Okay.
I'm sorry,
The public hearing is closed,
Yeah, the
so
public
everyone's
hearing
had
is
their
closed.
time. But the Public Works Department is responsible for reviewing traffic-related impacts, and their determination was that there was no significant impact, and therefore no left-hand turn lane was required. So no subsequent studies have been requested of the Public Works Department. So we have to rely upon them and the traffic analysis in order to make those determinations, and that was already completed and identified as not being a significant impact warranting any additional improvements. So let's see. I don't really see, there seemed to be some suggestion that there was 2 separate times of grading. I don't know, I can't speak to the first grading that supposedly took place. Unfortunately, there was a grading permit that was submitted and reviewed and approved prior to the commencement of this CUP, actually the PD application, which turned into the CUP. So it is unfortunate that that actually took place prior to, but we're trying to do our due diligence and address those concerns at this point. But I don't see how the timing in this respect is really that relevant. In regard to occupancy, we do have a calculation that we use to figure occupancy of the assembly building. And so the parking that has been proposed and submitted as part of your development plan is in conformance to the county parking ordinance, which is in direct relation to the occupancy of the building. What that
based on the
occupancy
gross.
is, I don't know, we don't have the notes before us, but certainly there is a calculation that, Madeline had reviewed and determined that the number of the parking spaces were sufficient for the capacity of the sanctuary. There was a concern that the church was somehow going to be able to occupy the building prior to all improvements, and as conditioned, the Public Works, or I should say the building department, will not be able to issue a final certificate of occupancy, allowing the church to occupy the building prior to completion of all of the conditions and whatever mitigation is applicable as well to that certificate of occupancy. So improvements such as the driveway, the encroachment, the parking lot, the landscaping, all of that will have to be done prior to them actually getting permission from the county to occupy the building. And Maddie, is there anything else?
I just wanted to clarify that word temporary that was brought up in one of the first comments. The statement in my report is that the nature of construction is temporary. So the construction of the building and the installation of the parking and the drive and the landscaping, that is all temporary in nature, obviously not ongoing. So there may have been a little confusion there, but just want to clarify.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Gina or Madeline before we give Robin another opportunity?
I have some questions.
Okay.
Hey, Beth? On the
This is Gina.
paving of the driveway and the parking, what I see in the resolution is on page 4, under the planning department conditions, 3-3, which should be 2-3, says prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy from the county building department, the parking lot shall meet the parking standards of section 17.70.030 for 90-degree parking as shown in figure 1 of said section. Just reading that cold, I don't see the word driveway, and I'm a little concerned that the way this is phrased, it's pretty narrow. And I just want to make sure that the condition does require paving of all of the parking and all of the driveway.
It should. So if you want to add some language to ensure that there is no misunderstanding of what that condition is, then
Yes.
certainly we can modify that.
Okay, that's one. The second one is, the staff report it makes it clear that there will be landscaping installed around the parking area to screen it and much of the structure and neighboring from the road and the neighboring parcels, and will be planted within the blocks that separate the parking areas. But I'm not seeing that appearing as a condition. I saw a landscaping map on the screen. I do not see that attached to the draft resolution, and I do not see a condition that requires it. And how are we going to fix that?
We did fix that, and we sent a revised resolution via email. Did all of you
There
get
was a
that?
flurry of things that were sent.
Okay.
I think
I
what
got a
Kelly's looking
revised
for is the
resolution.
word, so the specific language reads, it actually is reiterated in condition, Planning Department Condition 2-2, and it says, "The development shall be in substantial conformance to the submitted site development plans included as Exhibit A of this resolution." If you look down through Exhibit A, it includes the landscape plan. So we didn't specifically condition the landscape plan by itself. We included the landscape plan in Exhibit A, which is the development plans. If you want, we can reiterate that by, or clarify it by indicating development plans, including landscape plan and parking if you'd like.
That would probably be a good idea, but I think part of my confusion arises from the fact that what I received as the revised resolution doesn't have that. So there must have been another one I didn't get.
We could use hard copies of what was sent out last time. I mean, the current revised resolution would be nice. After we have.
So are you saying that you did not get the revised resolution? I mean, we emailed it, Madeline emailed it out to everyone.
I did get one, but it doesn't have that.
I'm afraid I didn't check in after you sent that out.
That was done back in November, right?
November? Oh, yeah, I remember now.
Like on the 29th.
Was there anything sent out yesterday?
No.
Okay, I have that revised resolution.
Okay, well, my last comment, I think, has been covered, and that is, I would be in favor of a lighting condition applying the commercial standards here.
For the lighting?
Yes, as you suggested.
Question on that, while we're on that subject. That would cover also these floodlights that are on, for the security on the side of the building? Because
Right.
I'm
So
concerned
all lighting should be shielded and directed downward so that it does not, the word is trespass onto neighboring properties. So, certainly that is something that is rolled into the performance standards in the commercial zones, but not into the residential zones. That would have applied if the zoning of the property hadn't have changed from C1 to RR.
Right.
But knowing that it is now currently RR, we could in fact roll that in as a condition, which will ensure that any future, existing and future lighting, if in fact they decide that they want to light the parking lot perhaps, that has to be shielded. And we can even go one step further and you can require dawn to dusk, some sort of a curfew for the lighting, if you would. That's not been an uncommon thing in the past. We have, requested that parking lot lighting be shut off by a certain time. If the building isn't being occupied, there would be no reason to have lighting. You could, in fact, impose some sort of a condition that further regulates the timing of the lighting. But at this point, like I said, they don't have any proposed lighting in the parking lot. So I don't see that that's really relevant to this specific plan, but certainly we can address that for possible future lighting if you want.
by conditioning this resolution on the commercial lighting standards, that will take care of the lights that they are proposing to have
Exactly.
on the building and will be directed down, et cetera.
Right.
So I'd be all in favor of that condition.
I actually don't believe that our current lighting standards are adequate for this situation where we're putting a commercial building in a residential area. And I personally receive complaints about this from other areas because while the lighting is not actually leaving the property, it's still so bright that it is very visible from the adjacent properties. So I believe we should be looking at a dark sky standard and perhaps motion sensors on any kind of exterior lighting in the evening so that it only comes on when there's actually activity outside the building.
Right, and I think that is...
You've heard me on this before, so.
No, and I think many will agree with you, that, perhaps the existing lighting section of our code is a little insufficient. That is something that we will be looking at in the zoning code update. However, right now, we've got, you do have, I think, the purview to further condition this particular through the conditional use permit. So if you see fit, then you can put whatever
Right.
language you think is necessary to reduce any potential impact that you might see upon the
I
residential
think it's up to
neighborhood.
all the commissioners, but I'd like to see those couple of items looked at. I mean, to reduce both the intensity of the light on, that is visible from adjacent properties, to, there is quite a bit of screening with the landscaping, so I think that will be helpful, and to use motion sensors so lights don't just remain on all the time. And to require a permit if they were to install additional future exterior lighting. You mentioned that, Gina. So I don't know how everybody else feels about that.
I think it's a good idea.
Well, are you talking like parking lot lights or just light on the exterior of the
I'm
building?
talking about the lights on
All
the packs on the outside of the building. Those are one of the things I get the most complaints about from people in residential neighborhoods
It could be very
seeing commercial building. Some of those are extraordinarily bright. And while the cone doesn't actually leave the property, you can see them pretty easily from the adjacent properties. So I think whatever we can do to minimize the impact on the neighbors would be great.
If for some reason we were to decline this CUP, there's nothing that would stop them from trying to subdivide the property and put all those 20 structures?
Correct. So
And there's
if,
no reason why they wouldn't be able to do that. If this is declined, they can come back and start over as a subdivision?
correct. So if you, for whatever reason, did not want to approve this use permit, that would certainly be within the property owner's, discretion to come back with a subdivision map application. Not that that's what they have indicated they're going to do, but certainly it is a possibility for that particular lot to be further subdivided and houses built subsequent to the subdivision approval.
Which
And
could
would
be
the
taller
view-
than what we have.
Exact 35 feet. And would the view have any,
Well, yes, I mean, it's always, everything is, that application as well would be subject to CEQA, which would been, which of course scenic vistas, and views and things would be subject to our analysis of potential impacts. So we'd
Is
be
that
having the
something-
discussion again.
is that something, is there any precedents where they have not allowed subdivisions to go on because of something that's not necessarily?
Honestly, Don, it's been quite a long time since we've processed an actual subdivision map.
And this is what we
And CEQA, of course, adds new sections all the time, so, not to say that it wasn't something that was considered part of CEQA back in the old days of some of these major subdivisions. I'm sure it probably was, but a lot of them were done through environmental impact reports, and as we all know, EIRs have the ability for overriding consideration, so big difference.
They could theoretically do a parcel split and then subdivide whatever parcel they split off from this section, and do it simply as a four-way split. I mean, there's lots of things that could happen, but we're just speculating. We don't know what the intention is, so.
I heard some concern about fencing and separation and being
Yes.
equestrian. Is that something we could also?
Well, the equestrian easement itself, and pardon me, correct me if I'm wrong, Madeline, but the equestrian easement is not on the subject parcel.
Right.
Yeah,
It's actually within the adjacent subdivision.
But the concern was that there should be a fence on the church side
Right.
of the Bridlewood.
Well, my feeling is anyone that is utilizing an easement should know exactly where the easement lies. So, whether it's a trail or a utility easement or a road easement, if you have the right to utilize it, you should know exactly where you are at all times. I would say it would be up to, if the church thought that there was going to be an issue with riders riding off the easement onto their property, They could certainly choose to put up a fence for their own purposes, but I don't know that it's necessary for us to actually condition the permit to designate their property boundary.
It's the kids chasing the volleyball down from the parking lot and running onto the bridleway, et cetera, but we might have an answer right here.
And before we hear from Robin, we would typically, if this was a commercial parcel, it would be required to provide a fence between it and residential development.
There would be screening that would be allowed,
Screening,
but this
right,
is no
of
longer
some sort.
yeah.
So, Robin, would you like to clarify for us?
I would just like to point out that because of the way the site is graded, there's a significant bank along, in fact, you saw a picture of it earlier taken by one of the Bridlewood folks. There's a fill bank on the Bridlewood side, and there's curbing all around the parking in the drive. So there really isn't any way for a vehicle, once the site is finished, to get from the developed portion of the site across that 100 feet of open space to the easement that we're talking about. You can't get there from here once the site is developed because of the nature of the improvements and the grading.
Will they be curbing on the driveway also?
On the parking lot, certainly. On portions of the driveway to control drainage. But there are fills on that side as well, so again, it's very difficult.
It would be
and
an
there would
accident.
for
It would
no
be an
reason
accident. I mean,
for vehicles to get over there. Yeah. Unlike pre-construction, the pre-construction conditions where there really was no control of vehicular movement, those controls will be in place when the site is finished.
Actually, that was one of my questions. You kind of jumped ahead, is the possibility of a condition that does not allow them to develop overflow parking off of the developed pad. Is that a possibility? Since that seems to be a concern, and I think it would be, I agree with Robin, looking at that site plan, it looks like it'd be a very difficult thing to do anyway, but that seems to be a concern of the neighbors.
Well, wouldn't they have to limit the parking to what's shown on the site plan?
How you see people gravel and
Yeah.
develop overflow areas all
Well, and that's the thing is, putting down some gravel isn't going to require a permit, so
Exactly.
they could certainly do something like that and, without any discretion from this commission or even from our department. So I
But
suppose
if a condition of this permit is that they not do that, at least they would be aware that that's not something we are encouraging them to do in the future. I don't want to see that.
Well, I suppose you don't have to park on gravel. I guess if they had the need for overflow parking, they could just simply choose to park out in the field. I don't know.
Well, not
I
if we
guess-
conditioned it.
Not if we
it
say that they're
permitted.
not allowed to do that they
Well-
have to confine their operations to this developed pad and their activities.
What happens to the parking should they have overflow that they weren't anticipating?
Then they come back in and,
Have two sessions.
yeah, and
No, when you say activities, what do you mean activities? They can't go out and put a volleyball net up? Is that what,
since outdoor activities is one of the things that's most in question, is what will be happening beyond the developed area, and whether it will be loud, lit up, what hours it will be happening, to what extent it is. We just don't have an answer on that.
No.
well, I don't anticipate,
not worried.
I'm not anticipating a church to be open 24/7, operating at 3 a.m. on a Saturday night.
I'm
but-
anticipating that a church could develop the lower portion of that area pretty extensively for kids, weddings, special events, and that could be an imposition on the neighbors that will not get reviewed. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying that I would even want to prevent them from doing it. I would just want it to be something that we reviewed.
So are you saying that you would be in favor of conditioning the permit to require a special events permit for any outdoor activity?
Perhaps.
That
That
would-
is what I wrote in my notes
That
to
would be
myself.
consistent with the application, when they said it was all going to be indoors, so it gives them the option.
Well,
Yeah, I'm not trying to stop them from doing those.
no,
things.
absolutely not. I'm just, I mean,
I'm just
that
looking
that
for-
could also be kind of a slippery slope. I mean,
I-
if you have, the need to have, you find yourself congregating outside, one Sunday after church services, and then all of a sudden, we get a flood of phone calls come Monday morning that they had an outdoor activity that was not otherwise permitted. I just kind of anticipate that rolling into...
So is there a way we can define some extent of the intensity of that? How many people, whatever? I don't know. I mean, what is the...
Maybe we should poll the rest of the commission and see if that's really where they want to go, and then we can, if that's the case, then I suppose we could spend some additional
I
time.
think, again, Robin's going to add something to the discussion.
Only with your authorization. There are several ways to address this question. The quickest and easiest would be to require some sort of vegetative screen on the property line that shields the view of whatever happens on the church side from the folks in the Bridlewood subdivision. I'm not sure that's in the best interest of the folks in the Bridlewood subdivision. I'm not sure that's what I would want, and I wouldn't go so far as to recommend that. A wall of vegetation can be a very annoying thing. I wouldn't think that's the right approach. That's the MEDAX approach. And I don't think it's reasonable to require any sort of outdoor activity to require a special use permit. That's a system designed for failure. There's something in between, and and I have to admit, I have not measured from the Bridlewood property line over to the developed part of the site. Let's say it's 100 feet for the sake of discussion. It may be that a condition that requires any outdoor activities within a buffer, a strip of X distance west of the Bridlewood subdivision, those require special consideration. And then activities close to the building, a barbecue with 20 people that isn't going to bother anybody, that shouldn't require a special permit. So establish a buffer around the adjacent subdivision and require special consideration for outdoor activities within that buffer. That'd be my recommendation.
Yep, that's where I was headed with it also. So I think that's a reasonable, but it's really up to all the commissioners how they feel about that.
A buffer seems reasonable to me.
Yes.
I'm not against a buffer, however, I don't want to limit the outdoor activity of, this goes through. I do see the need to maybe limit additional construction or a workaround, putting a parking lot, for example, in. But as far as, an activity outside, maybe they want to put a jumpy up for some kids during the summer. I mean, I don't see limiting that.
No, either do I. I'm just looking for a way to provide a little bit of additional distance from whatever activity to the neighbors. Also, a large special event would require a special event permit anyway, right? If they're doing things outside, or is that sort of part of this? They have not proposed or described to us what their outdoor activities will be.
Correct.
Said that there would not be any.
I would say if they were, say for instance, renting their property as a wedding venue, and They were otherwise having special events out underneath the big oak tree, and that might be a use that we can logically see as beyond the use of a church facility. Of course, anything within the building, I think, is perfectly permitted, because occupancy of the building will dictate the numbers of people that are allowed.
Exactly.
But certainly outdoor activities, I suppose you could require, if it was truly something that fell under a special event, something that might be open to the public, you could certainly require a special event permit, which is an administrative use permit. It's $100. We require submittal of that about 30 days prior to the event. So there's a process, there's an application for it with an established fee.
Would that apply without a condition being put in this permit here? So we wouldn't need...
It is a section of code. There might be some question as to whether or not church activities are permitted, or whether they're, fall under the special events section of the code. I think it's going to be, the nature of the event as to determine whether or not, it needs a permit or not. It's kind of a gray area. But yes, there is a section in the code that does require special event permits for events on properties in the county, any property in the county.
Including church property?
Any property in the county.
So it sounds like yes to the buffer. Maybe we need to think a little bit more and move on to get through the rest of the discussion and come back to this, whether or not we need a special event condition, or if it's covered well enough by county code.
So are you saying that you want to continue this discussion to another hearing?
No, just continue talking right now.
Okay.
Wrong word, maybe.
Well, you said move on, and I was thinking move on to the next item.
No,
Okay.
keep talking right
Sorry.
now, whatever the next item is on somebody's list.
Okay.
So we're currently in the questions for the staff, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Our general discussion of the issues coming up. Okay.
yes.
So is the public hearing is still open, is that correct?
Public comment
No.
period.
Comment is closed. Is the public hearing?
Public hearing is still open.
It is still open?
Yes.
Thank you.
Correct. Or did we get through all of our?
Yeah,
Well, if you get to discussion, we've got more discussion.
So I think first we need to give the applicant an opportunity, although he's kind of jumped up. Is there anything you want to sum up or additional information you'd like to provide in response to the public comments?
I had my thoughts all aligned, and now we've gone sideways. And I do believe this discussion has touched on most of what I had to say, so I'll skip through this rather quickly. I did want to suggest that most parking lots of this type do incorporate some type of pole-mounted lighting. It's just the reality of largish parking lots, and I would expect, even though you don't have a building permit application for one today, you probably will see one sometime in the future. So I think lighting conditions are appropriate, and they should be applied to all lighting without regard to type. And I think we should anticipate some type of parking lot lighting in the future. I just wanted to make the record clear on that. Noise came up, and there was a suggestion that noise levels have increased after the grading was done. I don't know that, I don't live in Bridlewood, so I can't comment on that. I will say, though, to Mr. Barrett's point earlier, it will not remain in its present state for very long. We will move forward and construct a building and then landscape around the entire parking area. So to Mr. Barrett's point, I believe sound attenuation may be greater after construction of the facility than it was prior to any disturbance of the site. I do want to point out, too, that churches are among the more quiet of uses. And the reason for that is most of the activities occur during the daylight hours. There are few evening services of any size. And that's a general statement about churches in general. So noise isn't one of the more common complaints that we deal with as it relates to this type of use. I just wanted to point that out. Another thing that I think is important to note for the record is that there was a comment about a school in the future, and I did want to point back to the application that rather clearly indicates that there will be classrooms in the building. Is that a school? I just want to point out that the notion of a school and classrooms is already baked into the application inside the building.
Except for they're talking about down to 10 acres.
I'm sorry?
That was coming from the audience, but I'll ask the question. I think the comments were that they understood that the church was talking about future development away from this particular area on the parcel.
Yes, I understood that. And that, of course, isn't in the current site plans, and any suggestion of development north of the current developed site will require a trip back to the Planning Commission. But in the meantime, I just wanted to make sure that the concept of a school and classrooms is part of the current application.
I wanted to ask you about the landscaping. My understanding is that landscaping really is not a sound barrier. I mean, that stuff goes through landscaping. But I'm going to be raising in the later discussion the maturity of the plants that are going to be planted around the parking lot. There's no specification. I understand there's specification as to species, but if it's an oak tree that's only 8 inches tall, it doesn't provide a visual buffer for many, many years. I'm going to be exploring having the landscape conditioning to be more of a visual, the landscaping as shown on the parking lot as being higher than what very immature plants would provide in order to buffer the visual impact of this.
Understood. And
that's good.
Landscape design is quite an art, and a good landscape designer will design for a mature plant and then plant space plantings so that the mature site is appropriate for the intended purpose. The biggest mistake I see with landscape plans is lots of larger plants close together so that we get an instant screen, and then in 5 years it's a total mess. So I would just ask you to be cautious in the way you craft that condition.
I understand. I think my concern is that some of them be of good size to provide the visual buffer. Not the number of the plants, but the height of them.
Trees in particular.
I would, and you leaped forward, so I'm going to go there since we're talking about landscaping. There was some discussion and concern about the removal of oaks, and I understand that. I'm sensitive to oak removal. Unfortunately, in my business, I see it every day. Why not incorporate into the landscape condition replacement oak plantings? Pick the ratio, whatever is convenient. It's not mitigation, but it's an appropriate way to reinitiate that oak woodland concept where a couple of trees had to be removed to accommodate the use. There isn't any significant increase in cost. It's an appropriate way to address the oak situation, and I think it's the right thing to do. And I would suggest that as you craft that landscape condition, incorporate some oak replacement into it.
While we're on the oaks, those that were knocked down during the grading, there was no way that you could do the grading that was necessary for this site as planned with those oaks still in existence, is that correct?
Not a chance. We were fortunate that it only affected a few trees. There are a number of other trees that were spared. So the footprint is as small as it could be, given the use and the needs of the congregation. I should stop now, but I'll say one last thing. And it is this. The property until earlier this year was zone C1. In the C1 zoning district, the church is a permitted use by right. So until just a few months ago, this use was permitted by right. And it was permitted by right when these folks bought the property, and it was permitted by right when they tried to develop it in 03, 04, and for a variety of reasons weren't successful. And it was permitted by right in this zoning district when they submitted building plans for permitting in 2020, and then even when they submitted another planned development permit application in January of this year. It was just a couple months later the zoning was, I will say, pulled from underneath them. Now, I do respect greatly the notion of folks in an adjacent subdivision. The concept that they bought their property for the views and the rural nature of the area. I get that, and I hear that a lot. I really do. However, when every one of the complainants purchased their property, this property was zone C1, and a church was a permitted use. Should the realtor have told them? Maybe. Should they have done due diligence at the county to determine that, or to establish that, yes, in fact, a church had been proposed earlier and was permitted previously and just didn't get constructed for reasons that probably had more to do with finances than anything else? Should those things have been done? Yes. Yes. There's no surprise here that this was a commercially zoned property and that a church was planned for the property. I just wanted to point that out, and with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions you have. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, we're back to the continuing, there's a better word for that, maybe, more discussion.
More of a question about this idea of a buffer zone. Looking at the site plan, it looks like the parking is going to be on the north side and on the south side and on the west side.
There's a lot more parcel than that, though.
So I'm not too clear on where the buffer would be and how it would be described.
This is the entire parcel, but you're seeing only a portion of the pad there. Along these two sides that are common, the residential.
Can I suggest that since if we're considering a no activity buffer, it's to offset possible impacts to the residential neighborhood, so perhaps it's just something that needs to be adjacent to that property boundary with the residential subdivision to the east, rather than the entire parcel, since it does actually front two roads.
Right.
I don't really see much of an impact there. I think it's mainly to help preserve and protect.
So you're talking on the east side.
the boundary on the east.
And
Okay, and on the plan there, is there
north.
parking on the east side? Looks like there is. So you're talking a buffer zone around the parking lot?
No, I think it's and maybe I'm wrong, I was under the impression it was a buffer zone from the property boundary,
Right.
from the
Right.
property boundary towards the church, however wide you think that needs to be, just to eliminate the possibility of outdoor activities, whether it's parking or volleyball or anything else. That would eliminate, you would identify a swath of land adjacent to the Bridlewood subdivision that the church would then know that they can't do any outdoor activities at that particular location.
So it'd be like so many feet from the equestrian trail.
Sure.
Or just from the
Property
property
From the property
I don't
boundary,
think we
because
wanna-
keep in mind, the equestrian
Yeah.
trail is not within the project site,
Right,
it's actually
down there.
within the adjacent subdivision.
Okay, and what's the suggestion on how many feet that should be?
Well, that's gonna have to be,
Well, Mr. Peters is here,
I might
he's the
suggest-
one who brought it up.
I might suggest 50 feet is the right number, given the way the site is graded.
I was looking at 30 to 50, just the 30 is the wildfire clearance anyway, and so it's,
And I would suggest that the vision I had was a buffer 50 feet in width adjacent to the easterly boundary adjacent to the westerly boundary of the Bridlewood subdivision.
right. And the north.
No outdoor activities within that buffer area without first securing a special use permit,
Well, I think,
which may or may not be approved.
I think if we establish the buffer zone, it should be a buffer zone. Then my concern with it is, we say, oh, no activities within this, the implication is, past that, you can do whatever you want. Let's have fireworks displays and this sort of thing. So, there are,
But that
I'm
would
a little
require
worried
us.
about the opposite way, is if they need to go down and maintain that 30-foot buffer
Right,
and run
right.
a lawnmower through there, now they're in violation of the buffer.
Yeah, I don't think we want it, we obviously want to allow maintenance within that land.
well, I think the residential neighborhood would appreciate maintenance of that fence line for fire purposes.
Absolutely. And I think it would want to apply to the northern boundary as well.
I forget who's up there. We have one.
Well, other parcels are up there. I think it's a different subdivision, but it is residential parcels, rural residential parcels.
Perhaps some of these things, and I think we should continue the discussion right now, but during a break, we might be able to
Come up with some more.
crystallize some of our proposals. Commissioner Wooster, do you have more questions at this point, or?
No.
Okay. I'd like to get back to the Rolling Hills idea and the scenic vista. It seems to me that this application has been processed with recognition that there are gently rolling hills on this property. But gee, if you put in a scenic vista classification on every rolling hill in the countyway, the whole county is that. I think when we have an application and we recognize that there are rolling hills on the property, I think it either we assume that they are a scenic vista, or we actually study, what can be seen from the public lands, public roads, and determine whether these rolling hills are scenic vistas. We obviously do not have a scenic vista commission that is going around the county and saying this is a scenic vista and those rolling hills are not. My own feeling is that once we say there are rolling hills on the property, that unless we determine otherwise, that is a scenic vista, and we should at least get a check mark under aesthetics
because something is a scenic vista or would be deemed by a court as a scenic vista doesn't mean the impact to it is significant or potentially significant. So these are very loose standards. They are not easy, but just so you understand your full range of options, it's possible that simply in a negative declaration, somebody could say, there is no definition in CEQA for a scenic vista. It's defined as such by the general plan. Here's why the impact to it would not be significant in the full environmental context, because the courts do say that you look at the environmental context. It's not just necessarily a yes or no, that if you develop on a scenic vista, it's automatically requiring mitigation.
The question is, does it have a substantial adverse effect on a scenic vista?
Right, but that doesn't mean necessarily, the courts aren't going to say any development is automatically.
I understand.
Okay.
But I would, taking Ms. Crane's approach, cumulative is a thing to keep in track here. If we just assume that these rolling hills aren't a scenic vista, and as far as I can tell, there's been no study as to whether they are or not, and whether this development would have a substantial adverse effect on a scenic vista. Well, of course, they lopped off the top of one hill, and we don't know exactly how this is affecting the view from the public roads and stuff. My tendency would be to say that's a less than significant impact with mitigation, which would mean that we'd have to have a mitigated negative declaration. If the commission doesn't want to go that far, I want to make sure that we would have conditions that would mitigate. I mean, it's been a major change in what people see from the border of the property, and I think the landscape plan can't possibly take care of that. But I think it needs to be a landscape plan that provides masking not in 35 years, but now or very soon. Having said that, I think I fully understand the residents of the Bridal Veil development feeling that they are suffering a significant loss from what they have had. The problem is they don't own this property, and this property, as has been pointed out, if the church does not develop a church on the property, they could go for a subdivision of the property, and which could result in having 20 residences, each one taller than what the church building is going to be. I think my own feeling is that we make this work. We make this work in a way that respects the property interests of the church, but also respects the impact that it's really having on the nearby residents and upon the public. So I would at the least be very interested in having a very detailed landscape plan. As I understand it, I agree with Commissioner Wuscher that it should be part of the conditions at the least, and that it involves not just the species, but provisions that will make it so that this will provide some screening, effective screening, in the very near future. That's where I stand. I think the chair has some very good ideas as far as the lighting goes, and I think, as pointed out by staff, the lighting can be subject to hours, and I think we want to make sure that, that there just doesn't have to be a lighting blight out here in this, right next to residences. That's what I have for now.
So I think we should take a break, but I'd like to, if there's any other potential condition that's in anyone's mind, any other issue they want to make sure is addressed, that we get that out there now so staff and all of us can let it wander around the back of our heads while we take this 10-minute break. Okay.
Because you can't discuss it during the break as a commission.
Right. We understand. Just letting it rattle in the back of our heads.
So, just for clarity, are you asking us to go back and craft some language for the new conditions and bring it?
No, I'm just making sure that we don't go take a break and come back and a whole new thing gets brought up. I'm just, so we know what we'll be discussing when we come back, and is 10 minutes enough for everybody? We might have a long, it's almost lunchtime. Do we want to take a lunch break? Okay.
So we don't think that we're near conclusion of at least this item, so the folks that have been here for the last couple hours.
So could we conclude it?
I mean, are we close enough that we can just barrel through this one item, take our lunch break, and come back with the second item on the agenda?
I would like to take at least a 5-minute break.
Right.
We can do that.
So what I was
Please.
suggesting was
Right now.
just one moment. I was suggesting maybe a 10-minute break, come back, finish this item, and then take lunch.
I would be in favor.
Yeah. I would
Okay.
too.
I'm sorry. There's a member of the public who... Hopefully not too much longer. We're trying to get you out of here.
We are too.
Yes. Okay, 10 minutes, everybody. Let's come back and get it done. So in case anyone's sitting out there, they might want to come on in. All right. Our break is over, and we'll carry on with our discussion. So Tim?
Well, I just would like to get a sense of the commission as to whether or not they think that the scenic vista question should have been answered less than significant impact with mitigation, if they don't believe that that should be.
You need to turn your mic on, sorry.
Yep, sorry about that. I'd like to get a reading from the commission, other commissioners, as to whether they think that the scenic vista question in the environmental document should have been answered as less than significant impact with mitigation. If the answer is no to that, then I think we just move on to what the proper conditions would be to help alleviate the effects on the scene, if not the scenic vista.
So Brett, would you like to weigh in on that?
On that portion, I believe it to be as a cumulative, as not just for a particular job site or property. So I believe it would be as a cumulative.
So how do you believe that the environmental...
I believe the environmental study is correct.
Okay. And Don?
I think
Okay. And Kelly?
I agree. The write-up that we have points out that the surrounding parcels are developed with single-family residences, and that's true. And so, yes, you may have a hill or two that somebody can see from their private residence, or if they're not watching where they're driving on the road, they might look at it. But it's not a vista, and it's not something that the public has any need to be looking at to be preserved. So I think it's correct the way it is, less than significant impact.
I agree. I believe it's a less than significant impact, although I agree the wording and the situation with the definition is a less than ideal. But I'm fine with the way the environmental document is. So now, on to your next suggestion.
Well, then, I think we do, that doesn't mean that this doesn't have any effect on the neighbors.
No.
And I'm concerned that along with Commissioner Wooster, that the landscaping plan is not specifically made a condition on this permit. And I also am concerned, and I'm not qualified to make these refinements. I think that it should not only have species of the vegetation specified, which it isn't on the plan, on the landscape plan itself that we see, but some provision that these, at least some of these, need to be mature plants. And also, and I take the developer's representative's recommendation is good, that oaks be planted not necessarily on the parking lot, but to at least replace the oaks that were knocked down during the grading. I'm not qualified to draft a condition that would take care of those conditions.
And I don't think we are either. So my suggestion is that we can roll that into a condition to require a landscape architect actually design a plan prescriptive to, the things that you think that need to be addressed. I'm hearing, noise, I'm hearing visual impacts, so those are the kinds of things we can actually have a professional put together a plan and...
I'm so relieved to hear that suggestion.
Yeah.
I think that's good, and
then we can also include a 3-to-1 replacement for the loss of oaks, if you want to see that as well.
that sounds good to me. I don't know about the rest of the commission.
What was the last one?
We can include a 3-to-1 replacement for the loss of the oak trees that were taken out during the grading.
Is that the accepted practice that they normally
Yes.
do? Okay.
Well, yeah, personally, I think it's overkill, but 2 of the 3 are probably going to die anyway.
Right.
Thank you, Johnny Appleseed.
I'm also
Okay.
not qualified to do anything about the landscape plan. I am concerned about requiring that it be done by a landscape architect, although I think that's ideal. There's a shortage of landscape architects familiar with our area. So,
Don't we have one right in Angels Camp?
I did have a licensed landscape design plan done by Frog Hollow, who's
Yeah.
local.
He's not a landscape architect. That's what my concern.
Okay.
He is a landscape designer. And so I was hoping maybe we could describe it as an experienced landscape
Okay.
designer familiar with the area.
Familiar with the area. I think that's more acceptable.
That was all.
Bless you.
Bless you, yes.
But I think it's important that the concern be in there that it's providing visual screening now, some visual screening now. I just don't want to see a bunch of 8-foot-tall trees. And I certainly understand, we don't want them planted, we don't want oaks to be planted 6 inches from each other and this sort of thing. So I think an experienced landscape designer with knowledge of the area is a good idea.
So are you interested in visual screening, or are you asking them to deal with the sound at all, which is a very, very difficult...
I'm interested in the visual screening because my experience is that I mean, you can have a 8-foot thick hedge that does not screen the sound. So I'm interested in visual screening.
Is that the
Yeah, I think,
consensus of the commission?
some emphasis on drought tolerant and native landscaping, and potentially softening of the unnatural contours with that landscaping at the edges of the pad, but I don't know even how to say that in
think you
in
said
a
it quite
nice,
well.
brief way. but I'm sure Gina can figure that out. Is everybody pretty much in agreement with those criteria?
I think that'll work.
See, yeah, it does seem reasonable.
Yeah.
On lighting, I think you were on the right track. Off to
Can't
you.
remember like half an hour ago, you know? No.
Well, I mean, I kind of wrote down kind of just the gist of what it was, and it was subject to current lighting standards of the county. And then exterior lighting to be shut off between, when the building is not occupied.
Right.
That was one that I see that's reasonable. And the lights not to be on between the hours of, say, 10 p.m. to 6
Right.
a.m.
More current energy codes already require motion sensors and lighting to be off, and there's a lot of things that really maybe are already covered. Enforcement is not, and modifications done after occupancy are common, and so I think just, the use of motion sensors and timers to limit the light to when the building is actually occupied or that it's providing a real security purpose.
And I would like to hope that, the church and the neighbors, will work together. If the neighbors are finding that there's impacts, something that's bothering them, whether it's lighting or whatever, that they have an open line of communication, and that the church, will attempt to be, a good neighbor, a good residential neighbor, if you will. Hopefully, they can work together to prevent any, future issues with
But as a
things
base,
that we're talking about as well.
I think that's very necessary.
Yeah.
As a baseline, though, I think requiring the commercial standard
Absolutely.
is a start, and
Right.
then all these embellishments.
Right. It is a
on it.
commercial building, so it should have to comply with commercial standards, even
Right.
though it's in a residential zone.
So you can just take the language from the ordinance that governs commercial buildings, make it a condition, and add whatever gets decided, and I think I'm hearing motion sensors would be a good idea.
Yes?
Well, the problem with most sensors is if a dog runs across there or a deer runs across, you're going to have lights on.
Yeah, it's probably
Well,
not.
I think that's
issue
building
of
code right now
lands-
anyway, right?
But if somebody
Yeah.
comes in the evening and needs to get in there and they can't see,
True.
that's the catch-22.
Right, so there's so many ways that this
Yeah.
can be managed with current lighting technology. I don't think we need to specify how to do it. We need to specify that they minimize the lighting and the impact on the neighbors and the visibility of lights from the adjacent residences. And that can partially be helped out with the landscaping, but also by just keeping those light levels to the least that they need. We definitely don't want to try to design their lighting plan for them here.
No.
Not qualified.
And then we're going to have a buffer zone. What was the sense of it, 30 feet or 50 feet?
50 feet, I think, is what,
From the eastern and northern boundaries?
yes.
Yep.
And when we state that, we might mention the special events ordinance or something, so people don't think, oh, well, anywhere other than that buffer zone is okay to do anything. I don't know if that...
Maybe we
concern.
just want to reference the county's special event,
Yeah.
yes, just like we do for other things, so
Right.
that somebody doesn't say, oh, I didn't have any idea that
Because
existed.
I would hate to think that, a youth volleyball game
Yes, fine.
on a Sunday afternoon after church would be, misconstrued as a special event.
No, and a picnic outside
Right.
with 20 people's fine.
Yeah. I think just mentioning that
mentioning-
ordinance and
Yeah, yeah.
and having the buffer zone takes care of things.
I think that has basically covered my main concerns.
Let's see, I haven't looked at the ordinance.
Yeah, now we need to look at the resolution one more time.
Find it.
Somebody was concerned about how long it was going to take to build the project. I'm just curious, you know, they were talking about short of funds possibly. Is this a fully funded project? Are we allowed to ask that? So that we can have an idea if they're going to be able to complete it in a timely manner?
I recently spoke with John Losoya, who's the, one of the contractor that spoke earlier. He's been one of the agents for processing.
Could you speak up a little?
I'm so sorry. And John Losoya was speaking to him earlier, and he said, because I was stating, you know, the CUP, unless it's validated by December 31st of 2022, the permit will expire. And so I was suggesting, should we have this hearing in January that would give you all of 2022 and the end of 2023 in order to complete the project? And he said, no, we are ready to go right now.
And since you're going to be, I have another comment on the resolution, even though you haven't presented it to us.
Sure.
The condition 4-4, which is with the Public Works Department, and condition 5-3 from the Calaveras County Water District, I want to make sure that they're consistent. That 4-4 talks about water storage or an addition of a hydrant closer to the building will be required, and 5-3 talks about the fire line's connection to the district water main and Copper Cove Drive and enter into the facilities agreement for extension of the 6-inch water main. I didn't see a contradiction in there, but they're both dealing with the same subject, and I wanted to make sure that...
No, they're totally
not-
separate.
not exactly, yeah.
Usually a fire line is a separate system from the domestic, and it's dedicated to a minimum of 6-inch service line for all fire riser sprinklers.
But it could be connected to a hydrant. by-
No.
No, they're
totally
separate issues.
They have
I'm
their
sorry.
own backflow systems,
Okay,
totally separate,
so these are two different...
Two separate,
things,
yeah.
But consistent.
consistent.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we weren't mixing things.
Okay, if we're on the resolution on page 5, condition 3-2, no, 3-4, pardon me, it's the one that requires that the church provide a traffic analysis to determine the need for a left turn pocket, et cetera, but I think I understood from earlier today that's already been done.
Yeah.
Yes.
So shouldn't
yes.
that be stricken?
We can.
And perhaps it should be codified in our description that it has already taken place and it's not required.
In what description?
I'm just,
A whereas, or...
yeah,
Ju- oh.
exactly.
Under the third finding, maybe?
I'm just looking.
Well, I think you could put it in the
Under
description
5.
on 5.
5,
page
yes.
3.
Yep, I agree.
Just note that a traffic analysis was provided to determine the need, et cetera, and it indicated that the pocket is not needed.
And you caught Commissioner Wooster's pointing out the typo. 3-3 is really 2-3.
2-3, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Are there any other comments on the resolution?
Not for me.
Not for me either.
But are we going to see a final version at some point?
If you would like to see a final version, can we craft this before the end of the day? I'm going to be sitting in on the remainder of the meeting. I don't know if Maddie can come up with some language before the end of the meeting. If for some reason we can't, can we bring it back to you? Well, that won't be until January.
No, I hate to put it off that long.
Right.
Yeah.
So, Robin, is it important that you have this done today, or would January be workable?
I'm sorry, could you restate the question?
Is it important that this be completed today, or would January work just as well for you if we are making modifications to the resolution to include all this discussion?
I think it's workable to do it today. We're only talking about a couple of conditions.
Yeah. Okay.
We could write those conditions in 15 minutes.
If Madeline has time to do that.
Maybe we ought to ask Mr. Peters to volunteer to work on it with her.
Yes, I know. He'd like to have lunch with you.
We're looking at, what, January 13th?
So if we could have it today, even right after lunch, I don't think that the public, as long as they trust us to actually do what we're saying, then would have to come back, but we could get it done and out of here today.
Okay.
And Robin would only have to stay here until for another hour or so.
Is the public hearing closed at this point?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the public comment period is closed.
Yes, right.
Okay.
So I'd like to hear from Madeline what's workable for her.
I can do whatever you ask me to do. I'm here. I just want to make sure that I'm getting everything that because there have been a couple other things that were tossed around. So the new conditions, 50-foot buffer, commercial standards for lighting with motion sensors. Are we doing a curfew as well? The 10 to 6 curfew for lighting, or are we just doing the motion sensors?
No, commercial standards with all the enhancements we discussed.
Yeah, but it's curfew.
But that includes lights being shut off when the building's not occupied?
I just think the use of time clocks, integrated lighting systems, motion sensors as appropriate, let them design it to minimize the light being on, and to prohibit it being on during daylight hours and minimize it being on when the facility is not occupied.
Is that otherwise codified in the building code at
No.
this point? No, okay.
It's kind of covered in the energy standards.
Okay.
Not always well understood or well enforced.
Okay.
And the word minimize is important there because complete shut-off of light isn't a good idea for security purposes. It's not good for the site, it's not good for the neighbors
Right.
either. It creates a place for bad things to happen,
So the goal
minimize
being
is the right
to
word.
to limit the impact on the residential neighbors.
And then landscaping, requiring a landscape architect, using drought tolerant native landscape.
An experienced landscape designer.
Familiar with this area.
Subject to approval by the planning department,
That sounds good.
so we don't have to come back.
Yeah. The object of visual screening from the beginning.
Right. Drought tolerant and replacement of the oaks.
Placement of the oaks as part of the landscaping.
Yeah,
3 to 1?
3 to 1.
which again is somewhat covered in the building code and green building code standards, but
Yes,
again,
yes,
not
yes.
well understood or enforced.
Yes.
Should we have a motion now to approve or disapprove of this, or wait until we get the resolution, because we know what's going to be in it? It's just be a question of reviewing it.
I think that
Yeah, so Julie, tell us if we can approve it without having the wording.
I don't know if that's
think-
written in stone. I mean, I
Yeah.
think technically, if you're asking, I mean, you could direct them what to write, and just have it proceed. But if you're saying you want to hear it, I would wait until after.
That's what I was thinking. So you want to hear it, right?
I don't know if I need to hear it, I just want to
See
look
it.
at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it'll just be fine tuning it, if any.
Well, if it makes you feel better, we can work with Julie and she can help us craft that solid legal language.
Like, I think we've just covered everything. I am comfortable approving it, understanding that you'll get hold of us if there's questions on the exact final wording. And are you comfortable? Are you comfortable? Are you?
I think it would, the members of the public would be more comfortable with that. They know what we're deciding.
And me too. So, are we ready for the recommendation?
Okay. Staff recommends the Planning Commission approve Resolution 2021-026 as amended, adopting the negative declaration and approving conditional use permit 2021-006 for the Crossroads Church for the construction and operation of a 7,434 square foot church in the rural residential zone, based on the findings and conditions contained therein.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you, everybody, for your patience with both our technological issues and the long, drawn-out discussion. And why don't we take a 45-minute break for lunch? Does anyone need more?
Well,
A 50-minute. A 50-minute break for lunch, and see you guys all back here at, yeah.
Oh, yeah, hey, Michelle.
Exactly, like 1:15, 1:20.
Michelle, we have 15 days for approval.
Hey, I thought Dawn was saying something, I'm sorry.
It's not an issue.
For the rest of the day, I know. I had a chicken burger from you, it was good.
Is Dawn coming back? No. No, I called back, he did say he was. Okay.
He had to go to Jackson, and he thought he would be back in time.
What?
He just had to
Our
sign
speak-
something
our-
there,
we're
turn
recording
around and
right
come
now.
back.
He also got a website.
We want to-
Oh, wow, look at that.
So look at that.
There may be somebody chasing me.
Thankfully, I'm friends with them.
So,
Sorry, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Relax, decompress.
No, I didn't. Nor did I go to the bathrooms.
We can probably wait.
We're okay, we're
One
okay.
minute at a time.
I'm all right.
Needs to catch his breath.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we ready? So,
Planning Commission is back in session after our lunch break and ready to get started on item number 2. 2021-052, conditional use permit for Matthew Arata, with Tim leading.
Good afternoon, everybody. Tim Pitt, Planner 2. I'm going to share my screen here. Hopefully. All right. As you said, project 2021-052 is an application for a conditional use permit for Matthew Arata. The applicant is requesting approval of a conditional use permit to construct a 631 square foot shop, garage, and woodshed combo. The parcel is zone CP, professional office, and residential uses and associated accessory structures are conditional uses in the CP zone. APN 044-006-018 is located at 601 Angels Road in San Andreas within the San Andreas Community Plan, which describes well-established residential areas being located on either side of Highway 49, which bisects the community. The parcel was developed with a 1,200 square foot house and an attached garage prior to 1950, and it has remained in use as a residence since that time. At the time the parcel was zoned CP, the single-family residence became a pre-existing legal non-conforming use in the zone. A single-family residence is a conditional use in the zone. However, the home was not permitted as a conditional use at that time. Because the residence was not technically permitted in the zone, any accessory use such as a shop or garage is also considered to be a conditional use requiring a use permit, which is, of course, why we are here today. There are 5 findings which must be met in order to approve a conditional use permit. The first of those findings, getting ahead of myself here, is finding A. It asks if the proposed use is consistent with the county's general plan or any applicable community or special plans. The general plan designation for this parcel is community center. Typical uses in the community center designation include both commercial and residential uses, as well as accessory structures to those uses. The proposed project is an accessory structure to a consistent use. Finding B asks if the subject property is adequate in land area to accommodate the proposed project, the required parking and landscaping for the project, and any other proposed site developments. The subject parcel is 0.32 acres with a 1,200 square foot home and an attached garage. As you'll see in the next slide, the site plan for the structure allows it to be in compliance with the Calaveras County Code Section 17.38070 and all applicable site development standards. Since this is not a commercial development, parking and landscaping standards do not apply in this application. There's the site plan. Hopefully you can see that. As you can see here, the proposed garage is in the northwest corner of the parcel, and there is sufficient room to meet all required setbacks and development standards. Finding C asks if the proposed land use is compatible with the neighboring land use and zoning. And as you can see here, the surrounding parcels are similarly zoned CP with zoning to the north and south. M4, industrial business park zoning to the west, and C2, general commercial zoning to the east. The parcels to the north and the south are both single-family residences similar to the subject parcel. Here's the aerial view. Surrounding land uses are similar single-family residences to the north and south, a commercial paving and grading business and metal fabrication business to the west, and a small 4-unit commercial building to the east. As you can see in the aerial view of the parcel, a shop or garage accessory to a single-family residence would be compatible with the surrounding land uses and zoning districts. Conditional use permit finding D asks if the public and private roads providing access to the parcel meet the necessary standards to provide safe and adequate access. The access for the parcel is, as shown in the last slide, is provided by Angels Road, which runs along the east boundary of the property. The project will not result in the reconfiguration of existing roads or the construction of new roads. And finally, finding E states that the conditions of approval are necessary for protection of public health, safety, and welfare, and to reduce or eliminate environmental effects. As such, the planning department has reviewed the application and has circulated it to other county departments and outside agencies. Based on the adopted ordinances and regulations of the project, has been conditioned such that the proposed project will not endanger public health, safety, or welfare of the surrounding environment. The only other department to reply was the Public Works Department, and they have duly conditioned the project to meet their standards. Per CEQA guidelines, this project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15303E, which allows for the construction of accessory structures, including garages, carports, patios, swimming pools, and fences. In conclusion, the project is proposing an accessory to a legal non-conforming use on the subject parcel requiring the approval of a conditional use permit prior to construction. The project is substantially compatible with surrounding land uses and structures in the vicinity, and the proposed project is consistent with both the county general plan and the county zoning code. Any questions, corrections, comments?
None for me.
None from me.
With my microphone on, none for me.
So is the applicant here? Nope.
Don't believe so.
And do we have anybody online?
No,
Okay.
not for this project.
So we will, is there,
Sorry, you can continue.
okay, thank you. So-
Just something that Commissioner Henderson wasn't able to get right now.
Okay.
Sorry.
So given that the applicant's not here and there is no member of the public interested in commenting, we'll open and close the public comment portion of the hearing, bring it back to the commissioners. And are there any comments on the resolution at all?
Yes.
Yes, of course.
Typo, second whereas clause reads, whereas the Planning Commission considered the project request pursuant to the Calaveras County General Plan, Title 17 zoning code, should be Title 17 of the zoning code. And then continue, that's all I had.
I have the next whereas is, I think whereases need to be all one sentence, and we've got two sentences here. So if after APN 044-006-018, just put in a comma in the word and then continue the sentence with the parcel number such and such as in the portion. And then on finding number 2, since we're saying the subject property is adequate in land area to accommodate the proposed project, the required parking area, access, landscaping, and site improvements, I think we should add a sentence consistent with your staff report at the end of the evidence, it's just saying no parking or landscaping standards apply.
Okay.
Well, parking standards do apply to residential development. Yeah.
Well, I was just going from the staff report, so then we should have something in there about parking and landscaping since we have...
Yeah, I think what he was trying to say was that the parking standard for the CP zone does not apply to residential.
Right.
But in fact, residential requires 2 parking spaces per dwelling, so.
So,
Which it apparently has.
Yes.
but then shouldn't we state that in the evidence?
Or no additional parking or landscaping or something similar?
Yeah.
That's fine.
I mean, maybe just reiterate that, it's fine.
And
Anything?
then, yeah, on evidence for number 4, the last sentence, the project will not result in the reconfiguration. I think maybe we'll want to say something like the project will not result in nor require reconfiguration.
Okay.
That's what I have. Looks like a great project.
Then, are we ready to hear the recommendation?
Okay. Staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 2021-023 as amended, approving conditional use permit 2021-052 for Matthew Arata.
I move we adopt the resolution as amended. I will second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you for that quick and efficient presentation. And move on to item 3, 2021-023 zoning amendment for April Johnson. And of course, Mr. Pitt is up again.
Back again.
Oh, by the way, it's a little late for this, I guess, but I think we said that there was public testimony in that earlier resolution.
Right.
Yeah,
I'll take that.
they routinely correct that.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
Okay.
I like how each project has its own color scheme.
You like that? I do it just for you guys. Got to break it up a little bit. Project 2021-023 is a zoning amendment for April Johnson. The applicant is requesting approval to change the zoning of a parcel located at 33 Avery Sheep Ranch Road from CP PD to C1 PD for the purpose of opening a retail bicycle sales and service business.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
The parcel is already developed with a 1,873 square foot building and a paved parking surface. No additional development is being proposed by the applicant at this time. The parcel is 030-016-012 is located at the corner of Avery Sheep Ranch Road and Highway 4 in Avery, as you can see here, kind of small. And the parcel is 0.49 acres and is currently zoned CP-PD, professional office planned development, and the general plan land use designation is just commercial. Commercial general plan land use designation is intended for commercial or office uses in areas with adequate public infrastructure. Typical uses include the general commercial uses such as retail, stores and service businesses, personal business offices, employment centers, commercial service businesses, and other similar and compatible uses are also allowed in the commercial land use designation. Compatible zoning districts within this land use designation are rural commercial, local commercial, general commercial, and professional office. The requested C1 local commercial zoning would be a compatible zoning within the general plan land use designation. The purpose of the C1 zone is to provide areas for small-scale retail and service businesses that meet the needs of local community areas and are located in close proximity to residential neighborhoods. The surrounding zoning, as you'll see in the next slide, has CP professional office to the north, a mix of residential zonings R1 and RR, and some C2 general commercial zonings are to the south of the parcel. To the east, across Highway 4, is a primarily general commercial, C2, and directly to the west is C1, single-family residential. As you can see there, it's got a good mix of everything, kind of residential and commercial surrounding it. As you can see here, the surrounding zoning with primary residential uses to the west of Highway 4 and low-intensity commercial uses directly along the Highway 4 corridor. Land uses surrounding the parcel are a mix of commercial and residential uses. To the north is a commercial office building. The south has an open, undeveloped 4+ acre parcel. Commercial uses to the east and a single-family residential neighborhoods lie to the west. Excuse me. The proposed C1 zoning is meant to be a low-intensity commercial district that provides a gradual transition from the more intense C2 zoning to the east to the residential uses on the west side of the subject parcel. A bicycle sales, service, rental, and repair shop is a permitted use by right in the C1 zone and would be consistent with surrounding uses. Excuse me. Here we have the aerial view of the parcel where you can see the surrounding land uses. As I mentioned, there's a residential neighborhood to the west, an open field that admittedly you can't see very much of there to the south, the commercial buildings to the east, and the office building that sort of blends into the residential neighborhood to the north there. Looks more like a house than an office building. Here's a view of the subject parcel from Highway 4. As you can see on the right side of the photo, the parcel does take legal access from Avery Sheep Branch Road, and there is a small parcel between the subject parcel and Highway 4 that is noted as a service road that provides access to the parcel as well. The service road parcel is not owned by the applicant, and rezoning of the parcel is not necessary for the approval of this project. The parcel currently has a planned development combining zone designation. The intent of the planned development combining zone, as we all know by now, is to regulate the site development and its aesthetics, not the type of use. As I mentioned in the project description, no additional development is being proposed by the applicant at this time. However, the PD combining zone does provide the county with an opportunity for a more thorough review process of any future development to ensure consistency with surrounding land uses. An initial study and negative declaration were prepared and circulated for this project from October 20th, 2021 through November 19th, 2021, pursuant to CEQA guidelines, and it was determined that the project-related impacts would be less than significant. A comment was received by the County Environmental Management Agency stating the existing on-site wastewater treatment system was in failure and would need to be replaced. The Environmental Management Agency has requested the applicant provide an on-site wastewater department with information confirming this parcel is serviced by an adequate on-site wastewater treatment system for liquid waste disposal. We have since learned that the parcel has a new wastewater treatment system on site. It's just waiting to be finalized, final inspection, and it should be good to go. So that condition, or not really even condition, that request will be fulfilled prior to or shortly after this. In conclusion, a bicycle sales and service shop is a consistent use in the proposed C1 zoning district, and the C1 zoning is a consistent district in the county general plan. C1 zoning will serve as a buffer in between the residential uses to the west and the more intense C2 commercial uses to the east, as well as Highway 4. And the planned development combining zone will allow the Planning Commission to review any future development proposals to ensure that they're consistent with surrounding land uses. Questions, comments, corrections?
I have a question.
Okay.
The application says that the existing use is office and residential, and I wondered if it was actually currently being used as a resident. I see that Tim is here, so he might be able to answer this, but, and if there was any intention to continue to use it as a mixed-use building, because we wouldn't want to
Right.
stop
I
them
honestly
from
don't
doing
know.
that if that's their intention.
We can ask the applicant.
Okay. So, any questions for our Tim before we invite the other one up?
I'd like to note that this is one rare occasion where almost a significant amount of the people present are named Tim.
Yes, exactly.
I'd like to endorse that.
Yes.
So given the fact that the wastewater system has been done and it's just subject to, you don't think there's a need for a condition on our resolution that it be finalized?
I don't believe so. I'm going to let Gina and Julie speak on conditioning of zoning amendments.
Yeah, we can't, actually don't have the ability to condition a zoning amendment. It is automatically takes effect after 30 days after the board adopts an ordinance. So there's no ability to condition it. It will either meet the intent or not. And in this case, we verified with the Environmental Management Agency that they did indeed get a permit and installed a new engineered system, and that they are near final. And so they were very satisfied that they were in compliance with whatever on-site wastewater requirements there are out there.
Well, that's reassuring,
Yeah.
and thank you for the education.
Then we'd like to invite you up. So, to tell us anything you'd like to tell us.
The building there at Avery Sheep Ranch Road was a office building there, and we bought it in March, and I've been working on this since then, and we finally got the permits to do the septic, and we're in the process, in the middle of doing the septic environmental sewage on site. And so we're dancing around there in the mud between the storms. So as soon as we have that, we're all ready for a pressure test. It's a engineered system, as you know. And so we're ready for a pressure test as I put the pump in the tank and plumb it together. We're ready for them to come in and inspect it again. We had open trenches, and they gave us a clear go-ahead. And I know that Robin was here this morning. I didn't get a chance to talk with her. Anyway, I think it's everything's fallen in place as far as I can tell.
So is there an apartment inside of that building now, a residential unit?
No, there is a common bathroom, restroom, and there's also one common restroom on the exterior of the building.
Okay.
So it's not set up for residential, it could be.
But you don't have any intention to do that, or your daughter does not? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Are we good?
You're good. Anybody else have any questions?
Any more?
Okay,
Okay, well, thank you all for your help.
thank you. So this would be an opportunity for any member of the public who would like to say anything to step up and, okay, seeing none, we'll close the public comment. There's nobody online, right? Okay, we'll close the public comment portion of the hearing, and I think we're probably, do we have any typos in the resolution?
But I've got some questions.
Okay.
It has to do with the PD part of this, because the applicant requested a change to C1 zoning. He didn't add PD. And the staff report says the PD should remain in place for consistency with the surrounding commercial land uses. The commercial building to the north, is that across Sheep Ranch Road?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a dirt patch between this parcel and that building, the end of Sheep Ranch Road. And the other commercial uses are across Highway 4, right? So what in particular points to the conclusion that the PD combining zone needs to remain in place, because we've had experience with what it takes to deal with that?
We have, and we discussed that, staff discussed that between ourselves, and just kind of determined that since all of the rest of the commercial development around, or commercial zoning around there was PD, we would bring this forward as a PD and kind of leave it to your discretion whether we wanted to go straight C1 or include the PD. As I said in the staff report and in the presentation, there's no additional development being proposed at this time, but would we want to look at any additional development in the future if they were to want to expand or anything like that, to make sure that it was consistent, mainly because it's so close to a residential neighborhood. Beyond that, as far as I know, it's really kind of up to your discretion whether we want to keep the PD or not.
There's also a preference against spot zoning, so if this is something the county was going to want to take care of on a more wholesale basis, I think that just, I mean, from a legal perspective, the safer move would be to do it on a wider basis than just an individual parcel.
And I believe the PD came about through the community plan that was in place prior to the adoption of the general plan update. So, and I know that some of the communities are kind of dabbling with, approving new community plans. I think with the general plan update, there may be, some new code revisions that might maybe create a different process for those parcels that have that PD combining zone. So it's probably best, in our opinion, that we just maintain it. It doesn't sound like they're going to have to go through a permit process anytime soon, but at least if it's acknowledged as being such, being that it is off the, the Highway 4 corridor, at some point, we may be taking those PDs and rolling them into something else, still with maybe a discretionary kind of an application process, maybe not as onerous as the current one.
Yeah, and I suppose arguing for PD that it is within view of Highway 4 and the Avery Sheep Ranch Road.
Very.
It's not stuck off in some corner someplace.
Yeah, I felt that the PD should remain, but I do feel that we really need to address the PD holistically.
So, since that whereas at the beginning, it's accurate that she applied for C1, not C1 PD. Where do we say that the rezoning is to C1 PD? I know it's mentioned in the evidence.
Here it is.
It's on Exhibit A.
Yep.
Okay, and that would do it?
That's what controls.
Yeah, okay. And my usual carping about public testimony, you can take public testimony.
Okay, I didn't have any other questions.
Nobody else has any? Then we are ready to hear the recommendation.
Staff recommends the Planning Commission approve Resolution 2021-024 as amended, recommending the Board of Supervisors to adopt a negative declaration and approve the zoning amendment from CP-PD to C1-PD for APN 030-016-012.
So moved?
Second?
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Passes 5-0. And we will move on to item 4, 2021-058, appeal of 2021-044 for Jonathan Cloward. And one of our Tims is up again.
Okay. Project 2021-058 is an appeal of a variance denial for Jonathan Cloward. Let me share my screen here. Again. The appellant is appealing the planning director's denial of project 2021-044, which was a request for a reduction of a front building setback from 20 feet to 15 feet to accommodate the construction of a single-family residence for Jonathan Cloward. The application for a variance was denied by the planning director for the inability to meet all of the required findings. Subject parcel is located at 39 Sanguinetti Court on the shore of Lake Tulloch in the Peninsula Estates subdivision. Here we have an aerial view of the parcel. Setback variances are exempt pursuant to CEQA guideline 15.305A and pursuant to PRC section 21080B5. CEQA does not apply to projects that are rejected or disapproved. In January of 2021, Mr. Cloward submitted an application for a front setback variance changing the setback from 20 feet to 12 feet for the purpose of building a 4,368 square foot single-family residence with 1,813 square feet of decking and porches and an attached garage on the parcel. At that time, planning staff advised Mr. Cloward that the required findings necessary for granting a variance could not be met. Mr. Cloward subsequently withdrew his application at that time. In August of 2021, Mr. Cloward returned with an amended site plan requesting a new front setback variance, this time changing the building setback from 20 feet to 15 feet. The amended plans were for a 3,806 square foot single-family residence with 1,857 square feet of decking and porches and an attached garage on the same parcel. The amended site plan showed the ability to fit the proposed residence on the lot and maintain setbacks. However, Mr. Cloward desired to push the residence forward 5 feet, resulting in the building setback encroachment. Mr. Cloward claims that the encroachment is necessary to gain sufficient space to walk around the back of the house. The second variance request was denied by staff on October 20th, 2021. On November 1st, 2021, Mr. Cloward filed an appeal of the planning director's decision, stating that the evidence for denial did not accurately reflect the size of the lot or the adequacy of the parcel for building a safe, functional home that is comparable to other homes in the vicinity. As I mentioned in the opening, in order to grant a variance, all required findings must be met. County Code Section 17.80.050 says that no variance shall be approved or conditionally approved unless all of the following findings are substantiated. Here we have the 4 findings, and I'll go through each one of them individually so they're a little easier to read. Wasn't thinking of that when I made this slide. Finding A states that exceptional or extraordinary circumstances apply to the property which do not apply generally to other properties in the same zone or vicinity and result from lot size or shape, topography, or other circumstances over which the owners of the property have no control. The subject parcel is 0.50 acres in size and is larger than most lots in the vicinity. The rear setback boundary is set as the 515 water line. This is not a unique feature for this lot alone. Nearly every lot in the vicinity is bounded by the 515 water line as a rear setback, and the frontage of the subject parcel is roughly double that of the other parcels in the vicinity. These circumstances are quite common for parcels on the shores of Lake Tulloch and do not demonstrate any exceptional or extraordinary circumstances which do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. As you can see here, the subject parcel has a larger frontage, as I said, than the neighboring parcels. Although some of the parcel is beyond the 515 water line, is not a circumstance that is unique to this parcel alone. And admittedly, those GIS lines aren't exact. The water line is not exact there as well. Finding B states that the variance must be necessary for the preservation of a property right of the proponent substantially the same as owners of other property in the same zone or vicinity possess. While it is true that the ability to design and build a home on a residentially zoned parcel is an essential property right, it is also essential that that design fit within the development standards spelled out in county zoning code. The original design of the home was larger than the current design, and the current design was found to be able to fit within the parcel within the required setbacks. However, Mr. Cloward does not feel that that design will meet his needs. Although the smaller design or an adjustment to the current design to fit within the setbacks is not a preferable option to the appellant, those are the solutions that do exist and would not require a front setback variance. You can see here that this is the provided site plan. The red lines are the outline of the parcel. The yellow lines are the current building setbacks with the 515 line curving through the back of the parcel. And the orange line near the front yellow line is the setback proposed by Mr. Cloward, encroaching 5 feet into the original setback. If you can see it there. Finding C states that the variance would not be materially detrimental to the purpose of this title or to the property in the same vicinity in which the property is located or otherwise conflict with the objectives of any county plan, ordinance, or policy. In this case, the requested variance would likely not be injurious to other property in the vicinity, as the front setback does not encroach towards neighboring parcels, only towards the county right-of-way. Finding D states that the variance requested is the minimum variance which will alleviate the hardship. As I mentioned in January 2021, the minimum variance required at that time was going to be 8 feet, changing the setback from 20 feet to 12 feet. Since the original plan was amended, the minimum variance has changed and is now 5 feet, going from 20 feet to 15 feet. It's been demonstrated by the appellant that the site plan for the residence can be adjusted, and therefore the minimum variance required to alleviate the hardship can be reduced or even eliminated. Although it is not the preference of the appellant, numerous site design options exist that can and will alleviate the claimed hardship and still fit within the required setbacks. And In summary, all four findings must be substantiated for the variance to be granted. The application was denied for the inability of the project to meet all four of the required findings. The parcel is not exceptional or extraordinary. The design can be altered to fit within the setbacks and has been done on other parcels in the vicinity. The front setback variance would likely not infringe upon the neighboring property owners to an injurious degree, and numerous site design options do exist to conform to setback restrictions. The arguments set forth by the appellant do not adequately refute the reasoning for denial or meet all four findings required to grant the variance. Questions, comments?
Yeah, could you bring up it's on the 5th page of the variance appeal for Mr. Cloward. The page numbers are not numbered, the pages aren't numbered, but it's the 5th page, and it's his site scheme of...
I do not have a picture of that in my presentation.
Okay, so that's not available right now. Then if you go back to your drawing.
Sure.
It showed the, yeah.
Yeah. Now, in Mr. Cloward's, he has the numbers that the lot itself is 21,592 square feet. The buildable area with the 20-foot setback is 5,128 square feet on the lot, which looks consistent with what we have up here. When you say this lot is larger than any other, I understand the frontage is larger, but are you saying the half acre is larger than other lots?
In that instance, yes.
The gross
Because
parcel
the gross.
size.
And that,
Gross, right.
and that half acre, less than half of that is buildable.
Sure.
My feeling, especially with the letter from the Tridam project, Suzanne Larson, where they say the restrictions have impacted your ability to construct a home on that site due to its unique configuration, unlike most others on the reservoir. I think she's referring to the 515 line taking a huge notch out of this property. My feeling is that we should look at this property with that line in mind as effectively the boundary. And we have not been presented with other lots that have this notch effect and that much of the lot taken away. My tendency is to think that this is unique. We can talk all these out, but I think given that, the various findings can apply. So I guess my question is, what about that?
I understand, yes.
Do we have something that shows a larger area of that region? Like you can see the other parcels.
I don't.
Could you Google map it or bring it up?
Aerial. Yeah, the aerial view is not that great either.
Yeah,
Doesn't show
that's
enough
not
of the other
consistent
parcels.
with,
But it does show a pretty good notch.
it does show the
Yeah,
notch,
so
but
it
it
does.
shows not as much in the water as...
It does, and as you can see from the site plan, a lot of what is towards that 515 line is at-grade improvements, such as patios, sidewalks. I spoke with Susan Larson last week, and she said that at-grade improvements are allowed beyond the 515 line. We've shown that, actually, Gina, if you want to jump in here about pushing the house back, it can meet the setbacks, while the at-grade improvements would be beyond the 515.
But his feet would be in the water, right? If he tried to walk behind.
Yes, no.
There are several covered patio areas that are designed on the back of the house, attached to the house, that have free walking ability through the patio areas. You could in fact push the entire structure. Anything that requires a building permit would be to the foundation. Any hardscape is not included in that setback requirement. So by illustration, just simply by looking at the site plan itself, there is adequate room to be able to push the entire structure, including everything that exists right now, back to the 515. Now, obviously, it's not desired, but it's our feeling that that the entire project is within the ability of the applicant to design to meet those minimum standards. And Tim didn't show an aerial photo of other parcels. There are approximately 4 other parcels that are similar to this in the subdivision. The one specifically directly across the street actually applied for a variance prior to their construction. I'm not exactly sure what the circumstance was, but the homeowners association denied his request for a variance. We ended up denying his variance without prejudice. It appeared that there was an incomplete application, so we didn't deny the variance based on any merit. But the long story short is he ended up building a house that met all of the setbacks, and that particular lot has similar aspects as this one does, with the long frontage and the meandering 515 in the rear. It's very similar in shape and limitations.
And this letter from Peninsula Estates Association, that is the homeowners association?
Yes, and that came in, I believe, this week.
So that they endorse it?
It appears so, yes.
Have they ever allowed a 15-foot setback, a variance for
other structures?
Anywhere in that area?
Yes, they have approved other variances on that same street. I did not find anything that was in excess of 5 feet, so that seems to be the general allowance, but they have approved other variances for other structures.
And what exactly is the rub? I'm trying to understand.
The rub?
Yeah, why is it that we're not wanting them to have a 15-foot as opposed to a 20-foot?
Because setbacks are established for separation purposes, among other things, and they are provisions of code that everyone needs to meet. And the finding was that, they had the ability to meet those, to meet the setback requirements by design alone. In fact, they've actually designed 2 homes. So they attempted to further meet the setback by the redesign of the home, but still just have a desire to push it forward on the lot.
Okay, so they would have to go back and redesign it again in order to make it fit.
Well, that's going to be up to the architect, but there's 2 different maps. If you look at the site map, which doesn't have, it's not drawn to scale, but if you scale out what they're calling out as the 5-foot variance, you can actually place that length of distance onto the site plan, and you can actually find that there is at least 5 feet in the rear that you could push the entire structure out of the front setback while still maintaining the 515. If you flip further on into the packet of elevations, you'll find that the other maps that are shown to scale, actually, I think we scaled out 3.5 feet in the rear, that they would have, about a roughly 2+ foot allowance. So it's still not the minimum variance needed in order to alleviate a hardship, if that's in fact what you find. But our standing is that designing the home to fit the lot was completely within their ability, and in this particular case, it's just a matter of their desire to push it forward 5 feet into the setback.
So you said there's been approval of variance. Is it the whole, when these variants were approved, do you know if it was the whole structure, or just a corner of a structure, or just a portion of the
I
structure?
did not pull any of those original files. We simply got that data from building permit records.
It just seems to me, I'm looking at this notch, and I would be inclined to agree with you if it wasn't for that notch. That notch really makes this lot not as usable as it obviously could be if it wasn't there. And that is why I am just questioning why.
Yeah, and I think the designer did a really good job of designing a home to try to fit his client's needs, in addition to try to maintain those setbacks. So it is a bit challenging, but from our view, the demonstration that the parcel, that the house itself meets the setbacks has already been met, so it's a little hard for us to say we can grant a variance if we're actually seeing that what has been designed actually meets the minimum setbacks.
I want to point out that the picture on page 3 of the staff report, which shows supposedly the lot lines in red, is not consistent with this, and that this does demonstrate that I think more than half of a lot is below the 515 level, and that picture on page 3 of the staff report. And I'm not saying that was put in to mislead us or anything, but it apparently is not accurate as far as how much of the property is underwater.
I have to agree with you.
And just looking at, now I'll rely on that picture, the houses in the adjoining 3 properties, at least the adjoining 2 properties, although they have less frontage, I would imagine that they probably have equivalent square footage to the house you went to.
Yeah, so we took a look at the square footage of all the houses on Sanguinetti and determined that the Clowards' proposed house is not completely out of, size and scale compared to the other ones. So they're all very similar to each other in square footage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do you know of any other lots in the vicinity that have a configuration that has a notch, anything like this?
There were 3 other parcels in the subdivision, one of which, if I recall correctly, was actually built without a variance.
And it had a notch, something like this?
Yes, the one directly across the street.
And I would assume if you're looking at any of these shoreline lots, the shoreline wiggles back and forth because the land does, and so any of these shoreline lots is likely to have different distances from the 515 out to the street or whatever,
Yes.
as you go along the lot.
Yes.
Okay.
This lot does.
The other parcels that are referred to in the August 9th letter, there are 5 of them, and the square footage is given to us. Do those square footage numbers, and they range from 3502 to, looks like 4497, do those numbers include the garages and decking and all the structures?
Is that square footage from our report, or is it from the
From
applicant?
his letter.
I don't know. So if you access the assessor's record, there's 2 different places where you'll find square footage. The first one is a reference only to the square footage of the residence. Down below that, you will find specific square footage relative to garages or any other detached structures. I don't know, I didn't go back and compare his letter and his claim of square footage to what we found. So you'd have to specifically ask the applicant if, where he got that data and whether it includes garages or not.
Okay.
But the assessor's record does separate them.
Okay, thank you.
I have nothing further at this time.
I don't have any further questions at this time. So, I'm assuming you're the applicant, so would you like to come up and give us a little bit more information?
Sorry, there's not a lot of... Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. The first thing that I want to clarify is that there's information. Would it be accurate for me to say that the packet that I received in the mail is the same packet that you all received? The staff report. When I turned in all my paperwork to the Planning Commission on the 19th of November, I had them stamp received every piece of paper. Okay, and then photocopy that and give it to me. There are 5 pages that I turned in that are missing from this report. 5. One of which you guys asked for, which is an aerial view of the 515 line compared to other parcels next to me. No, that's not it. It is this paper right here. It's stamped received.
Did you? I don't think
And if it pleases you, I've got copies of all of it that all of you guys can have. I believe, or you can hand this around and look at it yourselves. But this should have been in your packet. I turned it in. This answers your questions. The 515 mark, if you want to look at it, compared to all the other parcels around me, do not encroach in the way that this parcel does. They have proved my point by saying that I have excess water frontage. I do. I wish I had less.
So if the commission is going to consider this, we want to maybe make a copy and have it submitted into evidence so that it's clear on the record.
Did you want me to continue, or do you want to look at that for a minute?
Yeah, go ahead and have copies if we can get that done. Can we get a copy?
Are there any others that you're going to want to submit that we need to?
Well, I mean, it sounds like you guys it sounds like you have the Trident letter in your packet.
Yes.
I did not receive that in my packet.
Yes.
It sounds like it's possible that you also have a copy of the email from Gina Cason saying no one was going to go to the lot. You have that now? Because that's not in my packet.
It's not in the packet because it was submitted after the packets were already distributed.
No, this is dated November 19th, the day that everything else that I turned in was turned in. It's your stamp.
Within the same time that Susan was submitted that. I missed that.
We did receive it after we received the
So
packet.
you have this, you
We
have
have
this
it.
now.
Can I get a copy of that?
Okay, perfect. There's also a copy of I also submitted a copy of the 515 restoration that was done through Trident back in March, completed in May. This is also stamped November 19th. It's not in my packet. Is it in your packet?
Tim, before you leave the room.
Yeah, why don't we get everything?
More copies.
What I don't understand is why I have to do this stuff just to build a house for my family. Why should I have to make sure that you have these papers? It's because it's evidence that makes sense for me. It's evidence that speaks to the disparity, but it's not included, and it should be included. And I find it hard to believe that these were not strategically missed.
I would beg to differ with you. I don't think there's going to be any skullduggery involved with the planning department, and I don't think you're going to get very far arguing to us that there is. But I appreciate your pointing out things that are missing from the record, and we can rectify that now.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be. I've sat on this side of the chair, right? I worked in local government. I've sat in the hot seat before. I've had to speak to the decisions that I've made, whether they're right or wrong. I don't want to stand up here and be critical of government people. I've never had an unpleasant conversation with Gina. I think she's a very pleasant person, okay? But there are things that have been done wrong in this investigation that I don't understand why. The house that was created, that was 4,800 square feet, was not designed by me. It was made accessible to me while I was in escrow to purchase the house. It's not my house. I didn't pay for the design. It's only the second house that I actually paid for after the original variance was denied.
Can I ask you several
Yes,
questions?
sir, please.
When did you purchase this property?
We closed escrow it was shortly after the first variance denial was in March.
Okay, so just recently, what, your first...
To be perfectly honest with you, I did not know how this process worked. I'm an almond farmer from the valley. Okay, I didn't know how this worked. While I was in escrow, I was told, whether it's correct information or not, I was told that the variance issue was not an issue. That it was more of we needed to go through the process of the paperwork in order to get it approved.
Who told you that?
Realtors, other people in the community. I mean, this property has been on the radar of people in Peninsula for a long, long time. Okay, so that's the way it was portrayed to me. So while in escrow, instead of paying a large sum of money to design a house that I wasn't sure, 100% sure a variance was going to get approved, I used an existing plan. Okay, and that was the plan that came with the property when I bought it. It was made accessible to me because I was only in escrow. Okay, when the variance was denied, we still decided, my wife and I still decided that we wanted to purchase the property, so we purchased it anyway. But the original variance was done while I was in escrow. It wasn't a house designed by me.
Excuse me, but
Yes, sir.
are there other documents that you find are missing from the record?
These two documents which show the 515 restoration and how it was completed were in my packet. If you would like to see them, you can. It would take some questions.
Can we get copies of all of them?
And the homeowners, I need a copy of those.
Yeah, the homeowner's letter as well, please.
I have copies of the homeowner's letter.
We have that.
I didn't have access to my emails.
Whether or not you could open it?
I couldn't open it.
Thank you.
I tried to get a copy of it, but I couldn't open it.
Do you have
I
these?
have it.
Okay.
You guys need any
And there's
I've got it.
letter of comment on the backside.
Okay.
You need the homeowners?
I have it.
No, I have it.
Now that you have the information that I want to make sure you have.
Well, he's going to...
Well, he's going to go get it for us.
I can wait.
This doesn't count against your time.
Sure, whatever is good for you guys.
Within the last week, yeah, that just came.
Yeah, thank you.
Gina sent...
No, it was an email. I didn't have access to it.
And
Is this the same as this?
no, this is something else. This came earlier.
Okay.
Here.
It's not my packet. Yeah, let me do that. The educated subject here.
Okay. Well, he'll be back in a few minutes with that, but you can go ahead and keep
Okay,
talking.
I don't know exactly what you would like me to address first. To be honest, I don't necessarily know where to start. I feel like there's many. The first one you guys have already addressed, and I appreciate the commission realizing this on their own. The S-curve of the 515 encroachment on that property is unique. You can see, compared to on that map that I provided you that wasn't in your packet, you can see the encroachment of the 515 compared to any other parcel next to me. Okay? Now, we are talking about the south side of the peninsula. Okay? The fact that the planning department would emphasize the fact that I have a large amount of frontage compared to other people reinforces my disparity. Okay, Government Code 65906 says size, shape, topography, landscape, or surroundings. Okay, that's exactly what it says. That's the code that is on the Calaveras County variance sheet, okay, when filling out a variance in the first place. The shape of that lot, the fact that it is a half acre, which, by the way, it is not the largest lot in that area. The lot right next to me is .51. The lot 2 lots over is .78. Okay, they say, and he said in his slideshow, he said most lots in the area. He says in his staff report, he says all. If the lot is larger than any other parcel in the vicinity. It's not true. It's not accurate. And I shouldn't have to point out this information. If they're going to provide evidence against my denial, if they're going to provide a statement against my denial, they need to provide evidence. I'm glad that there's 2 attorneys on this panel, because when I was a police officer, I had to be Prop 115 certified, right? Hearsay. I can't just, I had to be certified to give information without actually having evidence to back it. Am I correct?
But we're not going to get into that.
Okay.
Real quick.
Yes, sir.
Not to interrupt you. So, did you look at the property before you purchased?
Absolutely.
So you was aware of the S-curve?
That's correct.
And you was aware of the footprint of which you could build on, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And actually, and you'll see from that mapping that it was much worse. When I bought it, it was the condition of which I could build on it was much worse. The constriction of 29 feet was down to about 18 feet. And Rob Keith, my designer who's here, could answer the majority of those questions for you later on. It would make more sense coming from him than it would be from me. But the fact that a half acre is mentioned, A, is not accurate information. And it's your GIS maps that say 0.51 for my neighbor and 0.78 for the 1-2 over. That comes from your records, not mine. Okay, not only is that incorrect, but they do not mention, as you brought up, they do not mention that 66% of it is underwater. If you look at those maps in front of you, is there any property that's next to me that's even half? It's not even half. And I'm 66%. Only 25% of my half-acre lot is buildable. Trust me, if I had a half-acre lot on the water, I wouldn't be here. Because I have a half acre. Okay, the neighbor is mentioned across the street, that the lot across the street is similar. A, I find it reassuring to my case that the HOA be willing to grant my variance and deny his. It shows that mine is different. B, if you are to bring up the map that they have access to, because an engineered map for the development, you will see that the encroachment of the 515 on his property is a single concave line. It is not an S-curve. And I have that map here if you want to see it.
I think we're getting
Yeah.
enough documents.
Yeah.
What's that? No, this is different. This is another one. Because they brought up the point in their staff report that it's same as a lot across the street, and it's not. It's different. It's a single concave line. Mine is an S-curve. That encroachment, where it reaches a 29-foot section, not only do I have to try to build a house there from outside wall to outside wall, but I have to be able to walk around it. Okay, the distance of my house, the way that we designed it right now, is almost exactly 29 feet. It's basically exactly 29 feet. I can't walk a straight line. I have 5 kids. I have 5 kids with one on the way. As crazy as that sounds, they're all incredibly obedient. I have 5 kids, so my kids 11 and under, in order to walk the span of their backyard, they have to go down a flight of stairs and back up a flight of stairs just to walk the span of the backyard. I'm not asking for room for a jacuzzi. I want a flat line for my kids to be able to walk. That's a disparity. No one in my area has to deal with that.
I'm looking at this,
Yes.
and it appears to me that there are other parcels with similar situations, not the S-curve necessarily, but certainly similar narrow buildable areas. And there's no doubt that your parcel is challenging. You knew that when you purchased it.
That's correct.
You even knew that the first variance request had been turned down, that the planning director at the time did not believe he could make the 4 findings.
The map that I provided you is a Google map that was meant to show where houses were compared to the square footage that you were given about the size of the house, size of the houses.
But
I
that's-
can't say that Google Maps is an accurate representation. What you need to understand is the house next to me, that is .51 acres, that looks similar to mine,
is a different configuration entirely for that parcel. So parcels that extend longer, along with greater frontage on the water, have the benefits of greater frontage on the water, and then the challenges of a shallower depth from the street to the 515 line.
in this instance, I would give the argument that it is not a challenge, it's a disparity. Is the county aware that the house next to me that is similar in nature was built at a different elevation line than mine?
What do you mean by
No
that?
idea.
So when these houses were designed and the construction of Peninsula Estates was created, there were two benchmarks. Okay, there was a benchmark at Oberns Ferry Road and there's a benchmark at the dam. The dam is the proper benchmark. Okay, what was at Oberns Ferry Road was slightly different. So the house next to me is operating basically off of a different 515 line than I am. His 515 mark is actually lower. So even though from a satellite view the encroachment seems similar, it's not, because his 515 line is technically different. The 515 line is not the water line. 510 is the water line. Okay, so that's why he's able to be 1.5 feet different than mine. So his encroachment is less. That property is not an accurate comparison to mine. It's different. That's what makes it different. It's a disparity. Mine is a
Mr. Clare,
disparity.
now we have copies
Yes,
of these
thank you.
documents. Do you
Thank
want
you.
to run through them and tell us what
Well,
you
you
think
are,
is-
it depends on which one you're looking at. The map that I see as being extremely important is where it says final map of Peninsula Estates. Okay, and you can see all the properties next to me compared to mine. Yes, mine is large, but that hash mark of space is the 515 mark, and you can see how it encroaches extremely on my side. According to the government code 65906, that is a difference in size and shape due to location and surroundings. The 515, the water line being on my back porch, is not unique. The encroachment of how deep that water encroaches into my property is unique. You can see it.
And then the other documents we have is, one is a proposed plan for Jonathan Cloward.
So that is just a copy of the reconstruction of the 515 line that we did through a tri-dam permit. If you want to get into that information, I'm happy to. I don't think it's necessarily important. I wanted to provide it in case it got brought up. The last thing I wanted to say was
And then
that.
the next in order of what we received is, well, can you see from there, this document? It's, I don't see a land and structure.
It looks like it's a pier.
It looks as if it has a pier on
It has a dock on it, yes. So if you see, there's kind of, as you see the 515 line where it is now, you can kind of slightly see a shaded area that jaggedly goes into the property up higher towards the road.
What's the point you would make from
The
this?
significance of that is that's where the 515 used to be.
Okay.
That's all. I just didn't want to come in here and not have information if you asked it. We don't necessarily need to get into that.
Okay.
The biggest
So this
issue
final
that-
map of the Peninsula Estates is the one that you think is...
That is the one that I see as being most important. It's specifically the one that you asked for, yes. And I have copies of the neighbor's house in question when they talk about the neighbor across the street from me is the same. And my argument is that it's not the same. I have maps that show that it is not the same. The encroachment is different. If that is something the commission wants to look at, I didn't realize it was an argument till last night, so I printed it off. I actually have an email from the resident at 40 Sanguinetti Court, which is the one across the street from me, supporting my variance.
That I think we have.
What's that?
Yeah,
We have
We have
that.
that.
You have that, okay? You have the Peninsula Estates Association updated
Yes.
approval.
Yeah. So maybe we're up to date.
So as far as information, you're up to date. This property is very, very hard to try to give you maps and show something without it being in person. It's very, very difficult. I'm trying to show pictures of which copies aren't going to come through on your paper. It's hard to step out 29 feet and try to show you how that works. But that is the reason for the on-site inspection. When I file a variance, your variance sheet from the county says that there's an on-site inspection that's done. You have the email that says that it wasn't going to happen. Because the planning commissioner, the planning department is under the false impression that there's nothing new to see. And that's not the case.
What is there new to see?
Since their first inspection to the new one, the 515 was restored. Their inspection was in February. The 515 was restored under the Trident permit in May. So 30 yards of dirt had been moved along the water's edge and brought to reconstruct the 515. Not to mention, the 515 line was specifically marked by Land and Structure. So when you walk onto the lot, which wasn't done before, so when you walk on the lot, you can see exactly where the 515 line is and exactly where the property line is. In order to get an accurate idea of what 29 feet looks like, not only that, but what happens the minute you leave the 515 and go down towards the water. It's almost a one-for-one slope. Those are important things to see, but it never happened.
No, I don't quite understand. Dirt was taken from the lakeside?
That's correct.
And this was restoring the 515
That's
line
correct.
from what had happened to it?
Yes, sir. So that when the property was purchased, it was determined, this was again when I was in escrow, that at some point in time, somebody came and leveled the lot, thinking they were doing something good. Unfortunately, what happened was, when they leveled the lot, there was a large portion, which you can see in that map, that brought the 515 elevation of that lot down about 6 inches, which made it unbuildable. Through my research of historical records, historical photos, tracking down people that had photos of that lot that were originally taken when the lot was created, I was able to prove that that happened. Okay? And through that proof of that the 515 had been altered without a permit, I was able to apply for a restoration permit through Trident to restore that lot back to its original space, giving me that additional space to build out.
I think you said that it was down to 18 feet of
It was down to
width,
18
and he
feet,
was
yes.
able to restore it back to the 29 feet that it should have been.
That's correct.
All along. So what was to see if they would have gone back was that you actually had a little more space at that narrow necked-in point than you had previously, but they
Yes.
could also have seen the markings from Land and Structure for the actual line.
That is correct. They would see exactly where the 515 line, because like I said, if you go look at it with the naked eye without any stakes, you're not going to know exactly where the 515 is.
Right, because the water line is not the 515
That's
line
correct.
most of the time. It's possible for the water to come to the 515 line, but really, that's the building
If it came to the 515,
limitation.
yes, ma'am. If it came to the
Correct.
515 line, it would go over the dam. But yes, that is correct. That's why they don't allow you to go below the 515 mark.
And the water during the summer is at about the 510-ish line?
It usually, in the last couple of years, it hasn't gone over 509.5.
Thank you.
So the reason, and it was stated today by the planning department, the reason why there's hesitancy to allow variances is because the encroachment of other things around, roads, homes. In this instance, we're talking about the road side. Okay? The setback of 20 feet is so the house is at a minimum 20 feet from the tip of the house to edge of pavement. Because of the way this particular area is structured in Peninsula, what Peninsula owns as far as roadway, the distance from, with the variance, from the house to the edge of pavement is 29 feet. At its closest. If you go to the garage side, the distance from the house to edge of pavement is 30 feet, which is more than adequate. It's more than what the county is wanting when it comes to having the 20-foot setback to start with.
You're just saying that the roadway,
The edge
the
of
asphalt is not as big as the right-of-way.
That is correct.
Right, the edge of pavement is.
There is no compaction issue between the house and the road with the granting of this variance because of the additional space that Peninsula owns. It still creates a 29-foot edge of pavement distance, which is more than what the county is asking for, having the 20-foot setback to begin with.
But that's subject to the change of the size of the road.
That wouldn't be, I don't think that'd be able to change. There's too many things that are there. You would rip out front yards of 20
Mr. Carr,
houses. Yes,
if I may, in your letter, you stated that 4 out of the 5 homes in that area are larger than yours, is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
Out of them, how many of them homes were built to zoning requirements? All of them, or did any of them that you stated have any variance to?
I am not aware of any variances in my area, and that's a matter of public record, and I asked about that, and as far as I know, there is not any variances with any of those homes. No. And I appreciate the question, but I think there's a large hang-up on the square footage of the house, and that is not necessarily the issue. I mean, the statement has been made that there's multiple ways to build this house. Whether you build this house to 5,000 square feet or you build this house to 3,000 square feet, you still have to deal with that space in the middle of 29 feet that makes it incredibly hard, not just to design a house, but to design a house to where you have any kind of backyard that you can access from one side to the other. The square footage is not what's important. It's that 29-foot section. It's incredibly, incredibly difficult.
I agree with you, but the hang-up, and I'll be honest with you, the hang-up I have with this is you bought this piece of property knowing how big the building footprint of this property was. That's the hang-up I have, and I'm being honest with you.
I
appreciate, you've made a very compelling argument, evidence backing things up, but the one hang-up I have is you went out, you've seen the piece of property, you looked at it, purchased the property.
I appreciate that, but you also have to consider that variances and the processes to get a variance are because counties and cities make lot lines that don't necessarily function the same as everybody around them all the time. That's why this process exists.
Counties and cities don't make lots, developers make lots.
Okay, sure, I stand corrected.
And purchasers
But the county has to approve them, yes?
Yeah.
The county has to approve these lot lines.
Yes.
So, the variance process exists specifically because there's lots out there that don't function the same as other lots around them. So yes, I knew what I was getting myself into, but I also knew for certainty that this lot wasn't functioning the way that all the other properties around me function, and that's what is listed in the disparity definition in Government Code 65906. That the property can't be used in the same condition under the same zoning designations as the other properties around you. It's exactly what it says. So yes, I knew it was a problem, but I knew it was a problem to a point where I felt that I was very confident that the variance process could be utilized in a way that makes sense and works, because it fits the definition of this property. I hope that makes sense.
I've got some questions.
Yes, sir.
The 3,806 square foot residence, together with the 909 square foot porches and the 948 of the garage, will that fit on this lot with the 20-foot setback?
No. It would very much have to change.
Has your architect designed a residence for this lot that is consistent with the 20-foot setback?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Has your architect done a design for this lot that's consistent with the 20-foot front setback?
This is the only design that we have made. So we did not see a design that would function in any other capacity without the variance.
Can I build upon your question? Yeah.
This drawing shows it fitting within the setbacks?
That's
Is
what I
that
was gonna-
correct?
That,
It's right on, I mean, touching in every spot.
you are talking about which part of the house?
Well,
I'm,
talking about your
there's the
exhibit.
setbacks, there's the 5,128 square feet, and there's the outline that appears to be the same outline as you're proposing to use.
The map that you are looking at is based off the 15-foot setback. It's not based off the 20-foot setback.
Excuse me?
That map that you're looking at is situated on that property with the 15-foot setback in mind, not off the 20-foot
On
setback.
the- on that map, though, it says 20-foot front,
Yeah.
BEF 5 or something. It looked to me from this that you submitted to us that, yes, it did show the 20-foot. At least it has a label up there by the road that starts with 20-foot front.
Yeah.
This is the map received August 20th.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Okay, you're looking at the map that's showing the square footage.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Right.
Yes, that is correct. The house fits, the house as designed fits on the property with the 15-foot setback. That is correct.
No.
I'm sorry, with the 20-foot
20-foot
setback.
setback.
That's
It looks like
correct.
the 20-foot
Yes.
setback.
Yes.
Yes. And then
But no
look at it
walkway.
further. If you look where the encroachment of that line is, the encroachment of the 515 line is, that 515 line goes directly to the edge of the house.
Right.
Which means if I construct the house in that spot, I have no level ground past it, which means I can't walk from one side to the other.
Okay, so the main issue here then is the difficulty or perhaps impossibility of walking along the shoreline, if you will, on the backside of your house from one end to the other?
That is part of it, yes.
Okay. Could you, understand you don't have a flat surface to walk on, but could you walk it? I mean, a reasonably fit person, could you walk it?
No, it's almost a 1-for-1 ratio.
It's steep.
That's correct.
Just at the corner.
Okay, so did the movement of this 30 yards of soil that you referred to, did that make it easier or more difficult or not affect this issue of adequate space to walk along the backside?
It did not affect that area in particular, no.
Okay.
It restored it just right there.
Now, could you build a level walkway along the backside next to the 515 line?
No.
Why would that be?
I can't backfill dirt within the 515 encroachment.
No, I'm staying above the 515 line. Could you build a walkway along the backside of your house?
No, because I'm blocked by the house.
So how much room is there between your house at its narrowest point and the 515 line?
Basically zero.
Yeah.
It's right on the edge.
Okay, and what part of the house is there? Is that concrete patios or porches or
No,
what is
that
it?
is living space.
That's living space.
That's living
It's
space, yes.
porches in some instances, and it's living space in other instances.
He's talking about the encroachment at the 29-foot mark, where the 515 hits the house.
You said to walk the entire back edge of your house, and that's what he's asking. Is it possible to walk through there?
Mr. Wooster, if you would clarify your question, I guess I misunderstood you.
Say that again.
If you would clarify your question, I misunderstood you.
Yeah, what I'm trying to figure out is with the design that you have here that fits within the 20-foot setback, I'm trying to figure out what's on the backside of the house, and I'm looking at it, and it looks like there's porches and concrete patios and that sort of thing.
Yes.
Now, is there enough room between what you've designed there and the 515 line understanding the terrain's too steep to walk on because you'll fall down into the reservoir,
Yes.
to put a level walkway, and if so, how wide could that be?
There is not enough space to make a level walkway from one end of the house to the other.
Is there one particular choke point that's too narrow?
Yes, that 29-foot section is a choke point to where the house, in order to make the house fit, has to come right up to that line.
Okay, so linearly, how wide is that choke point going parallel to the 515 line?
In that choke point, I think there's approximately about a foot or maybe less.
Okay. Make sure I understand it, because I'm not an architect.
Neither am I.
If I'm looking at the 515 line, and I'm looking at the place where your proposed residence is the closest to it, and I'm trying to figure out two things.
Yes.
One, how close is the narrowest, how wide is the narrowest gap? And two, linearly, how far does that narrow gap extend? In other words, is it a 50-foot gap that's 3 inches wide, or is it a foot gap
You can see it
along the
on this.
515?
You can see each point. It's corners.
It's more than one,
515.
so it's more than one corner.
And sometimes it's a patio, and in this case, it's the house itself. I don't know if you can blow up that view that you had up there previously.
In your packet, I guess you're wanting to refer to the way it sits on the 20-foot line. I mean, you have the other plans, but those are set at a 15-foot setback. And I would also like to reinforce the fact that the square footage and the patio square footage that is listed by the planning department, as far as, in their opinion, being adequate, those numbers are with the setback in mind. So if the opinion is there that the numbers they presented were adequate, those would very much have to change if this variance was denied. And upstairs patios, I don't see how they can necessarily be pertinent to as far as the amount of square footage, because according to county code, you have the ability to cantilever over certain areas that you wouldn't normally be allowed to build. So square footage for a patio could change whether you're upstairs or downstairs. It's quite different.
Okay. I heard something today that I hadn't heard before.
Yes, sir.
From Mr. Pitt, which was, if I heard him right, that at grade, improvements are allowed beyond the 515 line. And I'm trying to figure out what that actually means for your situation, if anything.
I would love to know as well, because as Tridam specifically stated in their letter, there is no grading as far as backfilling of dirt that's allowed beyond the 515.
It says, Tridam cannot authorize habitable space to be constructed at the 515, contrary elevation and below. But a walkway wouldn't be habitable space. So this letter from Tridam wouldn't seem to address that point. So,
Thank you.
And obviously, they allow piers to get out to your dock and a number of things beyond the 515. But on a limited basis.
Again, but they will not allow you to pour concrete and backfill an area below the 515. So if you're talking about pouring an area of concrete and level with the 515, it can encroach beyond the 515 and you backfill any kind of space, whether it's with dirt or concrete, to create a level patio.
I understand that, because they don't want to lose any of their storage space
correct,
in a reservoir.
Yes.
But if you have a walkway that's on piers, that would seem to be authorized, from what I'm seeing and hearing. Or am I wrong about that?
I guess that would be new information to me. My question would be is, if Tridam was to approve of that and that was to be appropriate, then why would they specifically list my property as being unique in size and creating a hardship? So I think I understand your question, but I think the answer is implied by her statement. The thing that you have to realize is Susan Larson not only used to be be on the planning department with this county, but she spent many trips down at that lot, walking that lot with me. And she knows that lot because she actually went there. She knows the other lots around her because that's her job. And so the effort that Tridam has gone through to adequately understand this lot is more than the planning department did. The planning department can't give you an accurate idea of what this lot is like because they never actually went there and made an effort to get a clear understanding. And again, I don't want to attack a government employee. That's not deep down in my heart, that's not who I am. That's not my character. But the fact remains that it didn't happen. It's supposed to happen. I paid for it to happen. It's part of my application fee, is it not? The fact that they didn't go there, that is the reason why they don't have an accurate understanding.
Let me ask you a question about these other 5 lots that you referred to in your August 9th letter.
Yes, sir.
At 83 Sanguinetti Court and so forth, and you've got the square footage listed.
That's correct.
And the question is, do those square footage figures include just the residence, or do they include any other structures like garages or patios or things like that?
Those numbers are from the Calaveras County tax records. It is habitable space.
Okay, but I think I heard earlier from Ms. Catherine that there's actually 2 sets of numbers on those records, and one shows the residence itself, reflects the square footage of the residence, and the other shows the other structures.
Yes, sir. I guess the difference would be is that I actually went through the work and made the evidence. If she has evidence that says differently, I'm happy to see it. It's very possible that I could be wrong, but I have evidence that shows my evidence says that is habitable space. I could very much be incorrect. If she wants to research it and she finds something different, I'm happy to say I was wrong.
Are you saying habitable space?
Habitable space, yes, sir.
So these are the habitable structures?
As far as I know, but you have to understand, I'm an almond farmer trying to navigate county tax records.
So we don't know whether they include the garages or...
I would love to...
habitable space does not include the garage.
Yes, I would love to say that I'm 100% right.
Okay.
I believe that I am. But they made the statement as well that my house is of average size, but there's nothing that they said to back it up. I went through the effort of finding the county tax records that say it's not of average size.
Okay, what I was trying to get at is, do we have an apples-to-apples comparison here? And it appears from what you're saying is that we do.
That's correct, sir. Based to the best of my knowledge.
Now, has your architect tried to figure out any potential changes to this design that would allow a house of, call it roughly 3,800 square foot of living area, fit within this lot with the 20-foot setback and along the street, and still provide you with an ability to walk from one end to the other, such as, again, I'm not an architect, but like narrow down the middle section more than it is, or expand the upper story, put more square footage on top, convert a covered porch into living area, or anything else? Is there any other design options been considered?
Well, first of all, in all due respect to Ms. Plotnick, Rob Keith, who's here, is a designer. He's not an architect. So he would be more accurate in answering your questions in regard to the design as I would. Again, I have to say, the square footage of this house could be increased. It could be increased and it could be decreased, because on both sides of the balloon, so to speak, okay, you can build second stories. If you look at your plans, everything that's a single story could be made a second story. That is not necessarily the hardship. The square footage is not necessarily the hardship. It's the fact of that 29-foot encroachment. That is the biggest hardship. You're talking about taking a house and it's this size and all of a sudden you're trying to squeeze it down into a small area and then try to expand it back. That is different than any other house in that area, which is its disparity. It's like trying to take a tennis ball and pull it through a long sleeve shirt.
But Ms. Catherine's point is that you can design around, she thinks, you can design around this S-curve difficulty.
Yeah.
And still have a home that has adequate square footage of living area and presumably, I guess, have a way to walk from one end to the other in the back.
And I appreciate her opinion, but I think Mr. Keith would be able to speak with more knowledge and experience based off of designing houses on that water versus what she would have. And if it pleases the commission, I'm welcome to have him step up and answer your question if you'd like.
I think that would be helpful, but I'll see what the rest of the commissioners think.
Sounds good.
I didn't have any other questions for you,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Cloud.
I'll ask.
So would we like Mr. Keith
Yes,
to
please.
come up for a few minutes while?
Good afternoon already. I know it's been a long day for you guys. Anyway, I'm Rob Keith with Keith Designs, and I think I cleared up a lot of questions. It's not John, I expect him to know a lot of this. Like I said, he's an avid farmer and a police officer. Basically, I retired, and I've worked on this project before for previous people. Gina's aware of it. We worked together on it. So when they asked me to get involved in this project, I said, well, because I've been told by the county this shouldn't be a big deal, but we've got to go through the process. Why don't you take this house that I designed for the last customer, same lot, and use it to get your variance. My bad, my mistake. I made a huge mistake. It's not their fault, okay? So I just want to give a little brief history on this. Connor and Peninsula Estates, I've done 10 projects in Peninsula, 25 in Connor, and probably 30 or so in Poker Flats. I know the lake, I know what's going on down there. And I've walked away from many projects that I don't agree with. I don't do something down there unless I agree with it. It has to be right, it has to be done right. I think you know that. So I made a mistake. We went ahead and designed the second house, and I should have designed the second house to show what they wanted. To answer some questions, they've had to change the garage from that layout. It used to stick out, and the house did not fit. I made it fit. I squeezed it on there. It actually doesn't fit by that far. If somebody wants to check it, you guys can't see on these little prints. The house does not fit the 20-foot setbacks the way it's designed right now. I can make it fit by changing a little something, and I think what Jonathan didn't really understand your question. Yeah, you can go down where you go past that 515 and do steps, but you can't put one piece of concrete up above the existing grade. You can't fill in 1 square inch of that, which means you've got to dig that all out, put some steps down, some steps back up. I think that's what he's trying to get away from. Basically, there were some other questions. I know that 2 of the exhibits on there were inaccurate. One was showing the setback cutting through the house. I know that's kind of irrelevant, but my main reason I'm here is just to answer your questions, I think, and to say that, look, the house didn't fit the way they wanted it. I've made some big changes. I've had to squeeze this thing in here. I've never had to do this. With all the projects I've done on that lake, I've never had this kind of a problem. When I tell my customers, you can't have the garage you want, and you can't have a backyard where you can walk right straight across the backyard because I can't make it fit. I'm sorry. So let's get a variance. I mean, maybe I misunderstood what planning told me, but I was told by Trident, by planning, and by Peninsula Estates verbally that we could pursue this. We went ahead and got the Peninsula Estates approval with their input. It was their idea to address the park that they want reliability for. It was their idea to get rid of the broken sidewalk to nowhere and get rid of it. So we're going to address that. We're going to, instead of getting a variance for that park, we're going to do a lot line adjustment because I work with land and structure, and they're going to do all that for me. So there's a lot of misinformation, I think, and a lot of it's my fault because I was retired, came out of retirement to help them because they're real nice people. I also want to point out one other thing. I've lowered the roof pitches to 6 and 12, which they didn't want, they wanted 8 and 12. An average house that I do, this caliber is usually going to be 20, I averaged out, I counted a bunch of my houses, and they're 29.8 inches, I think, from foundation, if it's on a slab, to ridge. This house is 25 foot 3 inches, foundation to ridge, and from the street to the ridge is 21 foot 4, because we've set the house down. You have to come down into the driveway, because we're trying to keep this house as low as we can, because there was, excuse me, some questions about the height of the house. We already talked about, we had 18 foot 6 when we first started this project. I think that's all I wanted to go over, and I'm just available for any of your questions.
You say you've done many projects on the lake,
Yes.
and have you encountered a property with this sort of scoop?
They're all tough properties on the lake, but I've never encountered one this tough, where I had to squeeze this thing down. We've been kind of joking about it, my brother and I, said, why don't we just put a single wide mobile on it, because that's what it's designed for. And so, I mean, there's always obstacles on this lake. It's a tough place to design houses.
How many variances have you gotten?
I've gotten at least 3 that I know of, but I believe those are in, and that, somebody asked that question, I believe those are in Connor. I think Gina said there was some variances in, and I know that's supposed to be irrelevant. I mean, the variances were in Connor, but they have had them in Peninsula.
If you're asking, there were other variances that were approved for a 15-foot front setback on Sanguinetti Court.
Now, Cash,
Exactly how many, I can't recall. Tim didn't bring that documentation, but there were several, I would say. There were definitely more than, there's probably at least 3 that I found.
so the way this house is designed with the 15-foot setback variance,
Yes.
what is the walkway width that would be
We're gonna-
allowed?
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
So that area where he could walk from one end to his house, or his children could walk from one end to his house to the other, how wide is that walkway?
We're going to have just under 5 feet, because that's what the variance is. So we should have just under 5 feet where we can now walk on a flat walkway and not, have to dive down into the lake. With the variance, with the 15-foot setback. And then did I also say that, one last thing, I'm sorry. We have 30 feet from the garage to edge of pavement. That's unheard of, especially down there. Well, not on these longer lots that I've done at the lake. I did want to point out, I did lot 2, 10, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, all in this area. So the other lots are all designed, they're deep and they're narrow. They're not like that.
Could you design a house to fit on there without any variance?
Not
on
the
that
house
lot?
they want.
No, that wasn't the question I asked.
Oh,
I
I
asked, could you design a house
Oh,
to fit on
yes.
that lot without a variance?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I could take an inch off of this house and it would actually fit. But it's not what they want. Any other questions?
I thought I understood earlier, and maybe I didn't, that the design of the house that we're looking at here would fit on this lot without the variance. Is that incorrect?
No.
Except a couple inches.
The problem is with doing
That you
this
can't
on
see here,
8.5 by
essentially
11,
it fits.
is none of this is to scale. If I look at it on my computer, I'm close enough where I said, okay, let's quit, probably my bad again, can't blame them, let's quit working on this house and let's see if we can get a variance so we can do the house you want and make it safe for everybody to walk around, and maybe that was my bad. Maybe I shouldn't have done that, but the house is lacking by just a tiny little bit right now. Can I fix it? Yes. Do I want to fix it? Do they want me to fix it?
He wants to, you're retired.
I'm retired. A lot of this stuff, the problems that we got into, I got to say they're my fault, because I've been trying to let Jonathan and Amanda do everything, and tell them I'm retired, that it's just not working. I had to, that's why I got finally just, okay, I got to get involved in this a little bit more, so. Anyway.
So, but could you put a walkway, assuming the 20-foot variance is in effect, put a walkway on piers, no concrete, no fill,
Yes, you could do it.
around the back, it would,
Walkway.
but it would be expensive.
It'd be very expensive, and it'd be awkward. You know, they want concrete patios. You could do wood, you could do a lot of things there, but it would, I mean, we just really thought this was gonna be a no-brainer to get a 5-foot variance. And you don't see people lined up here complaining about it either. Like, you guys had a tough one on number 1 here this morning. If all the neighbors agree with it, Peninsula Estates agree, everybody agrees that it's no big deal to do this. And so that's my bad for thinking, okay, this is gonna be a no-brainer.
I think the sticking point here is there was a time in the past when I remember that variances were relatively easy to come by, and now we have these 4 findings that we need to make, and regardless of our personal opinions on, it's not that big a deal, we have to make those 4 findings.
You're right, because I've gotten a lot of variances.
Yeah,
on that,
we're
especially
old,
on
we've
the-
been doing this a long time, things were different.
They were
Way back when.
Big difference.
Should we have a public comment? Public
Yes,
comment?
we will. So are you,
Can I say one more thing?
you're going to get another opportunity in a minute. If I could get you guys, I know we don't see a lot of public out there, but we're going to do the process here. So is there anybody online? So we'd like to give the public an opportunity to comment on this item, and I think you're going to go, and that's going to get them up there?
Yes, Ms. Haggerty, if you'd like to speak.
Yes, actually, this is Charlie Haggerty. I'm using my wife's computer.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to express a few thoughts here. While I speak, I'd like you to take a quick look at the subject parcel and my parcel next to it, which is at 83 Sanguinetti Court. It's the first home on the same side of the street, on the opposite side of the open space. I've heard for a while here that the property in question is unique. Well, if you take a look, our property is just as unique. It's essentially a mirror image of the subject property, but just the reverse. Our home is 3,502 square feet. It would have been larger, I'm sure, but there are constraints. The home is built within the constraints. I do not object to the home being built on the property. I do object to a 5-foot variance. There's a walkway that extends, it starts on my property, and it actually dead ends right at the corner of the subject parcel. The 5-foot variance would push the home closer to that, and it would just be imposing for people that walk by. I'm glad that the commission recognizes that the home can be built as proposed, but without the 5-foot variance, there would not be enough room for the walkway in the back. I don't believe that that should be a determining factor for the variance. I think that someone might be able to take a look at other things, perhaps reducing the size of the home or the garage, or closing in the second-story open space to provide additional square footage that essentially is wasted without closing it in. I would rather not have a variance issued so that it sets a precedent for others to refer to when they build or remodel in the future. Keep in mind that the variance requested is 5 feet by approximately 120 feet. We're talking about a 600 square foot difference. It's an imposing variance. The structure will be very, very close to the street at that point, and it's just going to look inconsistent with other homes on the block. Our lot is 0.51 acres. I believe that the subject is 0.50. I think that one could easily take a look at our lot and conclude that it is also similar to shaped lot. I would like to suggest that the planning commission deny the variance, and I appreciate the time that you've given me. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hagerty, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, was that Charlie? Is that you?
Yes, it is.
Oh, can they hear me?
Yeah, I have a question. This is Commissioner Laddish, a question for Mr. Hagerty. I'm unclear as to which your lot is. We've got the lot numbers.
This one, 83 Sanguinetti, I believe. Is it 83 Sanguinetti?
That's correct.
It's this one right here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hagerty.
Thank you.
Mr.
This is
Hedrick, you can go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. We're located at 27 Sanguinetti. We're the house right next to the proposed property. So if you're looking at the Peninsula Estate map that you showed in the exhibit, we're the one right to the right. I guess I have a bit of a unique perspective on this since we actually looked at purchasing that lot. We had another home in Peninsula Estates and then decided to build a house and ended up looking at numerous lots. And in all honesty, the one that Jonathan's looking at trying to build on was very challenging. I actually contacted Rob Keith. He and I went through the discussion, so I looked at all the challenges there and felt that even though I was told by people as well that there wouldn't be any problem with getting the variances, that it was a lot of money to spend with that potential risk at stake, so I obviously chose a different direction. My home is over 35 feet off the street, and so if Johnson's house was another 5 feet closer, still being around 30 feet from the street, I really would have no problem whatsoever with that. As a matter of fact, I think it'd be a good use of that space, which otherwise is just wasted, because it just ends up to be more asphalt or whatever, so it's really a real benefit. So,
He's just relying on him.
Yeah.
And he's
Charlie, are you still on?
I don't know.
I can hear you, I don't know if they can.
Yes, we are. Let's hear from Mr. Hedevig. Mr. Hedevig, do you want to continue?
Yes, there we go. So I guess where I left off was I'm more than happy to support Jonathan's efforts. I think it's very reasonable. I think he does have a unique lot. I don't believe there is any other lots. When I looked around at purchasing the lots, both in Peninsula and Connor, it had to be probably the most challenging lot that I saw, and realized that it would take some real effort to make something work on that, even with the variance. And so I think, honestly, it's a very reasonable request, and really don't see, the precedent's already been set, so I don't see how we're setting any additional precedent by granting the request. And frankly, I think he's not asking for a large amount, just simply 5 feet, which seems the least amount and very a reasonable request. So other than that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. All right, well, I would encourage you to grant his request, and if you do have any questions, I'll stay on here till the end and answer anything you might have.
Thank you.
Thank you for spending your day with us. Okay.
Are there...
Oh, I'm sorry, it was muted. You missed it. I don't know why. Every time I stop talking, it goes to mute. I just want to say thank you. I actually enjoyed it. I'm retired, and I enjoyed the education and the information. So hope you folks have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Okay. So I think this is the opportunity for our planning staff to respond. We will close the public comment portion of the hearing. That doesn't mean that you guys won't have another opportunity to respond, but go ahead. Gina or Tim, once they're
Is there really much to say?
kind of been all over the place here.
Yeah. So the whole statement about planning staff not doing a site inspection, as you've been informed, there was a previous application for variance for a different designed home. We did go out and do a full site inspection. Yes, we did not do a site inspection for the second application, but we felt that with the increase in area as a result of the restoration of the 515 and the fact that they were applying for a smaller home, there was no need. There wasn't anything new to really see that would make a difference in, what we were reviewing through the application and the plans. Our biggest hangup is that the plan provided to us appeared that it actually would fit, at least at a minimum, with less of a variance than what's being requested. And I think the biggest issue that I have is that the applicant actually came to our department prior to submitting the application for a variance with the same plan, and we had conversations about having to meet the same findings and our inability to do that, but yet he chose to submit the variance request anyway. My feeling is just so he could possibly get before you, and that's fine. I think they've done a great job of trying to design a home. I think there just needs to be a little bit more effort in order to hopefully achieve what the family is needing as far as a residence, and trying to work with the unique circumstances with the property.
Would the planning department be receptive to a smaller variance? In other words, instead of 5 feet, 3 feet?
Yeah, I mean, at least at a minimum, if you can at least, if you're willing to entertain this particular plan, then, perhaps maybe we need to look at what is the actual minimum variance needed, because there's a lot of discussion about walkways in the back and what we need. Handicap accessibility, for instance, is only, 36 inches. So, do you really need 5 feet? I know that's what the applicant desires, and that would be at best fit his, personal needs with his family, and I get that. That's, fine, but I just have a hard time incorporating that into a finding to approve the variance
The
request.
question, say, instead of 5 feet, it's 3 feet. Would you be able to?
Yeah, and
reach
perhaps maybe you want to get Mr. Keith back up here, but it seems as though there's a little wiggle room to be able to push that exact design back closer to the 515 and alleviate some of the request.
And could you see your way to making the appropriate findings if it were that variance?
If you think that we can make those findings?
I think you can, but I wanted your point.
I'm going to say that given the fact that this is a brand-new design specifically for this parcel, which I don't believe is quite true, because I think Mr. Keith tried to morph something that he started with. Well, given that it is, the opportunity was there to design something that would fit on this parcel, and I can make the finding that this is a difficult parcel that has is somewhat more challenging than other parcels in the area, but I can't get to a finding that says it's not possible or that we are precluding them from building something of a reasonable size consistent with the neighborhood.
Right.
And I have the same, a little bit of angst here, because I know that in the past things were a little bit different in this respect, but
You're
these
correct.
4 findings have been difficult for us with almost everybody that has come forward with a
Variances are not
variance
easy.
request.
It's-
And
yeah.
I can't see my way to saying that there's not another solution available to them, including, as Commissioner Wooster mentioned, the possibility of creating a lower walkway level to get around the property on the ground. So, with keeping most of the design that they currently have.
I guess I'm still trying to figure out why it's such an issue to give the variance. I'm only on for a year so far, so I'm just learning. I didn't go through what you did go through in the past, but I'm not quite sure.
We have to find that there are exceptional circumstances, that it's necessary to preserve their right to be able to build, that it won't be materially detrimental to the neighborhood, which I don't think it would be.
You think it would or wouldn't be?
It would not
Okay,
be.
okay.
And that the variance requested is the minimum variance that would alleviate the problem. But, so there's two of those that I might be able to go with, but there's two that I personally would have a difficulty with.
There's also, just so I just need to kind of caution the commission, and again, I mean, I'm not going to certainly make whatever findings you need to make, but it's just, the state law is a little stricter in this area than it is when, it doesn't leave this to the locals to the same extent as the conditional use permits. And so courts are strict when it comes to what constitutes the type of hardship that counts for purposes of a variance. So I'll just leave it at that.
But that Government Code Section 65906 provides for variances only when, and I'm not going to say, only when because of special circumstances applicable to the property, including, and I'll skip some of the others, shape, the strict application of the zoning ordinance deprives such property of privileges enjoyed by other property in the vicinity and under identical zoning classification. So I think the shape is the issue here as far as both getting complying with the government code and complying with the various findings. But maybe we should hear back from the applicant.
Will, are there any other questions for these, for Gina or Tim?
No, I just wanted to know, my eyes are getting bad to where it gets, so these little pictures are. What is the size of the patio, the concrete patio in the back? If you would.
And just so we're clear, that was my mistake. When I turned in this paperwork on the 19th, I turned in a tube of plans that contained one full-size set. It should have had 6. So I actually have 6 full-size sets here that were originally supposed to go to you. So the confusion on numbers and not being able to see the plans clearly is my fault.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the full question. You're talking about the width?
The width of the patio from the back of the house.
29 where we have the problem?
Yeah, from the width of the house to the
Edge of
515.
the patio.
Yeah, we have about just under 5 feet right now. And width, if we get the 5-foot variance. Obviously, if we move the house back, we lose that. Then the line that where it makes that, the 29-foot where we have the issue, it goes into the house about that far, we got 0.
I think, are you asking how
Am I missing?
deep is the patio itself?
As
That's
designed.
attached to the house?
Yes, as
In what
designed.
Which
location?
patio? There's,
Well, there's multiple
But
patios.
it's the most narrow, at the most
The
narrow
most narrow?
point.
the most narrow point would be,
Because the way I picture a patio, and this is just from experience, when you pour a concrete patio, usually it's a linear straight line from the house,
yes,
correct?
yes.
So that's the way it's, if I understand your drawings here, that's how it's designed, correct? It's a
Yeah,
straight
well,
linear
we're always
line.
down there, sometimes we follow the.
Well, but in this aspect,
Right.
correct?
With or without the variance, sir?
The way the house is designed.
This way it's designed right here, what I got in my hand,
That's the way
the variance.
We have, I want to say we have 5 feet there. And if we don't get the variance, the house moves back.
He's not understanding
Same
the
neighbor.
question.
And that's the narrowest spot. If you look at the floor plan, it's right there by the kitchen. I don't know if you're looking at that page. Did that answer?
I think, Brett, are you trying to get a better picture of, perhaps, it appears to us that by their design in the plans, that they have the ability to walk through the covered patio area from one side to the other without obstruction. It's not like it's a solid wall, it is a patio. So beyond the patio, which, the covered patios, which, are required to stay out of the setback, the proposed drawings have concrete, just plain concrete, with no covered patio. And I think that's what Rob is trying to say is, that's where they want to be able to walk and need the 5 feet. But are you kind of implying that they could actually get around the house by going through the patio area, regardless of whether or not there's sidewalk beyond the patio?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, is the concrete on the outside of the patio covered?
Concrete goes right to that point where the 515 comes in to a point.
And this is designed right here, is the concrete continuous from one patio cover to the other on the
Yes.
back of the house?
With the variance. You
So
can
it's-
walk right
it's-
straight through across.
It's a monolithic pour, so it's
Yes.
just going to be a solid pour?
Yes.
Okay,
And at that 5 feet, it'll drop off down into the lake.
okay. Now, this is designed with the variant in mind, correct?
Yes, correct.
Now,
And by the way, I did
without the
design this house
variant,
from scratch.
without the variant, you would lose that back patio, correct?
Yes, you'd have to go
No.
downstairs, it wouldn't be ADA compliant, you couldn't get a wheelchair, you'd have to go downstairs, onto a flat, back upstairs, or build something suspended.
Well, that's what I'm asking, is that, as it's designed, if, without the variant, that patio does not exist,
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
Well, the
But how about the
patio,
covered?
They would stay. The
They
covered
would stay,
patios
so
would-
that notch out there, that would disappear, but
Yes,
you would have to walk down, as you said, stairs and all that
Correct.
stuff.
or you could have a patio that followed the 515 contour, was very
because the
organic.
515 comes back and hits the house.
So that gets the
Yes,
house.
and then it would be pinched at one spot, but you could,
Yeah, you can't put a
so
patio there
the
because there's zero.
porch, how far above the 515 contour is the floor level of the house and the covered porches?
As designed right now, we've got the patio sitting right about 515 because we tried really hard to keep the house as low as possible, to keep everybody in the neighborhood happy. I know Peninsula Estates had some comments about the house not wanting to be too high, that's why we lowered the roof pitches. So right now, and it's labeled on the floor plan, we've got it, the decks or patios set at about 515.
So you could walk through in the porches, but that one point would be
Correct.
pinched like
Yeah, you
to
couldn't go
zero.
through there without going
Right.
down and
So
around
that
and-
area would have to be modified to be able to get around the house in
Yeah,
the back.
and we can't modify the ground.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying if it was pushed back and you had that patio following the 515, the one corner of the house is really the worst pinch point.
Yes.
And
Well,
so
the
you'd
middle
have
of
to
it.
modify the design in that area.
Yeah, the middle of the house, not.
Yes, in the middle, but it's a corner in the middle. Yeah. Yes. And so-
And what's the distance between property line to the neighbor to,
Side setbacks?
yeah, what's the
On the-
setback on the property line to the closest
On the
residence?
south side, there's a 5-foot setback,
I believe,
and we're right on that setback line. Can't go any wider.
yeah,
And
there.
I believe Heddervick's house is maybe 8 feet off of his property line. He might be on his setback as well.
You're against it on the south side.
We're against it on that side. On the other side, we have more room. I don't have a to-scale site plan,
Yeah.
but you can see it on there because the two setbacks couldn't even get real narrow. You can't, I mean, I think we're touching it over there as well. we're touching the 515. There's actually not a side setback on the north side, because the front setback and the back setback come and make a point, if you look at the site plan.
Would a variance of only 3 feet instead of 5 feet,
I would have to leave that up to
Make it
them.
work.
I mean, as Gina pointed out, you could meet, because a lot of times we try to design these houses to ADA standards as we all get older.
yeah,
It'd be nice to have all your houses ADA, no stairs. 3 feet, ADA standard, I hope they didn't change that, because I didn't buy the new code book. So, that's up to Jonathan and Amanda, if they would, because that's their, I can't answer that for them.
no, I understand, but I really am asking the applicant.
I mean, I want to address the planning department's response. I want to address Mr. Haggerty's response. In response to your question first, to be honest with you, trying to run a business, try to run a farm, raise 5 kids, be active in my church. I've spent so much time and effort on this, and thousands of dollars. I mean, the plans that I forgot to give you cost me $600. If 3 feet is what pleases the commission to where I walk out with nothing, at this point, in some ways, it at least would make me feel like I didn't waste my time. It's not what I prefer. I believe that my arguments are clear, that 5 feet is the minimum. But if that's what pleases the commission to where I walk out with nothing, just to be completely honest with you, I would be willing to consider it. I would like you guys I would like the commission to consider a couple points. The plans that Rob, Keith, and I drew up together started from scratch. I submitted 2 applications, one with the plans that I had no part of at the beginning, and a second set when I applied in August that were started from scratch. They're not the same. They weren't the same with a rebuild. They're completely different. In fact, if you want to investigate that further, the planning department has a copy of those plans because it was on the original application. They very much are completely 100% different. There's nothing that are the same. As far as the planning department's knowledge of the restoration of the 515, which is why they didn't come, the amount of dirt that was moved during that restoration is below the minimum number for the county to require a permit for excavation work, meaning there's no way that they would know because the county isn't involved. So I don't know how they came about that information besides just hearing it from my statements on my letter. But there's no way for the planning department to know that a 515 restoration actually occurred for them to use that as an excuse.
Yeah, Rob told us
No,
in the original application that the 515 was being restored. We knew that when you submitted the first application.
And you have plans of those showing what that looks like? That
I
you
don't
could
know that I
reference
have plans. It was, I thought it was actually marked out on site, but we knew, we had that discussion.
Again, it goes back to the fact that the lot was different. I paid for engineering specifically so the 515 could be seen, and it was never seen in person. These things are, you guys know, these are very hard to try to explain with pictures and maps, which is why the on-site inspection is so crucial. And in this application, it did not happen, and it is different from the first application, which is why I believe that their decision for a denial, in my opinion, isn't based accurately off of their knowledge of the lot because they never walked on it.
So that's just not going to be that good of an argument right now.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm looking at your plan, and I'm imagining shifting it the 5 feet back so that it would respect the setback. And it looks to me that if you took what appears to be a little sitting area adjacent to the kitchen and facing the lake, and shifted it on your plan to the left, so that it was more behind the garage instead of behind the mudroom, utility room area, that you would eliminate the pinch point that is the problem.
So you could shift it far enough over, and that might not be your preferred solution. I understand that. I
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
want to presume to
Sure.
understand your program.
Absolutely.
I'm just looking at geometry here,
Mhm.
right? So if you did that, and if you did a little redesign on the storage and the bath that is in behind your game room, it looks like this could easily shift back to 5 feet. You would be able to walk on a level surface the entire way. It's a relatively minimal change to the design that you have, although I'm quite sure this is where you wanted the sitting area, but it seems like it wouldn't take that much to get enough space to walk by there. And so this is where I'm struggling, is there are solutions to this problem that wouldn't require a wholesale redesign. You know, and I think you have spent a lot of time and effort. You did the restoration, which is a fantastic thing for you. I mean, I think
Yes,
that
ma'am.
made this much, much better than the original situation was. But I believe that with just some minimal tweaking of this plan, you could just respect the setbacks and build.
I appreciate that. I think what has to be considered when you make that comment, which is one that I have considered myself, is that suggestion that you're making does not fall in line with the government code. Okay, at some point, if you're going to use that frame of thinking, and trust me, I've laid in bed at night thinking the same thing. At some point, when you look at this lot, the commission is going to have to make a decision of how narrow that I have to build that house before it becomes a hardship and a disparity. Okay, 29 feet is already a hardship and a disparity, and is already different compared to any other house in that area. So to answer your question, I could eliminate the dining room completely and build that house at 12 feet and have 17 feet of outside patio. But that's a hardship and a disparity. So to reduce the amount of space in that section of my house to 25 feet and to compact it even more, because I can't compact...
I'm not asking you to reduce the size at all.
If you're talking about a seating area inside the house, yes,
I'm
you are.
talking about the seating area adjacent to the kitchen and behind the... I'm looking at the same
If we took that room
plan.
out that you're talking about and move the house back...
That doesn't
5
solve my
feet,
problem.
It doesn't change anything. The little
Yeah,
jit...
this is the line, correct?
Yeah, but if we move the house back 5 feet, that spot still comes back and hits the house, regardless of whether that sitting area with the pass-throughs is there or not.
Yes, that seating area is outside the 29-foot impingement.
Yeah.
I-
We
but
move the
the-
house
as it-
back 5 feet, you still can't get a
As
patio.
it moves in this direction, you have more width. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, but that does not solve the problem of access at the impingement.
Yeah, the impingement is still gonna come back and hit the
That
house
is
right
still
at
the
the
same.
kitchen.
Right
at the kitchen. It's not gonna change that.
That's not going to make it...
Right here.
Yes. I
It
mean,
looks like there's a little, perhaps a little more than 5 feet there.
It might be. These little prints, I hate these, but I think it's 5 feet.
I would also like to address Mr. Haggerty's statement regarding a couple things. A, he's talking about the closing down of the dead-end portion of the park. Okay, and he mentioned that as being an issue with the neighborhood. What Mr. Haggerty doesn't know is that I own the end of the park. So when Peninsula Estates installed that park, they actually installed it on my lot. So we are working towards an easement to either allow them complete access or a lot line adjustment so it's there. But at the moment, the park is on my property. Whether this variance is approved or denied, it's still on my property that I have to figure out what I'm going to do with it. That was just a problem that I inherited when I purchased it. Secondly, he talks about the condition of his lot being different than mine. His property is the property that I mentioned where his house was built off of a different benchmark. So the encroachment of the 515 line for his house is different. It's lower. The higher the water goes up, the more it impinges. His water level, according to the 515, is lower, so the impingement is less. Yes, his lot has an S-curve and my lot has an S-curve, but a lowercase s and an uppercase s look the same, but they're yet very different. Just because he has an S-curve doesn't mean that the impingement of his S-curve is as drastic as mine.
Bless you.
And if you looked at the maps, which I have them if you want to see them, you can see that his impingement of the S-curve is much less. Yes, sir.
What's the difference between the different 515 works? What's the elevation variance?
From what I understand, it's about 1.5 feet.
1.5 feet.
So if you were to take that at a 1-to-1 ratio, which is what mine is, you're talking about basically automatically getting a foot and a half additional space more than what I have. So he's talking about how his house was easy to fit, which he just purchased his house a little over a year ago. He wasn't there when it was originally built, I believe in 1999 or 2000. But he is operating off of basically, for lack of better words, I don't mean this insultingly, he's operating off of a different set of rules than what I am, just because there was a mistake. By what reason, I don't know. There was a mistake at some point in time. It is different. But his impingement of his S-curve is much less than mine. And I don't believe there's a map that shows that you have, but I have them here. If you want to see it, you can see how this is not the same. And I understand the commission's, I understand the desire that there used to be a situation where variances were given out maybe a little bit easier than what they are now. But that doesn't take away the fact that my variance request actually fits. That's not justification to deny me just because we're trying to change a trend. And I'm not trying to say that you are. I'm just saying this fits. The government code says it fits. The size is less. The shape is extremely unique. The topography, how the water drops down at a fast rate. The location and surroundings, the impingement of the 515, it fits the government code. That's what the county is basing their policies off of, right? It's 17.050 is what your guys' policies are under, if I remember correctly, for variances. You follow the government code. It fits it on every scope. If I have to build a backyard where the only way to access from one side to the other is to go down a flight of stairs and back up, what happens if one of my kids is having a medical emergency in the water? An EMT's got to go down a flight of stairs and back up a flight of stairs in order to get to him? How is that safe? That's why I want this variance.
I get what you're saying. All right, I understand completely. You do have some circumstances here, but I mean, you're reaching wherever you say paramedics have to run down one set of stairs to go up another set of stairs, because they do it every day. I guarantee you they go downstairs every day. It's part of the everyday thing here. But the one issue I do have with this, I'm going to be totally honest with you, there is some underlying circumstances of what I see here. However, you knew about this ahead of time. You purchased this property knowing that. Now, it'd be one thing if you inherited the property or some other circumstance of acquiring this property, other than going out and purchasing and being aware that it had a 29-foot footprint and all this kind of stuff. But that's the big hang-up
Yes, sir.
I have.
And I understand, but like I said, the variance process exists for a reason, and the reason why it exists is because there's property out there somewhere that somebody's going to eventually have to buy, that's going to have to be developed, where a variance is going to need to be granted. So yes, I knew what I was getting into, but that doesn't take away the fact that the hardship still exists. Just because I was a sucker and was crazy enough to buy it doesn't mean that suddenly the hardship is eliminated. The hardship still exists, and the variance process is here to eliminate.
But you willingly took on that hardship.
That's correct.
It wasn't handed to you out of
That's correct.
You willingly grabbed a hold of the hardship and took it.
That is absolutely correct.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, finding D that we would have to find is the variance requested is the minimum variance which would alleviate the hardship.
Yes, sir.
The main hardship I am hearing from you is you can't walk behind the house if you built it the way it is with currently according to code.
That's correct.
So that's why I was exploring minimum variance.
Yes, sir.
So would a 3-foot variance rather than the 5-foot variance alleviate the hardship?
if it pleases the commission and a 3-foot is something that you all feel is appropriate, it would be irresponsible of me to argue.
You could walk behind the house?
Yes, sir.
The way you want to?
That's correct.
And would that provide room for a wheelchair?
I am not familiar with that.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
I never design, I'm sure you can appreciate this, anything to minimum standards. Always, and never do 3-foot. Stairs, so if you're entertaining that, can we entertain 3'6" at least? Because a 3-foot is a minimum. It's gonna be really, really tight. If you've got a hallway in your house that's 3 foot, you know what I'm talking about. If you've got a hallway in your house that's 3'6", you know it's not, it's just comfortable.
No, but we're talking about an outside walkway.
Well, yeah, it's the same thing though, it's all ADA standards and code.
I understand what he's saying. So I have another question for the two of you. I'm not sure who's best in a position to answer. So I'm looking at this landing that appears to be a deck that connects you to the steps that go out to the pier and dock. So it appears that with a little bit of adjustment to the shape of that, you could use it to walk past that pinch point. If you could make it at the same level.
That landing is at the 512 mark, so it's 3 feet lower below.
So how do you get down to it now?
What's that?
How are you accessing that
You're talking
now?
You're talking about the landing that
I'm
currently
talking about the
exists?
one that appears to be up at the 515
It's one
level.
step down from the 515, so it's 514.
So it's a splayed landing, and you splay it more and buy yourself
There's
a little
step off of the
room to
sidewalk
walk by.
down to that landing. It'd be awkward, it could be, I see.
It doesn't have to be concrete, it could be a deck.
No, that landing that you're talking about wouldn't be able to exist if the variance isn't allowed. Because you can't pour concrete below the
But it doesn't
515.
have to be built from concrete, because it's past the 515 line, so it could be on piers with decking.
Only that you're basing that off the possibility that Tri-Dam would approve it.
Well, they're going to approve something to let you have that, to get out there.
They would approve, I know that they would most likely approve steps, but the steps would have to go, they would have to start at the 515 line and go directly down. There wouldn't be allowed anything to
So
back
it
up.
doesn't reflect that now. I'm wondering, so that's what I'm trying to understand, is
Well,
what
it
your
doesn't- it
intention
doesn't
is
reflect
right
that- Yeah, it
now.
doesn't reflect that now because this design is including the variance. If the variance is removed, then how you access that dock landing at 512 would have to be
Well,
completely
all of
changed.
it is past the 515 in your current plan, the area I'm looking at. The sort of trapezoidal shaped piece.
It's so small, I can't read it.
Is that the same level as
It appears to be, but it might be down a step or two, I don't know.
I'm gonna probably, you're right, I'm probably gonna have to change that.
I can't, it's too small for me to read the
I'm sorry.
elevation. I know it says something there.
Yes, that would have to be changed. It's
Right,
not-
so if that was modified a little bit, it seems to me that that could help you get a little bit of wiggle room there to walk past in the
You would
back.
have to take it straight down. That would have to be changed to where it can't exist the way you're seeing it on that paper.
So what is it doing now? Explain to me what that piece is.
Come off and Jonathan made a good point, that this might not get approved by Tri-Dam, because you come off of the patio of the house, and you step down one step to that, and as you go out, it's probably gonna be too high. It's gonna be filling in the 515. So what I'm probably gonna have to do is angle those steps down to the second landing to follow the existing grade. You can do that, but that landing is probably not gonna be approved now that I look
Or
at it.
you could build it as something that is either cantilevered over,
Yeah, well,
or, yeah, there's
anything could be
something more
done.
complicated than
Anything
that.
could be done, it'll be really awkward and ugly, if that matters.
I mean, again, the idea, there may be a few different possibilities that exist, but you're still, at some point, there has to be a decision of what's a disparity. If I have to pay tens of thousands of dollars just to walk a level access across my backyard because I have to cantilever something, that is quite a bit different and quite a bit of a disparity in hardship compared to the neighbors around me.
Well, I can see several ways to do it that wouldn't necessarily
probably
be
much-
extraordinary, but that's
You're the
fine,
architect.
I
You're probably
understand.
much smarter than I am.
I don't understand, I'm just building on your question about the landing. If this landing is appropriate,
That landing would not be approved by Trident.
Yeah, that's what they're saying, is it may
The
not.
landing
work
on those
now.
plans would not be approved by Trident.
It could be made to work with a little bit more complicated of a-
Possibly, if Trident would approve it, but those are decisions that are made by them, and I can't say that it would be appropriate for me to predict what their decisions are.
How many children do you have?
I have 4 boys, 11, 9, 6, and 4. And then I have a 2-year-old daughter. And then we have 1 boy coming in April that wasn't necessarily like on our radar. So, yes.
So, okay, so what a large family.
Yeah. I know this has dragged on and on and on. We've been here for a while, and I appreciate your time. 5 feet. I just feel like 5 feet is not a lot compared to what I'm asking, the surroundings, the hardships that I've laid out for you. I just don't see that 5 feet is an unreasonable request. But I go back to, if the commission feels that 3 feet is appropriate, I would rather take 3 feet than nothing and walk out here empty-handed. I spent too much time for that.
So if there is a variance granted, what's the height difference where the patio would end? What would be the
If a 3 foot...
elevation difference?
If anything, if a variance would be granted, the elevation of that concrete would be right at the 515 mark.
But how far would it drop off immediately to the grade below?
Immediately.
It looks like.
Yeah, but how far would the drop be?
I guess I'm not understanding your question.
It drops
Oh,
off.
if you would basically drop at about a 1 for 1.5 slope down 5 feet until you hit the water.
Depends on how full.
Depending on how full it is. Right now, you'd go 20 feet.
Or you could
or more.
float by.
But without the variance, the house, as it's designed, and that with that 29-foot constriction in the middle, goes right at the edge without the variance. It's right at the edge. As soon as you hit it, it's down. And we're not talking about hard compact clay here. We're talking about shale. I mean, you guys are familiar with the terrain and the foothills. This is not like it's stable ground. This is loose shale type material.
I don't know where you're building, but that's not what I have in my area.
Yeah.
So,
I have
I
nothing
think
left.
we've,
Yeah, I have nothing left to the commission unless you guys have any questions of me.
thank you. So I guess I'd like to hear from each of the commissioners and
I mean, there's evidence that there are hardships here. As far as the interpretation of how the hardships are what the, I have no idea what the law would say about how the hardships are acquired, but there are definitely hardships here. And then if we were to grant a variance, what would the minimum variance be? Well, I mean, 3 feet? Well, when you're building 3 feet, it's always shorter. I mean, maybe 3 feet was short, it's narrow. Would 5 feet, as he's asking, would that be acceptable? 4 feet? What's the number here?
I'm going to suggest 3 feet 6 inches in accordance with the designers.
Yeah, but, I mean, I get that. But what's a foot and a half? I mean, if you're going to grant a variance, what's a foot and a half actually going to account for?
Well, it's just that we
I
are...
don't, if it's 5 feet,
I think if we can make the finding, it's not going to matter whether it's 3.5
3.5
feet
or
or
5
5 feet. The problem is, can we make a finding that there's not an alternative that doesn't require the variance?
and what determines a hardship? How much money, how much design, how much, they're all hardships.
Given that this situation exists, not this particular hardship or this particular challenge, but there's many, many parcels that, and when you purchase it with, generally the price reflects the size of the parcel or the steepness of the parcel or whatever the particular challenge might be, that, and as long as it is visible and known and you have the opportunity and it is possible to design something that doesn't require variance, that's where it's not the 5 feet. You know, I don't feel strongly about the 5 feet. Anyway.
I mean, first question one, you know, is there extraordinary circumstances, you know, shape, topography. I believe there is.
Mm-hmm.
I believe there is. On the finding two, for preservation of property right, substantially the same as owners of other properties.
That's the tougher one.
That's a hard one.
Well, I think if you're viewing that as is he getting equivalent use of this property as his neighbors are? Or is it necessary to give him a few feet in order to have that use of the property that the neighbors have? And my own feeling is that we could meet finding B. Finding C, we already meet.
Mm-hmm.
Finding D is the variance requested as the minimum variance, which would alleviate the hardship, and that's why I come up with the 3 foot 6 inches. You know, that we're looking for the minimum that would, which would alleviate the hardship. It wouldn't alleviate it as much, perhaps, but it would alleviate the hardship.
Well, I mean, I hear your argument, but I'm thinking if two people were passing, you would need 4 to 5 feet to walk across each other.
I agree that 5 feet would be a lot better for the people there, but is it the minimum variance which would alleviate the hardship?
I keep thinking that just because he bought it knowing it had a hardship, he also bought it knowing that there are variances available.
Mm-hmm.
This is not setting the precedents. There's other precedents that have already been set. And so I don't think he necessarily bought this thing thinking he was going to do something sneaky. It seems to me that there was a precedence already set, and that's why he purchased it, because he felt like that he would be able to get the variance. And it seems like with this S, it certainly looks like he does have a hardship, and I don't know, 3.5 to 5 feet. I think something personally is in order.
I think it is important that the Trident project itself has said that it is a unique configuration. Of course, it then says, unlike most others on the reservoir, which does kind of takes away from its uniqueness. But I think, you know, we have the homeowners association. I realize this is not a crucial yes or no for this, but as far as an understanding of just how unique this property is, it seems to me that the homeowners association understands that and sympathizes. I would assume that the homeowners association doesn't agree with every variance that people request. So I think with the Tri-Dam project statement and the homeowners association endorsement, I think I think those are significant in this circumstance. Of course, having the neighbor across the street and the next door neighbor not objecting makes my position easier to take. That's not determinative.
Okay. I agree that the fact that Mr. Cloward knew the configuration of the property and so forth, knew the challenges when he bought it, I don't think that counts against him because nothing in these findings refers to that or suggests that that's relevant. I think you could say, yes, he bought the property knowing the potential hardships there, but he also knew that a variance could be granted. Having said that, he would also be charged with knowledge of what it takes to get a variance according to what's written down in the county code. And I'm having a little trouble with the first finding because it takes more than just a unique piece of property. It seems to me every piece of property around a lake is going to be unique in one form or another because that's just the way the water sits. The question is, are there exceptional or extraordinary circumstances? To me, that's a pretty high bar that don't apply generally to other properties. Well, the 515 does. Sure, the configuration is different, but it's going to be different. And so I'm having a little trouble with the first one, actually. And then if the variance is necessary for the preservation of a property right, the proponent is substantially the same, not identical, but substantially the same as owners of other property in the same vicinity. In terms of a property right, I think he has the same property rights everybody else does. You got to build a dwelling that'll fit on your property or meet these circumstances, meet these requirements of this ordinance. So I'm having a little trouble with that one too. Is 5 feet a big deal? To me, no, it's not a big deal. And if I wasn't bound by what I read here, I would say, sure, it doesn't seem to be hurting anybody else. That's finding number 3.
Yeah.
To me, that would be the most important one, but we got to make findings on all of them. That's the problem. And the last one, the variance requested, is a minimum variance. I don't think this is an issue, should be giving 3 feet or 2 feet and so forth. Is it the minimum? Probably, I don't think so. And that's what was requested. So I'm having trouble as much as I sympathize with Mr. Cloward, and I don't like to see government get in the way of people building what they want to build, where they want to build it, and how they want to build it. I'm kind of stuck with these findings that have to be made. So that's where I'm at, and that's where I'm at.
As far as your problem with finding D, it seems to me that if the applicant in a public hearing indicates that his request could be changed to a lesser amount, that was fine. I don't think that the fact that he requested a 5-foot variance initially, it means that that's set in stone.
Well, the problem there, though, is if you can't find that the variance requested is the minimum variance, now you have to figure out what is. And I don't think there's enough evidence before us to make that determination.
What I see
We may have evidence that the applicant would be okay with that if that's all the commission would approve, but that doesn't translate to a substitute finding.
Yeah, I have the same issue because that says, what we're doing here is looking at an existing design and saying, what is the minimum variance that would accommodate this design, but that's not the bar for our findings. The bar is it the minimum variance to allow them to enjoy their property the way other people do? And that's what makes it difficult for me. And I'm also quite sympathetic to the whole challenge here, and these findings I feel have taken away the discretion that we might have once had on these kind of issues.
Well, it's hard to really determine the meaning of finding B. The variance is necessary for the preservation of a property right of the proponent substantially the same as owners of other property of the same zone or vicinity possess. You phrased it very appropriately is that you're going to have a use of the property that's equivalent to the neighbors. Am I paraphrasing you accurately? And I think that the uniqueness of the land, and I really do think this shoreline is when you have a half-acre property where less than half of that half-acre is usable due to this notch that comes in. I mean, if it were diagonal, as is shown on some of the illustrations, it'd be one thing, but the notch makes it extremely difficult. I think if these are going to have the property enjoyment, equivalent property enjoyment that the other neighbors have, I think that this is, and he's not going for a huger house than the neighbors. He's doing an equivalent or maybe a little less than average size from the neighbors. I think that finding B, as interpreted that way, is satisfied. And I think that on finding A, this strange shape of the 515 line would satisfy finding A. So that's.
I just want to comment that I think it's a piece of property with incredible opportunities as well as challenges. I mean, it's beautiful to have all of that shoreline, so.
Looking at finding A, where it says exceptional or extraordinary circumstances apply to the property, which do not generally apply to other properties. The S turn, the S shape is what does not apply to other properties. So this makes this unique, and I think that meets finding A. The owners have no control over that. It's controlled by the lake. It's set at, this is the line which they can build to.
So am I hearing this correct, that it appears that 3 out of the 5 commissioners feel that they can make findings to approve the variance as proposed?
Well, I would feel more comfortable if we were talking about a 3-foot 6-inch variance to show that we really paid attention to finding D.
I want to say one more thing too, and that's on finding B, where it says the variance is necessary for the preservation of a property right of the proponent substantially the same as owners of other property in the same zone or vicinity possess. And I think the result of the discussions that Michelle had on this kind of demonstrate that that's not true. That you could tweak this design and wind up with a way to get around the backside of this property. And the word necessary, not suitable, not appropriate, necessary. And I just can't get there.
I think this is, finding B is subjective. I mean, quite honestly, I think this is a subjective finding because the variance is necessary for preservation of property right of the proponent substantially same as other owners. So his neighbors, I had Google up earlier, they have a larger backyard. That means they can go out, throw up the grill, throw some hot dogs on, sit out back, enjoy a hot dog. He doesn't have that same same ability or capability the way this is. So I think B is met in this here.
Well, I think we come back to Ms. Catherine's question, which is, do three of the commissioners believe these findings can be met, and if so, I think I've said all I have to say on the subject.
Yeah, and that's my point. I mean, we could beat this to death, or you can just accept whatever it is you're willing to accept and move forward.
I would like to request that if the commission is approving a variance, I would recommend that we continue the item just to have a changed resolution so that I can work with the planning department. They are going to need a general plan consistency finding, and they're going to need findings according to the evidence and how you've interpreted it that, you know, that work for this, so.
Certainly, I think that's a good idea. This is a hard one to just come up with a language at this point.
What's catching me is the variance, minimum variance is, what's the minimum? What's the minimum variance?
Well, that's why I, personally, I think the 5-foot variance makes a whole lot of sense. Let's do it, and everything else. But I think with finding D, we really have to take a good hard look. And a 3'6" does provide.
How do you justify that number as opposed to 0 or 10 feet? I mean, that's the problem.
Well,
for me.
Yeah, to me, it's the other findings are justifying some variance. And the D is the...
How do you determine the minimum?
The minimum, yes. And if the concern is the being able to access the rear of his property all the way across, then I'd say 3'6" is about as minimum as you can get.
I think,
I mean, I would argue if it would be, the county has a 5-foot offset for property line, correct? That's where I would look at 5 feet from the 515. They could build to 5 feet of property line. That's what the county requirements are. I think that would be a reasonable finding for...
But this isn't the property line.
I get that, I understand that, but it would make reason that would be a minimum to meet the variance.
It provides something that's consistent with something else.
Yeah, it's consistent, it's a consistent ordinance, that's what, I'd see that would be a reasonable...
But is it the minimum variance?
It's a minimum building requirement, I mean...
Well, we're talking this particular...
I understand, but what would make...
If I could interject here, because I'm on the other side of all this, but it seems to me that if you're trying to determine between a 3-foot variance and a 5-foot variance, what you have is the owner and the architect come up with plans that they think that the 5 feet is what's appropriate. Nobody's come up with anything that says that 3 foot is appropriate to relieve the hardship. Mr. Cloward reluctantly agreed that he'd take 3 feet rather than nothing. That doesn't, to me, translate into a basis for a finding that 3 feet is the appropriate to alleviate the minimum. So if you're going to do anything on this, if you're going to grant this variance, my recommendation would be go for the 5 feet. As you know, at least the architect has put that in the plans as what's needed to alleviate the hardship.
I can buy that.
Makes sense to me.
Nice to have your outside view.
Even though you're looking over the fence.
I am looking over the fence.
so do we want to poll the commission on this and then give direction to staff to come back with a new resolution? So, Mr. Henderson, is your intent to support this if you're able to develop the proper findings?
Yes, I would support this if,
Would that be at 5 feet?
yeah, fine.
Yeah.
I agree.
Commissioner Parker? Commissioner Laddish?
Yep, 5 feet.
Commissioner Plotnick, no. Commissioner Wooster?
I can't make the findings, I'm sorry.
Me too. I wish I could just say, yeah. I don't think it's going to bother the neighbors.
I think that's
so
why
it's
we're
good.
actually here today, because it was difficult.
Decision, yeah.
It is.
Okay. At least you guys know you'll get to come back in January and talk to us again. So what, we need to take, we need to have a motion, yes.
I'm sorry, I guess I don't understand what's happening.
You're going to hear a motion here in one moment,
Yeah.
which is, would someone like to make a
So-
motion to continue this?
Could I ask Julie a question real quick?
I'll try to, I'll see if I can answer it in public.
Since, I mean, when this variance was submitted in the first place, it was up to Gina's discretion whether to approve or deny. And since it was denied, I mean, if it was approved, it never would have come in front of you guys. So if it was denied, that's the only reason that we're here. If you guys overturn the decision, do we need to come back?
I think we do because it is here.
Right,
I
because
think
you're
that the
making
fact that it came
specific
to-
findings that we couldn't
Yeah.
make.
I just
A lot of
wanted to be
public
sure.
I understand.
I had the same question.
Yeah. So I think our proper next step is to continue this. Can we do it to a date certain?
January 13th.
So to explain this to the applicant, I'm not sure he fully understands.
I don't
So
think he
the
understands.
commission has taken a poll that they intend to grant the 5-foot variance. They're going to grant your appeal. We have to draft a resolution that includes a way of making the findings based on what the commissioners just explained about the evidence. We also need to make a general plan consistency finding. This is going to take a little bit of detailed work to to turn all of this evidence into the proper findings. And so we're going to come back with a resolution to present to the commission. They've just said how they intend to vote, so there's no expectation that that's going to change. But the final action will not happen until the next meeting.
So like the planning department did a staff report, you basically have to do the same thing, is that what
No, we just have to change the resolution. Okay, so in addition to the staff report, we now have a bunch of evidence in the record from this hearing. And we need to turn all of that into the findings that the majority of the commission feels that they can make.
Okay, so as I'm understanding it, the decision of the commission is to grant my variance.
To grant your appeal.
But we have to go through the procedures in order to make it final.
Right. You don't have to do anything else. I'm now going to work with the planning department to draft what we think are legally defensible findings based on the way the planning commission interpreted the evidence, which was in your favor. Okay? And so we're going to come back, and then there'll be a final decision about the quality of the resolution and whether or not the commissioners want to change any of the staff proposed language. But the finality of the action that could trigger an appeal by somebody who disagrees won't start until we come back. And then adopt that resolution.
Got it.
Okay.
And there will be opportunity for public comment again at the next?
Sure, you have to allow public comment. I mean...
Do we? We just closed the
I mean, I guess you could just vote on the resolution. You did, did you, I didn't hear you actually conclude the public hearing. You could conclude the public hearing.
We concluded the public
Okay.
comment portion, so whether we need to reopen that or not is
I think there can be comment on the content of the resolution, and it can be limited. I think we've done that before.
Yes,
I'm
we
trying to
have.
remember how we've done it before. Okay.
Okay, so the decision of the commission is to grant my
Yes.
variance.
Yes.
You just have to complete the resolution to complete the process.
Yes.
The decision of the commission is their intent to
Yes.
grant your variance, so
Okay.
that we can't do it quite yet because we need to get the language crafted for those findings.
Okay, so I don't have to research anymore.
No, you don't need to do anything else.
Right. Okay, anything else for me? No. Okay, thank you very much. You guys gave up a lot of your time. I was here for a while, so I appreciate it a lot. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Drive carefully.
You can retire now.
Yeah. Well, maybe not quite.
So we need a motion to continue
Yes.
to January 13th.
Exactly.
I move we continue this matter to January 13th.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No.
So 3-2.
Well, no, we all agreed to continue.
We all agreed to continue.
Okay.
We don't really have a choice.
Can we take a break?
Yeah, that'd be great.
The point of saying, no, we won't continue it with you.
Michelle, would you mind, can we take a break before we start the greenhouse gas?
Absolutely. Exactly. I'd love to take just a 10-minute break. Thank you.
So, okay,
That was a genuine toughie, I think.
4:30 to 4:40.
You're hilarious.
There it is.
There we go.
A couple of those are pretty good.
Turn it on.
Oh, Amber's on.
My favorite part, looks like we're walking through, ask for a helicopter. Well, he asked for a helicopter, it looks like, looks like.
We're there, but we're going to get to it. We can get through it. I don't know. I think we're going to talk here in a minute, but. So we all agreed this is a done deal and this is just for our information, right? This
We have to
resolution.
agree on the language, we have to open the hearing.
There's a couple things here that I think
Are
are
you looking
changed.
at the? Oh, okay, so, yes. Yes, so we're back from our break, back in session, and if everybody could take a look at the revised resolution for the CUP for the church.
I think it's a remarkable job in one afternoon. Gina, do you know if there are any changes other than the permit language?
I'm sorry. Oh, are we talking about, are we reviewing the resolution?
Yeah.
We're taking a quick look at the resolution.
Sorry. I'm just now looking at it for the first time.
Oh, okay. For the church?
Oh, church, okay. Oh, I see, okay.
Okay, now I understand. I was stressing all over the place for it.
Yeah, so the changes or the additions seem to be conditions 2-4, 5, and 6.
I think she did a remarkable job of catching the intent of the commission. I would have one change, and that is on 2-4, the last sentence, prior to holding any event elsewhere on the parcel that I would say constitutes a special event rather than qualifies as a.
I like how that sounds.
While you're there, on
Okay.
that same sentence, grammatically, it doesn't really make sense. I would strike the phrase prior to holding
Okay,
at the beginning.
we're talking 2-4?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it would read, any event elsewhere on the parcel that constitutes a special event.
Okay.
Shouldn't it just say any event on the parcel that qualifies? But anyway, elsewhere is fine.
I thought there was a
Yeah.
concern about having any events, and I just initially
Right.
drafted that, trying to make that clear. So-
Yeah, I think that implies that there's no activities allowed in the 50-foot buffer, but that doesn't otherwise prevent you from having other activities
Yes.
elsewhere on the property.
As long as it's not a special event.
Right,
If it's
right.
a special event, you can, I think that's covered very well.
Yeah.
Okay. So 2-5. All exterior lighting shall provide commercial exterior.
I like 2-5.
2-5.
Good.
Okay. I have one other change when people are done with those. When you get to page 6,
So it's down about 2-6.
Yeah, let's read 2-6.
I think this
Shouldn't it,
is remarkably well drafted.
I have one thing. I think it should say a qualified professional landscape designer with knowledge of and experience. Oh, it's fine.
Okay,
I take it back.
So are we okay with 2-5?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys have moved on to 2-6?
Yep.
Okay, I'm behind, sorry.
Fine with it. Page 6? Thought we took this out.
Yeah, if people are on page 6, section 3-4, provide traffic analysis and so forth,
Oh, yeah.
we determined to change that and put it in finding, I think it was number 5,
Yeah, page 3.
and I think it should read something like, a traffic analysis determined that there is no need for a left turn pocket at the location of the entrance to the parking lot of Black Creek Drive.
I think it might be...
Well, it's already there.
I think we want to say presently no need. I think there was some language about how.
They already put it in, all we have to do is strike 3-4.
Do you want to strike 3-4, or are we adding language for 3-5?
You already added it up in 5 under the evidence, I just didn't see it.
Yeah.
Oh, that was, okay, so we can strike condition 3-4,
Correct.
and you just added a whereas?
No.
No.
What do you-
On page 3, item 5.
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Page 3, item 5, about halfway down the second paragraph, it says a traffic analysis was completed,
Oh.
which determined, you guys already did it.
You did it, but I didn't see it.
Yeah, so, no changes.
The only change is striking that 3-4 on
Okay.
page 6.
And it's perfect.
A remarkable job.
That's what I...
Nice job in short notice.
Too bad Madeline isn't here to hear that.
Yeah.
Pass it on.
Self-power.
I will make sure she knows.
I hope you do.
I enjoy having an opportunity to give compliments.
Yes.
So other than that, we're okay?
Yep.
Okay. Boy, this is the latest meeting we've ever had.
No.
Except for the general plan update.
The cannabis a few
We
years
had
ago.
wives of commissioners getting upset because they were home too late. No, it was,
we moving on then?
Yes, so let's look at our informational item 1, greenhouse gas emissions inventory and reduction plan.
So this should include all the answers to your questions. Hopefully, there's nothing more technical because the technical team is not otherwise participating in the meeting today, but Amber Collins is here. So, hopefully we can get through this today.
Now, since this is an informational item, we don't need to take an official action on it.
We are looking for support to pass this along to the board for their,
My feeling is that we pass it along to the Board of Supervisors, thanking the consultants for all the work they've done and the responsiveness they've made to our suggestions and making the corrections that we were asking for. But I personally have reservations about parts of this thing, and what I intend to do is talk with the District 2 supervisor, go through it, and point out where, what's based on real data and what isn't. I mean, real data, actual collection of facts, and this sort of thing. I think we should point out that they have about 2 new pages on page 24 and 25, 2 new pages of new language about their methodology. It's still in consultant speak, but it's more detailed than it was before. That's where I stand on it.
Well, I have a lot to say about this plan. If we want to stay till 5:30, I imagine we can get through it, but it's going to take me some time, because there's a lot that needs to be said about this.
Okay, so
Okay.
let's hear what these folks have to say, and then we'll come back, we'll see where we're at.
I agree with Mr. Laddish. There's some of these, there's no fact, there's a lot of areas where there's no factual numbers, that they're just abstract numbers in my thinking. But I'm good here.
He's so good.
This is power through it. Let's just get it done.
I can tell you, I just have such a problem with it myself. And I understand the argument, this is the accepted practice, but it seems to me that the accepted practice is highly flawed, and that these aren't accurate numbers, and that this is the standard that we're being held to as a nation, really. I mean, the whole nation is being held to these standards, which have been proven to be inaccurate. And it's hard for me to accept the fact that this is the standard that we're going to hold our county to when it's such a flawed methodology. I believe, even the consultants said that, it's the best practice that they can come up with at this time. But people live in fear that the world's going to end in 12 years based on what we're telling them is accurate. And that's the problem that I have. I certainly think that we need to do something. I'm not an anti-climate guy. I think that it's clear that the climate's changing. But I think that we should be accurate in the way that we implement the greenhouse initiative. And you don't need me to approve it, so I think that's great, but I am voicing that I think it's highly flawed and tough for me to get behind.
And you certainly have every chance to talk with your district supervisor or anybody else. One question I had is, when we get around to I know that the reduction is the next step, but it's reduction below levels of 1990, and we don't yet have what that threshold is. Do you have any idea of when that's? Yeah, we're all looking up at the screen.
Poor Amber.
when does that determination make what the 1990 levels were?
Yeah, that's supposed to be in this next phase to do the backcasting. It can also be, I've seen other areas and regions use their base year as, the year of their base inventory as well. So when we see that backcasting, I think it's up to the discretion of the commission, board of supervisors, what year they want to use as that base year to base the targets on. But just to clarify, when we get to the climate action plan and this inventory, we're really using this inventory to develop targets. You're not going to be bound to meet those targets. I mean, those are really, those are far down the road. But you're really going to use the climate action plan to develop strategies and measures to try to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And those are all going to be at the discretion of the commission and board of supervisors. And some of those measures you can make regulatory, some will be incentive-based, and some will be voluntary. So it's really up to the board and commission, what those measures look like, and, how you hold people to reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
Now, with we will have some discretion in these matters, but I understand that there are certain standards we have to meet in order to qualify for streamlining under CEQA of various environmental studies. But I don't really understand what we have to do to qualify for that and just how much of a benefit that is or will be for us.
You mean the benefit of having a reduction plan?
Well, having a reduction plan, but then, as I understand your door prize, if the reduction plan qualifies, is the ability to streamline individual environmental analysis of individual projects.
Yes.
I don't exactly understand what the streamlining would be or will be, or exactly how we qualify for it.
So basically, absent a plan right now, each individual applicant would be responsible for doing a full greenhouse gas analysis addressing impacts associated with their projects. With the plan, we will have set forth, established the baseline, basically rolled in mitigation. So we could just take the data from an application, be able to apply it in this format, and automatically determine what they're going to need to do. And basically, we're looking for compliance. Does the project comply with the plan? If it doesn't, then mitigation can be rolled in, making a determination that maybe you have to do X, Y, and Z in order to get here. It's already built for you, so that's going to save staff time. It's going to save the project applicants money because they don't have to go out and do their own analysis at the same time that we're meeting the requirements set forth by state and federal government.
And everybody will be using a common language and calculation for what's required of them. So they will know in advance what their likely requirements will be. Is that?
We'll know it when we see it. And thank you.
I guess we will know it when we see it.
So I'm going to be really brief because I actually agree with the other commissioners. It's troubling, and this is without criticism of our consultants. It really has to do with just the state of the art of this situation right now. The one thing I would ask is that both the executive summary and the introduction modify the language slightly to, instead of saying that it is an accounting or a calculation of something, that these are estimates, based sometimes on actual data and sometimes on modeling or proportional calculations. to give us an estimate of what our baseline is. There's something about the wording that seems to imply that we have a much better handle on things than we actually have. So I don't know how everybody else feels about that, but that's just my overall feeling about it.
I concur. I don't know if we're in position to ask for the changes at this point, but we can certainly suggest to the supervisors that that approach be made clearer. Because as I say, they added 2 pages of how they reached their results, but it still is in consultant speak, and there's no clear statement of, well, the only facts we actually had were a few cell phones on the road.
Well, this is an example. It says, key findings of the community-wide GHG emissions inventory. In 2018, sources within the county, blah, blah, blah. Visitors emitted 368,569. And instead of our estimated to have emitted, something that shows that this is not a specific number that we actually can quantify. And I'm sorry to be a pain in the patookus.
That makes me feel better, I'll be honest with you.
I think that's an easy change, and we can absolutely try to address that before it goes to Board of Supervisors.
Thank you.
And by the way, I wasn't trying to diminish your work either. I think you guys did a great job with what you... I think you did a wonderful job with what you had to work with, and so I wasn't trying to diminish your efforts either. Just want to make that clear.
And now...
Okay.
Would you like to walk up music?
When we worked on the general plan, there were a couple of assumptions that went into these general plan provisions requiring this. First, that this inventory and a reduction plan were required by the state. And the general plan itself reflects this. I won't go into the details, I can if anybody wants to, but that's what we were told. And second, the assumption I had, I thought that we could come up and establish baseline levels of emissions, the inventory, with some reasonable accuracy for this county. Now, both of those assumptions have turned out to be incorrect. The state does not require this. There is no mandate that requires us to do it. Now, getting to the specifics of what I think are some pretty substantial flaws in this. For transportation, this is by far the largest contributor to greenhouse gases per the inventory, 66.6% of the total of exactly 569 metric tons CO2 equivalent. For on-road vehicle trips, those going out of the county from someplace else and coming into the county are over half. Those two categories are 226,880,255 vehicle miles, and in the county is 178 million, etc. Okay, now how do they get there? Now, footnote 31 on page 30 of this inventory explains you start with the Calaveras Council of Governments travel demand model. We still don't know what data goes into that model or how it gets from there to the VMTs. Apparently, the CCOG model just forecasts the vehicle miles in the county, not any part of a trip that is outside the county. So, then they went apparently to some Regional Targets Advisory Committee 2009 report that allocates half of the in and out trips to the county. That's where that comes from. It's not specific to this county at all. Then they used a streetlight data from phones for vehicle travel between nationwide origins and destinations. And somehow that all came together to estimate, that's an estimate, numbers and lengths of each trip in and out of the county, take the average trip length outside the county, add it to each trip, and then use the RTAC method, the 1/2 allocation. So we're winding up here with estimations piled on models and a statewide industry, everybody uses it 1/2 allocation of in and out of county trips that may not and probably does not come close to being accurate, with no assessment in this report of the margin of error as to how far off it could be. And, to me, it's no answer to say everybody's doing it. We need to avoid double counting. We're only concerned with the emissions for our county. We're not concerned for comparison purposes. We don't need to do comparisons. Now, a 1/2 allocation might make sense as part of a regional effort, and that's where the standard comes from, to avoid double counting. But that's not here. That's not what we're doing. Then we get to off-road vehicle emissions. We pointed out that we don't have off-road oil drilling, transportation refrigeration units, industrial, light commercial, and so forth. I thought it was left that they would clarify that those don't apply in this county, and it remains exactly as it was, and it's wrong. And then we get to energy. The problem here is that we have non-utility uses of propane, wood, fuel oil, kerosene, residential use, and we have commercial propane use. The figures for utility supplied electricity and fuel are probably pretty accurate. But for the residential, for the non-utility, this study starts off with estimated California per household fuel use. Then it multiplies that by the estimates of numbers of households in the county. And the unstated and unsupported assumption is that the per household use here in Calaveras County is the same as it is statewide. For commercial, the report starts with the national per square foot propane use, with the unstated and unsupported assumption that it's the same here with our relatively mild climate. Then to get to square footage, it scales up from the City of Angels commercial square footage compared to its population and extrapolates to reach a countywide square footage figure by using countywide population. And that appears to me to be clearly inaccurate. I mean, Angels is a commercial center. It's probably more commercial footage per person there than any other town in the county. And much of our county population lives in places where there is no commercial footage. And that assumption is also, it's unstated. You have to dig it out of the report and think about it. There's no margin of error given for it. And I suggested that this report state the assumptions behind these figures, identify any support for any of them, and give some estimation as to how far off they might be. None of that was done. Now, the potential consequences when you use this kind of data and these methods could be bad, because the factors going into them are estimates that are mainly beyond the county's control. If the statewide per household fuel use goes up, so will the counties, according to these models. If the nationwide commercial fuel use per square foot goes up, so will the counties, because that's what the model says, even though it might not do it at all. If the City of Angels commercial square footage goes up after 2018, so will the counties under this model, with a calculated increase in emissions. And that's already happened, because we had a Tractor Supply, a big outfit, go into Angels since 2018. So those numbers are wrong right now. Ag. The most obvious problem here is the continued, unchanged inclusion of numbers for emissions from feedlots and dairies, and manure management of emissions which mainly emanate from feedlots and dairies. We made the point there aren't any in this county. The report doesn't claim that there are. Doesn't say we found them, here they are, there's this many of them, here's where they're located. Instead, we have two footnotes. They're very similar. Footnote 22 on page 8 of the Rincon report says, the herd breakdown and manure management systems developed here may not represent the actual conditions in Calaveras County. However, these statewide averages are considered the best available estimate due to the availability of more fine-grained data specific to Calaveras County. And as to the feedlots and dairies, the numbers, it's not the case that the numbers may not represent actual conditions in the county. They don't. We know that. And the data may be fine-grained, whatever that is, but it's just wrong. And we know that. That then calls into serious question the reliability of any of these livestock herd numbers, and therefore the emissions numbers. And since some of these emission numbers are just wrong, that makes the total numbers and all the charts and all the tables that contain them wrong as well. So these numbers they're presented as real actual numbers, but they're not. They're not reliable, and they're not accurate. And as Mr. Laddish, one of Mr. Laddish's questions pointed out, the 2018 numbers have to be converted somehow to 1990 numbers. And you can't come up with an accurate number from 1990 when you're going off inaccurate numbers from 2018. Then there's going to have to be forecasts of emissions out to 2030 under the general plan. If current greenhouse gas measures continue in force, then there has to be a calculation of what reduction would be needed to get 40% below 1990 levels. Then the county has to add whatever additional measures are needed to accomplish these reductions. And all this is going to be built on flawed numbers. Now, the question rises in my mind, where is this going? And should the county continue on this path at all? The reduction plan is phase 2. We don't have and cannot get any preview of what might be proposed. I asked. We can foresee that this plan will require people in this county to change whatever they're doing or not doing now through some kind of regulation, such as a flat-out prohibition, or disincentives that make life difficult if they don't comply. And the inventory gives us some clue as to what's coming. It says, as many of the major sources of GHG emissions can be directly or indirectly controlled through local policies and actions, local governments can play a key role in reducing emissions within their boundaries. And they can contribute to emissions reductions through proactive measures related to land use, transportation demand management, energy efficiency, green building, waste diversion, and more. All right. Let's take land use. The 2019 general plan changed the map from what had previously been a sea of yellow, residential permitted, to a sea of green, resource production. We've done that. Transportation, the current consultant said they developed the VMT inventory to capture certain aspects of trips the county has control over, they said. So we're going to, what does transportation demand management mean? Are we going to limit people's travel? How are we going to do that? Are we going to make fuel so expensive that it discourages driving? Our state and federal governments are taking care of that for us. Energy efficiency, what are we going to do? Make people switch from wood and propane to power? But the power goes off. And I'm just concerned that any of these efforts, whatever they're going to be to force people to change the way they do things, rest on this inventory. And it only considers gross emissions, this subject came up before, what gases get released into the air. It ignores the county's actual real contribution to greenhouse gas reduction, which is all of the open space, the forest, range land, that's taken CO2 out of the air. We don't have any figures on that, which would allow an estimate, would be imprecise as they all are, if any emissions are being left in the air. And if we focus only on efforts to reduce gross emissions from vehicles, energy, ag, and so forth, the inventory ignores the real emissions reductions from projects like the Blue Mountain Electric that the commission just approved at the last meeting. And that plant takes dead wood, of which there's a lot of after the Butte fire, and emits CO2 as it decays and turns it into clean power. I mean, we could approve several plants like that and get no credit for doing it under the way this thing is set up. And the other side of that coin, which ties into this net emissions point, is the efforts that are made to make our forests and rangelands resilient so they don't burn up completely and they continue to sequester carbon. None of that's accounted for in this inventory. So, okay, what are the upsides of doing this? We're told, and we heard today, that the county can develop a qualified greenhouse gas reduction plan that can streamline a CEQA analysis, which otherwise would have to be done for a project in the future. Now, this is not required by the state. This is something the county can do or not do. There are no known repercussions from the last hearing for not having such a plan. And if you try to figure out what such a plan has to have, you look at CEQA guideline 15183.5, that's been provided to the commission, and the requirements are pretty onerous. You have to have specific requirements that will avoid or substantially lessen the cumulative problem. Should quantify existing and projected greenhouse gas emissions. Has to identify and analyze greenhouse gas emissions from specific actions or categories of actions. Has to specify measures, including performance standards, that substantial evidence demonstrates would achieve specified emission levels if applied to specific projects. Has to have a mechanism to monitor progress and require amendments if it's not doing so. So I can't recommend that the county do all that, if it could be done, at the cost of forcing our citizens to do things or give up doing things that they don't want to do for the benefit of developers who may never show up in this county. According to the Department of Finance 2021 population projections, the county is going to gain at most only 953 people, and that's between 2021 and 2034, and only 215 people by 2045. And the other possible upside that's mentioned in the general plan is that future regional transportation plan funding decisions will be tied to greenhouse gas reduction strategies. But I have no information as to how much, if any, the county is receiving now, where this is specified, if it is, So it doesn't appear to be a compelling reason to do this. My recommendation is, to the board, should be, I think our recommendation should be, here's the draft inventory. The commission members have given their suggestions to the consultants, some of which have been incorporated, not all. Much of this, especially transportation, non-utility energy, and ag, are estimates not based on hard county data, subject to being incorrect by unidentified margins of error, and based on unsupported and unstated assumptions. Contrary to what the county was advised when the general plan was adopted, none of this is required by state law. And we recommend the board seriously consider discontinuing this project and amending the general plan to delete any requirement that it do so. That's my position on it. Succinctly stated.
Rather succinctly. I would suggest that, that each commissioner refer to their district supervisor, not only their own views, but cite them to the video of Commissioner Wooster's review. Diatribe came to mind, but that wasn't a diatribe. And that suggests that they, that each supervisor do listen to what Commissioner Wooster has said and view the inventory in light of his comments. I don't think that we, as a commission, need to take a specific action on this, but I think we as commissioners should be active in educating the board as to what we've learned, and both as to the strengths and the weaknesses of this inventory. So that's where I am, but I really think what you have said is very valuable and should be considered by every member of the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you.
I would like Amber to talk to the RTP funding, because I believe it's pretty significant.
Thanks, Michelle. I don't know if you can repeat the question for me in regards to the RTP funding.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Commissioner Wooster mentioned that one of the benefits was making us eligible for future RTP funding, and that maybe not having a plan wouldn't be that painful, but RTP funding is pretty significant for us, is it not?
Yes, I mean, we do get, multi-million dollars in transportation funding a year. Right now, it's not necessarily tied to having a climate action plan, reduction plan. But as you know, a lot of the grant funding that's coming online will require you to show how projects will reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And if you have a plan, it just makes that you eligible for those grant funding. I don't know if I answered your question. I know it's not specific at this moment, but it just opens the door to a lot more possibilities and funding. And the measures that you put in this climate action plan, they can be 100% voluntary, and it can be simply used for CEQA streamlining, and applicants can choose to implement some of those measures, and if they do so, then they can be assumed less than significant. You don't have to do an EIR or an MND. So it just, as Wooster had mentioned, it just depends on what the county wants for this climate action plan and what the use of it will be for.
I believe that ultimately, most of our requirements are going to be the same requirements that are going to come down from the state anyway, and we're already going to see a new building code that will have new requirements in it, a new energy code, that these things are going to come to us whether we have a plan or not. Yeah, it's a difficult situation, only because we feel like we're not well represented because we don't have the data. We just don't have those actual counts of anything. What would be the downside of simply striking, I'll make it so you can actually hear me, simply striking items that we know we don't have in our county, like the feedlots. I mean, I understand that the state is apportioning it, but we don't have that here. So why are we counting something for it? And maybe we're undercounting in another area. I understand that that if you look at it statewide, it all sort of sorts itself out. But if we're looking to make a plan and make decisions about what should be in our particular plan, it seems like we shouldn't have items in there that just don't exist at all. And I know they're really small in the big picture because really transportation, every change we could make in other areas is going to pale next to transportation anyway.
Right, transportation definitely makes up the majority of the greenhouse gases here. So, your plan's going to be focused on, what will get you the greatest reduction, the most cost-effective manner. But you're also going to look at, taking into consideration other factors like economic, social, equity, or other impacts to your county of mitigation measures. And, you won't include mitigation measures in your plan that, the county feels like, either won't be effective or aren't necessary or would have impact on your economy or on agriculture or tourism or whatever it is.
Or could we adopt an ordinance that doesn't allow feedlots since we don't have any and get some credit for that?
Yeah, we just eliminated all the feedlots. That's good. I like that.
That's one of the reasons I just have trouble going forward with this, because transportation is the big emissions factor, and people up here have to drive. We can't have mass transit, we can't have carpooling. There is no feasible way I can think of, other than pricing gas and diesel out of the reach of people, which, as I say, that's happening now anyway without the county piling on. And, without some idea of what the hell are we going to be looking at here, why are we spending more money to head down a path that looks like a dead end to me? Given on top of all of the things that Michelle mentioned, which is these numbers are just not right. They're just not right. And maybe they can't get more right, but that's just the way the world is. But we know they can get somewhat more right.
Right. Yeah. And is there a way to make them somewhat more right in the future as we're able, now that we know the kinds of information we need to be collecting, is there something we could be doing now that would help support that, so that if we're going to take measures, that they're meaningful, in the future?
This methodology is supposed to be duplicable in the future, but in the future, as you get better and better data sources, then you can get more and more accurate. But I think the question is, okay, you can take a step back and try to spend a bunch of money on surveys, and let's say we get 100% accurate. Will that change the questions you have about, the benefits of a climate action plan for this county? And so, what I'm hearing is kind of just an overall concern or question about the function, use, or purpose, or need for a climate action plan in the county. And to me, whether or not the inventory, you move it this way, an inch this way or an inch that way, I don't know will impact, the ultimate climate action plan and what would be included in it.
I think a climate action plan is a great thing to have, as long as what our policies that come out of it actually benefit our community and benefit the region and benefit the state and the country and the world as a whole. And I'm worried that when we use such flawed data, that we may be tempted to do, like I was just suggesting, a policy that looks good, helps our numbers, but really is meaningless because we didn't have a feedlot to start with. So that's, and I'm not sure, hopefully our consultants will be able to help us craft something that really makes sense for Calaveras County.
Well, I think part of the problem here arises from breaking this into two phases, because the ability to have a workable, meaningful, makes a difference, benefits people reduction plan ties somewhat to the inventory. How are you going to measure any benefits and so forth? And so when you try to break this up, to me, it gets kind of hard, because if you're looking from this vantage point now, I'm having trouble seeing how anything we could come up with is going to tie back to this inventory in a measurable way that anybody can be confident, or even halfway as competent, is reliable. And so that's part of my problem. I kind of wish we hadn't broken this into two steps to begin with. So if you could look at the whole package, you could say, should we do it or not do it?
No.
But we are where we are now.
Right.
You're going to have to deal with this by itself.
I think we have to go forward, and we have to assess it when we can see it and when we can see what sorts of options are available to us. And, it's problematic, and I understand every one of Kelly's points. I see the same thing here, but I do think while it's not required today, and while there are certain kinds of funding that it will benefit us for right now, there will be even more in the future, and it will ultimately be required. And so we might as well bite the bullet and start working our way down the path. That's just my position.
A good position. I think, there's no, I'm not going to make a motion because we're not going to take an action, but I think we've beaten this dead horse, and it's time to mail it on up to the Board of Supervisors.
Yeah. With, our thanks to everybody who worked on it, and we understand they are probably similarly frustrated when they're putting things together. But I am quite sure that the COG is going to become, that every bit of funding that we are looking for transportation is going to ultimately be dependent on our ability to show that we are doing our best to rein in our part. I don't know, Amber, do you have a feeling on that?
Yeah, I think you're correct, and I think the way the state's going is ultimately these things are going to be required for all of our funding, and ultimately if we don't have our own inventory, the state's going to do one for us, and that's going to be even more inaccurate, and it's all going to be statewide data at that point. But I agree with you, it's headed that way, and this just only helps us position for not just transportation, but housing funding as well.
I think I'd like to say once again that what's happened here so far focuses on half of it. It doesn't only focus on what the county's kicking up into the air, emissions-wise from transportation and so forth. It's not giving the county any credit for the stuff it's done to pull CO2 out of the air, which is just as important, if not more. And for this county, that's the place you can make a difference. Stop burning up your forests, keep your rangeland, keep your open space, get the CO2 out. That's what the county can do, and none of this takes any account of that at all.
But we know we've got a whole lot more forest land than we used to, just.
515%. Yeah.
We didn't have to do anything.
No, I think in the big picture,
Yes.
absolutely right.
Absolutely.
And it is not taken into account at all. How many forest as some of these urban areas have. But the state's standards are based on emissions, and I think it's only fair that we try to cut down on our emissions also. It would be fairer if we were able to say, well, this percentage of our emissions are actually absorbed by our natural resources.
Or that we're doing things to improve the long-term carbon sequestration available here in the county, or projects like Blue Mountain. We're doing, all of those are beneficial things that we want to highlight.
That would be work, because we know how much material they are.
Yes.
Are getting rid of and
Yeah, they
putting
can weigh
CO2.
it.
But the number that we're using to base this model on is all abstract. I mean, except for some cell phone data that for guys, they're tracking in and out of the country, or county, I'm sorry. The problem I have with this is it's based on models that are not factual. Factual numbers. If we had factual numbers, we could say, okay, we have X amount of carbon going up into the atmosphere. We need to reduce it by 8% or 9% every year. Well, we know what that number would be. And with these models, they're so skewed. I mean, there's no basis on what we're doing, and we can actually hurt the county more as a unintended consequence than what we're trying to do is trying to help the county get funding and all this other stuff and improve the environment. In reality, we could be detrimental to this county.
Actually, I think the fact that it's including a lot of things that we don't actually have and that we can narrow in and become more accurate over time is likely to benefit us. But you're right, you never can know in the long run how it will all play out. But I think we just have to pass this on to the supervisors with our concerns. And
That's the problem. If we pass it on, we become a culture of just kicking it down the road and just saying, well, that's what the consequences are. Oh, this is it. We need to start taking some responsibility for what, as a society. Yes, there's climate change. I agree with it. Do I believe it's all man-made and stuff? No, I don't believe it's all man-made, but that's my personal opinion. But we have to quit just being a bunch of lemmings and saying, well, that's what they're doing, that's what we're going to do.
I'm sorry, but I need to change the meeting.
I think we're about ready to, does anybody have anything else they need to say? How much time do you have?
I've got 3 minutes.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, I think we can.
We can
That's really
do it. That's a good deadline for us.
Thank you for that.
That's our
Thank you very
playoff
much.
music.
So you guys have what you need?
Public comment on this? Any public comment?
It's informational, so.
Yeah, but it's still on the agenda.
Is there anybody online? So we are opening this for public comment. There's nobody available to comment, so we are closing the public comment section on this item. And you guys have what you need from us? Is there any commissioner who would like to make a report?
Merry Christmas. Everybody have safe and a happy holiday.
That's what I was going to go for. And planning director report?
No.
Merry Christmas. And we are adjourned at 5:35. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Susan, for that helpful.
Yes. You could do that half an hour ahead of time.
Enjoy my day with you all. Almost got put in jail for speeding, but
Stay awake on the drive.
I'll see you guys later.
Yes. Holy moly.